When is a door not a door? When it's ajar. And when is a good time to look at the Space Jam website? The answer is of course never, but we're going to look at the Space Jam website. Despite that. I've clicked on Space Jam, and the text is the purpley purple thing that Google loves so much for when you click something. After you've clicked an object in Google... Wait, is that Google or is that Internet Explorer? I don't remember. When something's fresh and new and bland happy, it's blue, but when it's not that, it's purple. And this is still... That's what we like to see. That is what we like to see. Fan-dabby-dozy. Excellent. That is the quality of mayonnaise. Now, this is, if you're curious, if you want to know what's happening here, Space Jam is an old movie from the 90s where some basketball player called Michael Jordan played basketball with everyone's most favourite beloved Looney Tunes characters, with the tunes in Looney Tunes spelt T-U-N-E-S and not T-O-O-N-S for some strange reason, which is something you almost certainly have never noticed before, but now that I've made you aware of this, you'll never be able to unsee it ever again. And like me and everybody else, you'll just be asking yourself, why on earth would they spell it like that? And I don't know the answer, but they do, and they always have. And you just thought that they hadn't, but they actually had all along. Go on, look up the Looney Tunes, get your VHS tapes out and DVDs, look up like the old racist Looney Tunes cartoons or whatever, and see, it was spelt T-U-N-E-S all along. Anyway, that's Space Jam, is the movie that I just described it as being. Michael Jordan, being not American, I don't really know anything about either Michael Jordan or basketball. But I understand that in America, Michael Jordan, at the time this movie was made, which as you can see way down in that small text in the middle of this nice repeating loop grid star sky thing, which you can clearly see is made out of little boxes. Well, maybe it's not so clear, but it is to me. 1996, that's when it was made. Michael Jordan at that time was a man akin to, let's see now, I guess Postman Pat in Britain, in terms of like his fame and intense prestige and people liking him. That's what Michael Jordan was. And so, like, what better idea than for Michael Jordan to team up with the other most beloved American thing, Looney Tunes, and play basketball. So that's Space Jam. It's completely worthless and it's an utter pile of trash that is fondly remembered in America for some reason and nowhere else. And it's so fondly remembered, is that was a joke by the way, so fondly remembered is this website indeed that it is rather famously still represented on the internet by a website, an official website in fact. You can't see it here, but if I just copy the text in the URL browsing documenter thing and just put it into the notes section of the Bora show, and move the notes section down so you can actually read it. It says, as you can see, https warnerbrothers.com themselves personally host this website dedicated to a 20 plus years old movie. warnerbros.com/archive/spacejam/movie/jam.htm. So this URL employs the full extent of the jam in like having a jam. And it's in the archive section of warnerbrothers.com, so I'm guessing that there isn't a hyperlink to this website on Warner Brothers' front page. I'm assuming that they didn't do that. I suppose we can find out if we check right now though, and I'm going to be here. We're going to be here for the long haul. You better be strapping in for a full exploration of the Space Jam website, because that's what we're here for. So you might as well just buckle up and book my vicissitudes, whatever that means. I just put Warner Brook instead of Bros because I said Brook. Don't know who the Warner Brothers are. I wonder if it's like McDonald's and the Warner Brothers were actually like the company was stolen from under their feet by like a crooked lawyer or something, and they died penniless on the street shortly after. I wouldn't be surprised. I've never been to this website in my life. Warner Bros. Oh, the logo's blue now, is it? Movies, TV, get stuffed, Warner. They got a Wonder Woman movie now. Who on earth cares about Wonder Woman? She looks like the Bride of Frankenstein, like all modern women do. in movies and other things that mean something. Let's see, blog. It is everywhere. Oh yeah, I've heard about this. The It movie is... I mean, Stephen King's famous, extremely cheesy and probably like completely narmy, as TV tropes would call it, movie and based on it is getting a remake, because this You'll Float Too. It's getting a remake. Let's see. What am I doing? Yeah, I'm looking for a link to the Space Jam website is what I'm here for. Privacy policy, terms of use, ad choices, accessibility, careers, international help, all of the stock social network things. You know what, I'm not leaving here until I've found the Warner Brothers link from the Warner Brothers website. Is there an archive section? Video games? Goodness sake, can they stop making these Batman Arkham games? This is getting old. Like, seriously. They always got to milk something to the ground, haven't they? Oh, alright, this is getting old. We're not here for the Warner Brothers. Who cares about the Warner Brothers? We're here for Space Jam. Space Jam! So, why am I here? Yes, well, Space Jam, it's rather well known that the Space Jam... the Space Jam website that was created to advertise Space Jam, I guess, has been left untouched on the internet by Warner Brothers themselves for 20 years, and it's a real, like, relic of its time. Look at this. Anybody under the age of, like, anything looking at this is going to just be disgusted with what they're seeing. But I can tell you that for someone like me, of advanced ages, this is all very nostalgic. I recognise this sort of web design. All of the 1995 looking clip art graphics we've got here representing each link. It's all good. Space Jam. So, well, the point of this video is that I'm going to be looking through this entire website, which I've never done before, just for fun. We're going to explore the Space Jam site, and what better place to start, I think, than that red spaceship thing at the top left. Excuse me. Yeah, so, press box shuttle. Let's go there. The press box. No Space Jam news at the moment. I was really hoping to get the latest scoop on Space Jam. For goodness sake, you'd think that after 20 years they would have had some blooming news on this movie, but apparently they never did. Go back to the Space Jam homepage to see more of the site. Well, alright then. Well, I clicked the go back link and it worked, surprisingly. I was thinking it maybe take me to some, like, dead corner of the internet. Anyway, on to the next one. Jam Central. Yeehaw dogs! Jam Central, you've made it! Jam Central Station, the central depository for all things Space Jam. From the best seats in the house, you can peruse the production notes, find out about the filmmakers, check out the theatrical trailer, and look at a bunch of photos from the film. I can't wait! Sign me up! Yeah! Production notes! It's going, dogs! This is it happening now, this is smoking. I'm invested in this. About story. Let's stick at the top. What's up, Doc? What's up, Doc? That's not how Bugs Bunny would say that. Maybe in 1935 or so, like the really early Bugs Bunny cartoons that nobody remembers. Maybe he spoke like that then, I don't know. But no, any time after that, he would have said, what did he say? What's up, Doc? Something like that. Anyway, Warner Bros. .. Looney Tunes. There we go. See what I was saying earlier? It's spelt tunes for some stupid reason. I mean, I'd rather spell it just T-O-O-N-S, so that's what I would do if I was going to do it. But that's the official, that's canon. Looney Tunes, led by the creative impetus of filmmaker Ivan Reitman, blast into the future in the... Wait a minute. Blast into the future in their first feature film? They've never been enough... Hang on a minute. Wait a second now. Have they not? Have they never been in a blooming movie? I know there was a Bugs Bunny 50th birthday bash game. I mean, well, there was a game, yeah, but there was also a NES game, but there was also a movie where Bugs Bunny himself, well, I don't know if you'd call it a movie, Bugs Bunny was just talking and showing, and like, he would talk for a bit in a white room, and then they would show some old Looney Tunes cartoons. I think that was it. Well, there must have been a Looney Tunes movie before this. Surely Space Jam is not the first one. Okay, I just stopped the recording for a minute to get a banana, an apple, 2 slices of bread and butter, and a bowl of cornflakes. And I was just realised while doing that Who Framed Roger Rabbit is a movie that came out before the Space Jam, which did have Looney Tunes characters in it. Like, they were a big part of the movie. So there. This is not... Space Jam is not the first feature film. Whatever feature means. Maybe it means something that means that wasn't one, but... Well, I can't think of any other movies right enough, so let's move on. Space Jam, an animated live-action razzle-dazzle tour de force pairing pop icon and sports megastar Michael Jordan and classic wisecracking animated hero Bugs Bunny! Pop icon? Michael Jordan was a pop singer? Not just a pop singer, a pop icon no less. Oh, I just noticed incidentally while I'm looking at the screen here that Michael Jordan is a black man, like all basketball players for some reason. And like all basketball players as well, he's probably like 9 foot tall. And he'd just have to like raise his arm and just plop the basketball into the net rather than having to like employ skill and throw the thing up there. I don't get that about basketball. They're all like the tallest human beings on the planet because that lets them get to the net easier. But then that's just taking the sport out of the sport, isn't it? You'd think that the big ultimate world champions should be like 2 foot tall, so they've got to actually use skill to throw the thing. I don't understand that. The whole concept of a slam dunk implies that they're able to jump high enough to be above the net. I don't know. I also don't know why. I don't know why basketball players are black either. Like, I'm guessing that's one of those things. It's one of those things, I suppose, like with how at the Olympics the 100-meter dashers are all black, and like everyone knows it, but nobody's comfortable to mention it. But while I am comfortable to mention it, there's obviously some reason for that. I don't know what on earth it is, but there's obviously a reason why they're all black. Anyway, we're probably not going to get an explanation for why that is here on the Space Jam website, but we'll keep reading the Space Jam website. As audiences visually zoom between Earth and outer space, between basketball court, baseball field, and Looney Tunes land, from live action with some of the NBA's biggest stars to startlingly rich 2- and 3-dimensional animation. Yeah, I'll bet that the startlingly rich 2- and 3-dimensional animation is not, well, it's probably still quite startling, but for entirely different reasons than they originally were. I doubt they're anything to look at. They'll get a laugh-loaded glimpse of the future, as it's never looked before, in the company of basketball's most watchable genius. Yeah, the Stephen Hawking of basketball. I guess Michael Jordan must have been there. I guess he must have already devised his theory of basketballivity by the time this movie came out, and he was moving on to a brief history of slam dunks. Of course, as we all know, Space Jam is canon, so I guess that he must have sold out with his theories and made it rich. Then he joined the system and like corrupted the world, and that was why Charles Barkley would have to go on a quest to save the planet, and ultimately end in tragedy by performing the chaos dunk and ending his own life. But that's a story for another time. That's a story that Space Jam did not know about. When this website was made, that was a more innocent time. The plot hadn't jumped the shark and gone, in these rather dark directions that it later went into. But Charles Barkley's Shut Up and Jam Gaiden. So more innocent times, eh? Now, the company of basketball's most watchable genius, Michael Jordan, and the hip-hoppinest hoopster a rabbit ever hoped to become. Huh? The hip-hoppinest hoopster a rabbit ever hoped to become. I think they're still talking about Michael Jordan with that. He's the hip-hoppinest hoopster, and Bugs Bunny wants to be him, I guess. Ivan Kiteman produces... Also, Ivan Kiteman, for some reason, does not have his name capitalised here, even though he did there. Alright. Ivan... Oh yeah, that's right, I brought... In the first failed recording of this that I made, before I realised that I hadn't even turned Audacity on, I'd asked if this page was, like, was inspired by Pokemon, which would have been relevant at the time, or some other Japanese game where all the names are capitalised. Ivan Reitman produces and Joe Pytka directs... No, excuse me, I'll start that again. Ivan Reitman produces and Joe Pytka directs Space Jam, a fast-breaking comic fantasy. Not a cosmic fantasy, because that would be something else. Joe Mediac and Daniel Goldberg also produce with Kiteman from a script by Steve Rudnick and Leo Benvenati and Timothy Harris and Herschel Weingrod, David Falk and Ken Ross executive produce. Gordon Webb, Sheldon Kahn and Curtis Polk co-produce. Space Jam mixes... I'm not going to do that anymore with these names. Space Jam mixes live action with eye-popping animation created by Warner Brothers Feature Animation under animation producer Animation, Ron Animation, Tippy Animation co-directors Bruce Smith and Tony Cervone, and animation art director Bill Perkins. Special live action animation visual effects are created by Sign Sight. Crumbs, that's an unfortunate name. Or Cinesight or whatever enough. Under the direction of Ed Jones. Not Chuck Jones. It probably explains why this is so bad. I mean, well, I've never seen Space Jam. I can't comment on it, but I'll tell you what. I did get this video at the time. I got a videotape at the time with Daffy Duck's face on it, and it said the stars of Space Jam or something like that. So I assumed that it was a Space Jam, being a foolish child. But no. It looks deceiving. It was actually just a collection of old Looney Tunes coloured cartoons. And they just shoved the word Space Jam on the box because that's what the children would buy it for. Like, I'm fed up at stuff like that. Why has that not died? Why do we still do this? Well, this is not a political ranting session. This is the Space Jam website. I doubt there's going to be a economic political debate section in this. Well, possibly in the fan letters. We'll get to that in due time if there is such a thing. Warner Brothers will distribute Space Jam. I notice they always have Space Jam in quotation marks on this page. Anyway, Warner Brothers, but it's like they're uncomfortable about admitting it exists. Like, yeah, it's Space Jam. Space Jam is the new movie coming out soon. Get ready for it. Space Jam. Like, they're not quite sure of it. Like, they feel that they've got to just clarify it to the audience or something. This is a strange alien concept, Space Jam. Warner Brothers will distribute Space... I was going to say, is Ed Jones Chuck Jones' son or something? I wouldn't be surprised. Warner Brothers will distribute Space Jam worldwide under its Warner Brothers Family Entertainment banner. About the story. Bugs Bunny... Well, this is a story of Space Jam. Bugs Bunny has gotten himself and his Looney Tunes cohorts into a jam by facing off against the Nerdlucks. I thought that said something else for a minute there. A grouchy gang of tiny space creatures who land on Earth. The Nerdlucks, dispatched by the boss, the ruthless, belligerent Swackhammer, voiced by Danny DeVito. The E in DeVito is not capital for some reason. Intend to kidnap and export the Looney Tunes to Moron Mountain, Swackhammer's failing theme park on the Nerdluck's boring planet. I thought they were called the Monstars. I guess that's the name of the basketball team. Bugs has challenged the small, weak aliens to a fateful basketball tournament. If the Looney Tunes win, they'll remain on Earth, but if the aliens win, Bugs and company are headed into the hands of Swackhammer. Their lives won't be worth a single cell. Huh? Oh, I get it. A cell of animation. That was a bit cryptic. One bloody Space Jam website. I doubt the kids understood that, because I nearly didn't. Won't be with a single animation cell, which is like, I think, just a picture basically. The aliens quickly take up Bugs' challenge. Too quickly, it turns out. Bugs hasn't found out yet about the Nerdluck's ability to instantly absorb new skills. An ability that lets them siphon basketball talent from the likes of NBA stars Charles Barkley, Patrick Ewing, Muggsy Bogues. Good grief, what kind of name is that? That's the sort of name that like a modern child would have. No offence, Muggsy, but crumbs. Larry Johnson and Sean Bradley, turning the Nerdlucks into the powerful, speedy, unprincipled and monstrously gifted Monstars! That's it, Monstars, I knew it. This is like a 1950s movie trailer. It's just spoiling the entire plot of the film. When Bugs does discover what he's up against, he knows he needs some serious help. But where can he go? Basketball's best players are all having their skills absorbed by the aliens. Of course, there's a baseball player he happens to know. What, baseball? I think you got that wrong, Space Jam. Nice work. Well, Michael Jordan might well have... Oh, crumbs, no. Basketball's most spectacular star, Michael Jordan, has retired from the sport and begun to play baseball. With limited success, yeah, I'll bet. Is that something they made up for the movie, or did that actually happen? Did he actually try to play a different sport from what he does? Well, you know, fair play to him, that's nice. I appreciate a human being, like, trying to do something other than what he's always done. Most humans don't do that, for some reason. But apparently it went badly. But after the Looney Tunes capture Jordan from a golf course, oh crumbs, they kidnap him, transport him to Looney Tunes land and explain, in true Looney Tunes style, the predicament, he agrees to join their team. Of course, what else can they do? They won't let him go home. The crazy, wacky Looney Tunes will not allow this innocent man to return to his home. Our heroes. Excellent. Jordan is taking on a monumental task, however. Yosemite Sam is shooting up the place. Taz can't take any kind of direction, while E. Coyote is still after the Roadrunner, and chaos rules everything from the free throw lane to the locker room. What on earth is the free throw lane? Jordan's nearly in despair, until he meets the newest Looney Tune to join the Toon Squad. The gorgeous Lola Bunny, a slam-dunking team asset, and the rabbit of my dreams to the love-struck Bugs. Yeah, this is the character that, the new Looney Tune that they introduced for this movie. I don't believe she existed before, and I don't know why they introduced her, but I'm going to take a wild guess that it was, well, no, I don't even know why. I guess they just wanted Bugs to have a love interest. I'm going to guess that she's just the girl, and that's it. She's female, and that's her character. That's, you know, it's the 90s. They hadn't moved on much by then. I mean, like, she's probably not going to be in the kitchen making sandwiches the whole movie. And she's probably not going to, like, just stand there and watch while the hero fights to the death of the villain, and just like, stands and doesn't help him at all. But she's still not going to actually mean anything aside from just being there. You got to wait till like 2002 before women actually start doing things of substance in movies, or like having personalities. Anyway, I could never believe. That always annoyed me. These old movies, even not just old movies, even like fairly modern ones. If there's like a big fight or something with the heroes, or well, even just the hero, or the hero's in a like desperate situation or something. No, but just whenever the hero's fighting someone, I guess, if there's like the female hero, she just stands there and watches. She won't do a thing. What on earth? Like, did that actually happen in real life at some point? I know that women were like treated like terribly until, you know, not terribly long ago. But from all these movies and things that do this, where the hero's losing a desperate fight, and like the woman just stands and cups her hands to her mouth. Like, that happens so much. I have to wonder, was there some weird sort of rule that like women weren't supposed to help, or what? Like, why did that happen? Were women in real life legitimately so repressed that they would just not do anything to help someone in desperate danger if they had to possibly punch someone? I don't know. Found that strange. So then, I mean, I've got no idea. I assume not, but it happens so much in the movies. Basketball's most spectacular... Wait, we read that. Aye. Lola Bunny. What kind of name? I don't know. Can the motley crew of Michael Jordan and the Toon Squad fight off the monsters on the court and ensure their futures on planet Earth? Could this be the true story of how Michael Jordan returned to basketball? Don't say no until you've seen Space Jam, from the land of comic imagination, where anything is possible. Michael Jordan, who plays himself, very badly I'll bet, is joined in the cast by Wayne Knight, Seinfeld, as baseball publicist Stan Podolak and Teresa Randall, Girl 6, I don't know what that means, is that a movie? Who appears as Jordan's wife, Joanna... Wait a minute, Michael Jordan plays himself, but they couldn't get Michael Jordan's actual wife to be his wife? Unless Michael Jordan's actual wife was Teresa Randall. No, hang on. No, wait. Teresa Randall's the woman that plays his wife, Juanita. However you pronounce that. So... That's disappointing, isn't it? Come on, Jordan's wife. Your husband's willing to be himself, but you're not willing to be you. What was that all about? The behind-the-scenes crew includes Director of Photography Michael Chapman, Editor Sheldon Kahn, and Production Designer Jeffrey Kirkland. I've got to start the recording again. Just long enough to get a still frame of this website, because that stupid flashing Planet Earth in the top left is making Cam Studio use up tons of megabytes for this. So I'm being parsimonious with how much of this is going on the Cam Studio. About the production. It's probably fair to say that no group of animated characters is a more natural fit with an antic sports adventure than the legendary Looney Tunes. Arguably the most popular gang of cartoon personalities in history, the Looney Tunes have been known for more than half a century for their manic energy, eccentric individualism, and inspired comedy. Eccentric individualism, okay. Fair enough. David Falk, Michael Jordan's personal attorney and business manager, and Ken Ross, Falk's production partner, approached Warner Brothers with the idea of creating a feature film combining Michael Jordan and the Looney Tunes characters. Okay, so Michael Jordan's personal lawyer and that lawyer's production partner decided one day, you know what, Michael Jordan needs to be in a movie with the Looney Tunes. Let's make that happen. Well, I've got to say that is certainly a lawyer that has a sense of humour. He's got a sense of something. It wasn't that simple, surely. Just imagine some random lawyer just thinking, let's have Michael Jordan and the Looney Tunes in a movie together. I mean, I hope that is what happened, but I'll bet that there was more to it than that. I don't think this lawyer just randomly thought of that idea. Or maybe that was like maybe that was the 8,000th idea he'd had. Maybe that was the 8,000th idea he'd approached Michael Jordan with. And like Jordan had just rejected all the ones before that, like Monkey Tennis, and Michael Jordan meets the Jetsons. Michael Jordan goes go-karting. Michael Jordan Michael Jordan teaches you how to create paper clips. We finally settled on one that Michael Jordan himself actually liked. With Falk and Ross on board as executive producers, the studio then sought a creative captain to whom they could entrust the overall project. Filmmaker Ivan Reitman, who has been responsible for some of recent history's most successful comedies, seemed the ideal choice. Reitman knew the pairing of sports and tunes had tremendous possibilities. When Warner Brothers, I'm surprised that the writer of this article didn't get shot by Warner Brothers for spelling tunes without a capital T. When Warner Brothers expressed its desire to at least temporarily bequeath its family jewels, the Looney Tunes, to Reitman's imagination and expertise, he was pleased and intrigued by the challenge. The Looney Tunes, with their tradition of irreverence going back to the 1940s, have always been the cartoon characters that were created for adults, says Reitman. Sure, kids love them, but their humour has always been wilder and hipper than anything else out there, so adults respond to them on a whole other level. I wanted to recapture that tradition with a story made for today's audiences. Yeah, and I can't think of any better way that you could have captured the original spirit of the Looney Tunes and adapted them to modern audiences' sensibilities than by having them meet Michael Jordan and play basketball. I find it amusing as well that he's trying to make a point of how the Looney Tunes were always more adult. Which is true, because compared to the likes of the Mickey Mouse and Disney cartoons, the Looney Tunes were always a bit more edgy. I don't know how well known this is, but the original Looney Tunes were not meant just for children, I believe. They were just cartoons. The idea that cartoons are for children is I don't know if it's a recent idea, but it's certainly not always been the belief. The early Looney Tunes cartoons had stuff like alcohol and things. Well, everything had alcohol originally, but it's only more recently that they started censoring alcohol. But the Looney Tunes were a bit more edgy. They were a little bit weird. They were a bit more shocking and subversive. A bit more. Not much more, but a bit more. Anyway, I'm amused that he's making a big point of this relating to this movie when I'm not aware that the Space Jam was really meant for anything but children. Did Space Jam have a shockingly adult nature or something? I feel like this Reitman's claim is out of place. Say Falk and Ross. Oh, we're getting grammar fancy here, are we? Say Falk and Ross. We believe that Michael... no. We believe that Michael Jordan transcends. We believe that Michael Jordan transcends the world of sports. He is an international pop culture icon who has the ability to become a major entertainment personality. Space Jam, which builds on his previous accomplishments and makes the most of his charisma, is an excellent first film project for Michael, especially since he's allied with the Looney Tunes, which gives the entire movie a unique twist. That's some marketing speak. I'm going to guess that Michael Jordan's international pop culture icon career crashed and burned pretty much within the year of this movie being made. I'm guessing that he just returned to sports. I'm not aware of any Michael Jordan pop music classics. They're re-releasing on albums to this day. On now 5066. But I don't know. The comic possibilities here are literally limitless. Literally, huh? I was trying to think of some stupid joke about. I was trying to think of some kind of scientific technicality to attack that suggestion on, but I can't actually think of any. Reflects Reitman. Since most of the characters in the story are animated, and many of them are not even of this earth, we can put them into any situation you can think of that's potentially funny. We aren't limited by what they can physically accomplish. So Reitman is just saying what anybody that ever knew anything about cartoons already knew. You can just have them do anything. Reitman commissioned a script and began to assemble the rest of his filmmaking team, including his producing partners Joe Medjuk and Daniel Goldberg, and Joe Pytka, an award-winning director and cinematographer known for his groundbreaking work with live action and animation. Within a year, the filmmaking team began production at Warner Brothers Studios in Burbank, California. So they filmed this in California. It's good to know. The jump ball. Scheduling the shoot was an immediate challenge. Scheduling the shoot was an immediate challenge. For Michael Jordan, it required that filming be structured around the obligations of his basketball season with the Chicago Bulls. For the animators, who were creating the Looney Tunes, Monstars and other animated aspects of the movie, it required time to create the animated characters to complement the already photographed live action actors. Photographed? You mean filmed? I thought a photograph was just a static image. I'm guessing this isn't a clip show of Michael Jordan. Under the auspices of Warner Brothers' new feature animation division. New? They didn't have an animation division before? With feature animation? I don't know what feature means. I know they talk about feature films, but I've never actually looked up to find out what feature meant. I don't know what it means in that context. I don't care enough to find out either. Animation producer Ron Tipp, animation co-directors Bruce Smith and Tony Servone, scores of animation artists and technicians, Ed Jones and such visual effects wizards at Signsite as production VP Mitzi Gallagher, and digital effects supervisors Carlos Arguello and Doug Tubach quickly got to work. Explains Tipp. That's the second time I've seen them saying explains Tipp, says James, performs Bob. I've never seen that done anywhere else but here. Explains Tipp.
Everyone knows the Looney Tunes, but we wanted Space Jam audiences to see the Looney Tunes as they've never seen them before. There are animation effects in this movie that have never ever been attempted on screen in previous movies. We're combining 2- and 3-dimensional animation with CGI! Computer-generated imagery in a digital setting! All of which is TikTok for saying the look, the effects, and the blending of the real and the fanciful are truly state-of-the-art.
I really like how they had to clarify what CGI meant. But back then they did have to do that. But now, everyone knows what CGI stands for. After the computer manipulation is completed, the image is returned to film using red, green and blue lasers, which capture the final Who cares about this? Which capture I never understood this sort of thing as a child. Who actually wants to read about this technical garbage? No offence to animation people, but most human beings don't care about red and green and blue lasers bouncing off of convex cathode ray tubes or whatever else to make the thing you're watching. They just want to see the thing. Well, I'm sure there's people that do enjoy this sort of thing. I guess I'm just not one of them. Which capture the final picture with no degradation of image, giving the clearest possible look to the finished product. The fibre optic network used by Cinesite to transmit and receive animation information between the US and London is the world's fastest, exceeding the speed of those used by government agencies and defence contractors. So it probably transferred at like 2 kilobytes per year in the mid-90s. How times have marched on. You could probably transmit one frame of a modern movie in 2 hours with that network. Confirms Bruce Smith.
This was truly a worldwide effort, and a tribute to the existing technology that we could all stay in such close communication. Every single shot in the animated portion of this movie had to go through a multitude of steps to take it from the beginning to the end of the process. This includes the creation of the storyboard, where the action is drawn, much like a rough comic strip.
The challenge was to maintain the integrity and appeal of the classic Looney Tunes in a new setting, while bringing the cutting-edge technical dazzle to the film. They also had to create a whole spectrum of new characters, from the athletic, curvaceous Lola Bunny, and the irascible curvaceous. You know, I don't actually know what that word really means, but when they talk about women, but I think I can guess, but I've never actually checked to find out. And the irascible, volatile Swackhammer to the tiny Nerdlucks and their towering alter egos, the Monstars. And all of those celluloid denizens had to interact seamlessly with their flesh and blood co-stars. While animation was responding to that challenge, Reitman and Pitka were bringing the live-action portion of the script to life. Stage 22 at Warner Brothers was converted by Cinesight into a huge green screen set on which Jordan staged his basketball heroics. There, against walls marked with a graphic grid to help pinpoint future character positions, Jordan played basketball, both with his Looney Tunes teammates and against the animated alien invaders, the larger-than-life monsters. Of course, what that actually means is that he was just running around this completely green room, just bouncing his basketball and throwing it around the place. I suppose they must have told him, right now, at this point in the movie, in this scene, Michael Jordan, you've got to bounce your ball twice while running at a 10-degree angle this way, and then you've got to look down and to your right and pretend like there's a character there that's reaching up to grab the ball, and then you've got to pretend that you're getting it out of his grasp and throw it somewhere. And then while he's doing that in the actual movie, the ball will badly animatedly fall out of his hands, or they've got to try and make it look like he's reacting to something that's not actually happening. 2/3 of the 60-day production schedule took place on this stage, during which time Jordan, cameo star Bill Murray and Wayne Knight were the only live actors on the set. In order to keep the ball in motion and orient the stars' eye contact and responses, the Looney Tunes and the Monstars positions were played by actors clothed from head to toe in green suits, rendering them invisible when the film was composited. Oh well, I stand corrected. This is what you get for saying stupid stuff without reading the whole thing. So they did have other people there acting like they were the bad guys. Completely green people that Jordan was... So like in the scene where one of them gets an anvil dropped on their head, I guess that it happened to one of these poor guys. The presence on the set of animators and members of Cinesight's visual effects team, working alongside the live-action crew during every second of filming, afforded the filmmakers a remarkable amount of on-the-spot information. At any given time, director Joe Pitka could have a frame of film produced by a thermal printer, and have an on-set animator draw in the appropriate Looney Tune or Monstar. Thermal printer, was that like the 90s equivalent of a 3D printer? Was that what the fuss was all about back then? I don't have a clue what on earth a thermal printer is. Whatever it is, it's something that nobody cares about now. Through this process, the filmmakers were able to see months in advance a rough idea of what the scene would look like. Michael Jordan, Bugs Bunny, Monstars and all. In addition to the on-site work, the animation staff, under co-directors Bruce Smith and Tony Cervone, and animation art director Bill Perkins, were fine-tuning the look of their characters, from the classic figures to the newest additions. Says Cervone, there's going to be like a million different people talking in this. I'm not going to come up with a stupid voice for all of them. There are many versions of the best known anime... Oh, who am I kidding?
There are many versions of the best known animated... There are many versions of the best-known animated characters. If you look at Bugs over the years, you can see that he's evolved many times before becoming the figure we recognize today. We worked very closely with Ivan Reitman to establish the appearance of each Looney Tunes character with the look that we all felt was most appropriate for the movie.
And Smith, the new characters needed to contrast with the Looney Tunes, but to reflect enough of the same style so that they seem to belong in the same movie. And of course now the bunny was a special case, since she needs to fit perfectly into the Looney Tunes group while playing a very modern bunny of the 90s.
A very modern bunny of the 90s. So again, a woman that doesn't make sandwiches, but they still don't actually do anything of substance. Needs to fit perfectly into the group. I'll bet that she didn't fit perfectly into the group. From what I've heard on the internet about this character, nobody likes her, I think. Although I did hear that they haven't got rid of her. She's not dead. She's still apparently popping up in Looney Tunes things. You'd think they would have just ditched her after the movie, but no. I think that she is now part of the cast. I don't know what she does. I don't know if they've given her a personality. But I think she's still there. Art director Perkins also consulted closely with producer Reitman on the colour schemes and palette of Space Jam, explaining... I can't remember who's supposed to be what.
It's easy to see a mood. It's easy to set a mood with colour, especially in animation. I needed to be sure that we conveyed exactly the mood that Ivan, Joe and the other filmmakers thought was right for each sequence. That means the colour, the architecture, the furnishings, the props, everything that a live-action scene uses to establish itself. We had to create for your imaginations and draw. It gave us the freedom to inject humour into many things simply by drawing, shading and colouring them the right way.
When is this going to end? Oh dear. I don't think I knew what kind of beast I was unleashing when I started this. As long as this stupid thing go on. Off-stage locations for the live-action sequences included Blair Field in Long Beach for scenes recreating Jordan's season with the Birmingham Barons baseball team. Crumbs, that's a bad name. And the beautiful Lake Arrowhead Country Club, where Jordan and his publicist Stan play a round of golf with friends Bill Murray and Larry Bird before Michael is sucked into Looney Tunes land by his pal Bugs. Okay, I've got two things to say about that. First of all, I thought they were talking about something that actually happened there. When they're saying that it's recreating Jordan's stuff, I thought like it was also recreating him playing a round of golf with Bill Murray. But the second thing I have to say is that it says he's sucked into Looney Tunes land by his pal Bugs. Were they friends already then? Were they already pals? Or did they just become pals after Bugs kidnapped him and told him he'd never be able to leave again? Because that's what it said up the top. Michael was essentially kidnapped and abducted against his own will. The Los Angeles Sports Arena doubles as both The Hive in Charlotte, North Carolina and Madison Square Garden in New York. Wait, I don't understand what I just read. The Los Angeles Sports Arena doubles as both The Hive in Charlotte, North Carolina and Madison Square Garden in New York. What? I don't understand what that says. During filming at the arena, no fewer than 20 current and past NBA stars took part in the live-action animated baseball scenes. Yes, there was a whole bunch of co-stars. Basketballers in this movie. They don't get named here. I guess Michael Jordan is the only man that matters. A residential neighbourhood in Pasadena served as the exterior of the Jordan residence. So not the actual Michael Jordan house. They couldn't have actually gone to Michael Jordan's actual house to film Michael Jordan's actual house. They had to go to a fake house, naturally. Of course they did. Naturally. I mean, what else would they do? Additional interior sets were built on the Warner Brothers lot. Halftime. The completion of principal photography shifted the focus of the movie to the animation and visual effects production. Warner Brothers Feature Animation and affiliated studios in both the United States, Canada and the United Kingdom worked for approximately 12 additional months, incorporating computer-generated imagery, CGI, traditional cell animation, digital animation techniques and special effects, to create a high-energy, high-resolution rendering of the animated world of the Looney Tunes. Weekly meetings at Reitman's production company included screenings of in-progress film and viewing of animation and storyboards. Reitman worked tirelessly to make sure the Space Jam would be a visual and comedic groundbreaker. And a visual groundbreaker. From what I understood, it did break the ground of visually having the characters thrust their faces right in front of the camera constantly. I remember that was something the Nostalgia Critic complained about. And comedically speaking, I'm not aware of what ground it broke in comedy, but I wouldn't be surprised if they broke the bottom of the barrel looking for jokes to put in this thing. Under his supervision and that of Medjuck, Goldberg, Ron Tipp, Bruce Smith and Tony Savoni, Warner Brothers animators and artists in as many as 10 affiliated studios began drawing and animating the characters in each scene. This was done in the traditional manner with pencil and paper, in both the London and California headquarters of the Space Jam animation crews. Says Tipp, "Our California and London studios communicated many times a day by computer. We also quickly established close communication with our partners, including Ully Mayer Features Limited, Stardust Pictures in London, Character Builders Incorporated in Ohio, Spaff Animation in California, Charles Gamage Animation Incorporated in Canada, and several others. The logistics of completing this project were considerable. How vague. The logistics were considerable. Well, there was a lot of people involved. Hand-drawn layouts were created, cleaned up, and then turned over to background artists, who hand-painted them into background paintings. Rough animation followed the layout phase and was, in turn, followed by assistant animation, where the characters were cleaned up, and effects animation, where shadows, tones, highlights, props, and other non-character elements were animated. The character and effects levels were then scanned and painted digitally. There's a quotation mark there. Oh, it's because Tipp is still talking. Tipp said all this, okay. Among the key participants in this process were co-producer Alison Abate, who oversaw the animation process and scheduling, visual effects producer Helen Elswit, who served as the link between the Space Jam production team and Cinesite, and art director Bill Perkins. Explains Perkins, "We created 2 colour universes for the story. Primary colours for the Looney Tunes, which are the traditional settings, and secondary colours for the Monstars and the Moron Mountain amusement park. All in all, we created between 300 and 400 backgrounds for this movie." Yikes. Excellent. Great. Well, when he says he's created 2 colour universes, I think what they mean is like all of the colours they used for the Looney Tunes characters were from one palette of colours, and all of the colours for the alien world and alien creatures were a different colour palette. Yes? After the animation was complete, the footage was sent via high-speed telecommunication systems, as in 2 kilobytes an hour, to Cinesite, a post-production and special effects subsidiary of Eastman Kodak, for digitally compositing the animation and live-action components and the creation of the computer-generated 3-dimensional visual environments. The animated sequences were digitally scanned and loaded into the Cinean compositing system at Cinesite where the cinnamon son of cinnamon toast swirl bun sinner slash slop lit with the images could be composited with live footage previously loaded to create seamless integration of animated and human characters. Explains Ed Jones, president and founder of Cinesite. Since all of the footage was transformed into digital information, there was no loss of clarity when several layers of animation were added to a live scene or combined with visual effects. This is a giant step forward in making sophisticated animation possible. Jones adds, Warner Brothers gave us characters with plenty of visual comic potential, and the filmmaker's live-action story was played broadly enough to inspire lots of visual humour. It was our job to use the latest in digital technology. Digital technology. It's funny, that's something that's worth saying, but in these modern times of ours, whenever someone says technology, they usually mean digital. All technology these days is digital. You don't hear about analogue technology anymore, do you? But of course technology includes stuff like trains, like Victorian trains, and wheelbarrows and rocks and things. Maybe not rocks, but carts and crop rotation mechanisms, you know. Perhaps we need to take a step back and think about ourselves relative to the past, to remember how relativistically defined we make words appear to be. You know? Well, it doesn't matter whether you know. It was our job to use the latest in digital technology to make the most of the opportunities we were given. The Nerdluck spaceship, for example, was created in 3D, based on a painting created by Warner Brothers Feature Animation and built on a computer using CGI, computer-generated imagery, then dropped into an existing frame of real-life scenery. Next, the atmospheric effects. There's so many things in quotation marks here, they're so uncomfortable about all of these terms they're using. Next, the atmospheric effects, such as shading, dust swirls, texture and other visual fine-tuning. Well, finally at the bottom of this page. Fine-tuning were created using 2D and 3D digital computer effects. Blah blah blah. A scene in which hapless publicist Stan is inflated by the Looney Tunes began with computer cyber scanning of Wayne Knight's face. The scanner translates analog information into digital information, which I think means that it takes like his face. It takes a picture of his face and makes it a photo in a computer that the computer can read, allowing artists to build a 3D model from the results. A 3D computer-generated body was added, then 2D atmosphere was applied. Then the 3D computer face, head and body were modified on the screen to inflate, and the result was dropped into a scene combining digitally created background and a 2D animated setting. We're using so many new techniques here that the final technology in this movie makes the stuff we did at the start of the production obsolete, comments Jones. Big words, Jones. The crowd at the basketball tournament was a combination of traditional animated characters, 3D animated characters, and a crowd of actual people wearing masks. It was computer scanned, and then tone and lighting were manipulated to create a semi-animated look that bridged the two worlds of our live action and animation. The court scene consists of a CGI floor. That's the first time in this article where they haven't specified what CGI stands for. So I'm impressed they're finally at ease with that. Two-dimensional chairs, digitalized computer shading and environment, including smoke, haze and light, a live-action crowd and a real ball and net, all combined onto a single image in the screen. Kiteman and his filmmaking team met with the feature animation and Cinesite crews weekly for review of the completed footage. It wasn't enough for the scenes to be technically perfect, asserts Reitman. They had to further the action without distracting people from the story, and, most important, they had to be entertaining, funny, and true to the characters. I think that was Reitman's voice, wasn't it? Voices, please. Even before animation began, voice artists, Well, they were more full of themselves then than they are now. I'm pretty sure they just call... When they say VA, I think they just mean voice actor. I've not heard anybody talking about a voice artist. Anyway, voice artists were busily recording their dialogue, rather than exclusively employing tradition... What? Okay, this is the start of a sentence, never mind. Rather than exclusively employing traditional voiceover actors, Reitman saw a wide range of talented performers. In particular, actors with comedic and improvisational skills were cast to create energetic, funny characterizations that lived up to the standards set by the legendary Mel Blanc. Yeah, Mel Blanc, who I believe is the man that voiced every single character. Which is pretty stupid. It's pretty lazy of the Looney Tunes construction team to just have one person voicing every character. Like that's a really stupid idea. Like I've never heard of a series or a show where one person voices every single character. That seems like a really stupid idea. But, well. Billy West provided the voice of Bugs Bunny and Elmer Fudd, and D. Bradley Baker voiced Daffy Duck, the Tasmanian Devil, and Bool. Who on earth is Bool? That well-known household name Looney Tunes character, Bool. Bob Bergen created the voices of Bertie, Hubie. Okay, they must be the Monstars. Bool, Bertie, Hubie, Marvin the Martian, Porky Pig, Speedy Gonzales, the one that they don't want anybody to know exists anymore, and Tweety. Sylvester, Yosemite Sam, and Foghorn Leghorn were voiced by Bill Farmer, and finally Kath Such provided the voice of the newly created Lola Bunny. This feels like a kind of random mix-up of actors, but voices rather. It feels like they've just handed these voices willy-nilly to people. Like, how does Tweety sound anything like Marvin the Martian? Oh well. Actor Danny DeVito, who usually performs in front of the camera as an actor, or steps behind it as a producer-director, does he? Danny DeVito directed things, did he? Added another title to his repertoire when he took on the role of the bombastic, sadistic Slackhammer. He recorded his role early in the filming process and was soon followed by numerous voiceover specialists who appeared to supply the voices of the remaining characters. We've really enjoyed blending the classic humour of the Looney Tunes with Michael Jordan's boundless charm and energy, and the latest advances in technological achievement, concludes Ivan Reitman. This movie has been a mix of the old and new that I think is going to add to the ageless appeal of animation as entertainment. Warner Brothers presents an Ivan Reitman / David Falk / Ken Ross production. Michael Jordan and Bugs Bunny and Space Jam, starring Wayne Knight, Teresa... It's just listing all of the credits again at the end. I'm not reading that. Despite that I've read everything else in this massive page, I'm not reading that. We're done here. We're done with the production notes. I hope that the rest of this website isn't quite this big, because I'll be honest, even I wasn't expecting to be here this long. Where's Cam Studio? Get that back again. Cam Studio, you're back on the here. Okay, good. Right, we're back to Jam Central. Remember that? The Jam Central page. Jam! Oh dear. I don't know what happened there. It just occurred to me that I don't know what jam means. Ever since Space Jam came out, I've never known what on earth a jam is. I know that a slam is a slam dunk. Which is when one of the basketballers takes the ball and then jumps up in the air and raises the ball behind their head using both their arms. And then once they reach the net, they just sort of drop the ball into the net dramatically. That's a slam. I don't know what on earth a jam is. I've heard of jamming as like in music. Jamming. I've heard of jam as in the stuff you spread in the bread. But in Britain, jam is a red substance that gets spread on bread. In America, jam is what Britain people call jelly. And in America, what Britain people call jelly is what's called gel-o, I believe. Okay, on to the filmmakers. Oh, crumbs. Oh, jeez, the blooming wheeze. Well, you know what? We've already read everything that anyone should be oh no, I'm not gonna shortchange this website. I'll come back to that. And now, as an intermission to the Space Jam website 1996 action, what better way to celebrate 1990s basketball nonsense than with Delphine Software's 1994 classic Shaq Fu. If you've never heard of this, then, well, it's a 1994 fighting game on the Super Nintendo and the Sega Genesis / Mega Drive, starring Shaquille O'Neal, a basketball man. And it's generally not considered very good. I've never played it. Delphine Software, or Delphine Software, whatever, are the same people that made some equally nondescript early 90s games. Some of which are fondly remembered, I suppose, I imagine, by people who played them back then. But I'm sure that, such as Out of This World, aka Another World, and Flashback. And a later one that's not so well remembered called Heart of Darkness. And I'm sure they're all terrible now. Anyway, this was one of the more, well, equally, actually probably this game's more well known than any of them, but for all of the wrong reasons. Shaquille O'Neal is a fighting man, so let's see what the toe-tapping plot is of this one. Shaquille O'Neal is in Tokyo for undisclosed reasons, and he's observing what stuff there is to see, preparing for his all-star charity game. I like how it's specifically a charity game that he's playing. Got to make him look good. Also, I like the blatant Pepsi logo on the screen there. You might as well get the advertising out there right now, why don't you? And then again, Pepsi's still not done with us, but they've shoved the logo in their faces again. I've never drunk Pepsi in my life. Anyway, we're glossing over the very important and integral plot here. Shaq decided to walk into some martial arts place, and there's a man in there that has had a prophecy that Shaquille O'Neal is going to personally visit him. Yes. And swords? Wait, hang on, let's go back there for a second. Swords, there's a pair of European-looking pirate swords on the top right. There's a Sneeman the Snowman in the top left, whatever that is, above the door. The door that Shaq obviously had to bend over to enter. Look how tall he is. Goodness knows what that big, massive blue thing is on the left. And, well, there's a bunch of other things as well. That snowman's weird, though. What's he doing there?
It's going to be quite a battle, even though it's for charity. Yeah, you got that right, old man.
Anyway, there's some little boy called Nezu that has gone missing, and it's up to the magic one, Shaquille O'Neal himself, to personally save him. Shaq is just as clueless as you'd expect.
Look, old man, I'm headed for my charity all-star basketball game. I don't have time for this nonsense. What's this? No time to explain, go through this portal. Man, do you know who I am? I'm Shaquille O'Neal. I don't want to deal with this nonsense. Just let me...
Why did he even walk in here? Why did he even go into the martial arts place anyway? Oh, whatever. Shaq enters the second world.
Whoa, where am I? Here's the problem. Too many toasters.
And the first thing that he does is find a cat woman who's going to do some serious damage to his body. Fantastic stuff. I'm sure that that's going to happen. Now, Shaquille O'Neal's Shaq Fu, which I don't know if Shaq himself did actually invent his own fighting style, Shaq Fu, but certainly the game named itself that regardless. I don't know what Shaq's fighting martial art involves, But going by this game, it's just a lot of jumping up into the air and attempting to be the one to kick the other person and not them kicking you. Crumbs, what on earth is she doing? Well, she's furious, whatever she's doing. And the nature of the Shaquille O'Neal Shaq Fu fighting game, as you might be noticing, is that it largely revolves around you jumping incredibly floatily and uncontrollably over to the other side of the screen and then trying to hit the enemy. When the characters walk left and right in this game, it looks like they walk really slowly and just uselessly. There's a massive... The sprites are surprisingly small relative to the background, so the only way to actually cover any meaningful distance in this thing is to jump. And when you jump practically the entire length of the screen, and it appears as though you don't really have much of any way to control the slowing down or speeding up or anything. Which would appear to suggest that the controls are really lacking. It's a fighting game where you've got pretty much little to no control over the characters. Certainly very fluid animations though. Look at them fluiding around the place. That Catwoman Kaori firing a not sonic boom. It's a lot of animation there. Just like on Another World and those other games that this company made. So they'd mastered the animation craft. Look at Shaq's face at the top left. That's what I've got no idea what Shaquille O'Neal sounds like in real life. I'm going to guess that what the voice I just randomly gave him is nothing like him. What's this? I'm free. Get back here. Shaq, by smashing the Catwoman's face in twice, that releases her from Set Raz Mind Control. Mind Control Ring. Nezu's on Tombstone Island. And got to go through Set Raz Loyal Army. Is that blood on her the left sleeve there? There's like a giant cut in her, but I think it's just her flesh. So no harm done. Shaq has not murdered anybody. It's a family-friendly game. He was going to an all-star charity basketball game, just to make it clear, I guess, just to make it clear that Shaq would not murder everybody. They wanted to just establish at the start that Shaq is not a violent sociopath. He's not just going around beating people senseless. He plays charity basketball games. This is like an early... He's fighting Aladdin now. This is like an early version of those... The celebrity versions of game shows that you get all over the place these days, since like the year 2000 or so. Every time there's a celebrity game show or thing like that, the prize, without fail, is a gift, donation to charity. Whatever celebrity wins gets 10,000 currencies sent to the charity of their choice to make them look good. Despite the fact that on these celebrity versions of anything, the celebrities have inevitably been paid to come on the show in the first place, which to me kind of undermines any sense of meaning to the charity donation stuff. But oh well, at least they tried, huh? So this is the 1994 version of that. Shaq's video game. He's going to a charity basketball event. I think there's a Michael Jordan Super Nintendo game as well called Michael Jordan's Chaos in the Windy City. Which, I mean, it made a lot more sense to have chosen that as the intermediate thing here, but let's be honest, I think this is more relevant. And the Windy City, when I first heard of that, I thought that it was a fantasy world, fantasy Windy City, like he goes to a city in a windy wind place in a mysterious magical land. But no, I've discovered that the Windy City is just one of the 6 billion nicknames for New York, apparently, because as we all know, everything in America is New York. Well, as I've been discovering, at least, everywhere in America is New York. It's all New York, and the Windy City is one of those places. Aladdin's been defeated. I'll whisper it in your ear after I slap you silly. That's a really... that's both creepy and stupid sounding. Basketball. Why does this game exist? Why is there a Shaquille O'Neal fighting game? Oh, I believe they used the sprites of... Oh, wait a minute, hang on. There was a Shaq Fu RPG, of all things, many years ago in RPG Maker 2000, where Michael Jackson teamed up with... where Shaquille O'Neal teamed up with Michael Jackson and went back to the second world for some reason or other. And I believe that a sequel has finally been made of that in recent years, actually. I found a YouTube video of it. I've not played that, though. I don't know what Michael Jackson had to do with anything. I guess it's close to Michael Jordan. Maybe the powers that be got confused and picked the wrong MJ. Michael J. That's believable. Anyway, Michael Jordan's Chaos in the Windy City is... I wouldn't be surprised if there was a shoehorned in mention of the all-charity basketball game somewhere in there. Just like Shaquille O'Neal. And I think that All-Star Basket charity balls. Shaquille O'Neal. Your courage is praiseworthy, but beware the beast. He is as lethal as he is ugly. You didn't even tell him where Nezu is. Oh, somewhere in the second world, Beast brings his skeleton soldiers to life. Okay. Good. I feel like there was a more complicated plot to this game that just didn't really get fully explored. I don't believe those skeleton soldier things ever get referenced again. Magic, and there was a Sega Mega Drive. There was a Sega Mega Drive, a Super Nintendo. Jack! There was a Sega Mega Drive version of this game which from what I've seen is about twice as long as the Super Nintendo version. They put in a lot more characters. I don't know why that happened. One of those rare cases where there was the Super Nintendo and the Sega version of the same game, and the Sega one was actually better. It was pretty rare when that happened, and it's pretty sad that it also happened. That the game that it happened for was Shaq Fu of all things. You're not exactly getting a great deal either way, whatever console you buy this thing for. But the Shaq is not looking very happy about what's happening in the top left corner. I think Shaq's losing it. I wonder if Shaq made an appearance in Space Jam. I wouldn't know because, as I've said, I've never watched the movie. The Space Jam website didn't give me any kind of desire to watch the Space Jam movie. I've got no nostalgia for it or anything like that. But while you're watching Shaq mercilessly slaughtering a woman, we might as well have a look online and see... well, I might as well have a look online while you watch, again, Shaq slaughtering a woman. See if there is any... See if I was right about this thing about there being a Space Jam remake thing, something like that. Let's see then. Space Jam... Well, Wikipedia should probably be... Oh dear! Space Jam 37% in Rotten Tomatoes. As much as this movie looks like it was probably pretty bad to me, I thought that it was still liked. I thought people liked it. I didn't think it had gone down. I thought it was considered a good movie. A canonically good movie, but I guess not. That's Rotten Tomatoes' verdict. Although I see that IMDb got given it a 7 out of 10, which is considerably better. Although by video game magazine standards, that's still awful. Well, video game reviewing standards, I should say. That's just, it's dead. Sequel, here we go. In February 2014, Warner Brothers announced a potential sequel set to star LeBron James. Okay, is he the current Michael Jordan? Charlie, well, I've heard that name before, so he probably is. Charlie Ebersol was set to produce with a script by his brother Willie. Representatives of James denied the claim that he would be involved. In May 2014, James was quoted as saying, "I've always loved Space Jam. It was one of my favourite movies growing up. If I have the opportunity, it will be great." In July 2015, James and his production company Spring Hill Entertainment signed a deal with Warner Brothers for television, movies and digital content after receiving positive reviews for his acting role in Trainwreck. On May 2nd, 2016, Justin Lin was said to be in talks to direct the sequel, co-writing the screenplay with Andrew Dodge and Alfredo Botello. In August 2016, the Sneaker Bar Detroit company said that the movie is still in the works. On November 2016, the film's anniversary, November 15th, 2016, a teaser trailer in the form of a Nike advertisement was released on Twitter under #MonstersBack. On December 1st, 2016, Bugs Bunny and the Monsters returned in a Foot Locker commercial. So again, it's back to the stupid shoes, just like the original movie. The original movie was just made to advertise shoes, of all things. And it looks like that's exactly the same thing they're doing with this one. In a November 2016 interview with Mr. Wavy, Space Jam director Joe Pytka, there's that name, I know him well, revealed that following the first film's success, he had been pitched a really weird idea for a sequel that would have starred pro golfer Tiger Woods, with Jordan in a smaller role. Oh, I would have liked to have seen that. Pytka explained how the idea came from an out-of-studio script conference, with people who worked on the original film allegedly involved. Ultimately, nothing materialised from the idea, and that is one of the world's deepest tragedies, frankly. A Tiger Woods version of Space Jam, a golf Space Jam. What would they have done? Producer Ivan Reitman, also that's what he was, Ivan Reitman was the producer, participated in a similar interview with Mr. Wavy, also in November 2016, in which he also revealed an idea he had for a sequel, though his sequel would have starred Jordan. Yeah, well, your sequel would have been pants, Reitman. The Tiger Woods one would have been much better. Well, I'm sad that the Tiger Woods Space Jam 2 was scrapped, but it looks like there's still hope for this other sequel that's been in the works for a few years. The last that's been heard of that was last year. They made a teaser trailer. So I guess Space Jam 2 is a legitimate possibility. It's just hard to believe. But it's certainly going to be inferior to this Tiger Woods one. That's for certain. What would the Tiger Woods one have been? Tiger Woods, a bunch of another bunch of aliens from another planet come to Earth, and maybe instead of it doesn't say. I suppose there's nothing about the concept of Space Jam that means it has to be the Looney Tunes. Maybe it would have been the Mickey Mouse and Friends that would have teamed up with Tiger Woods to beat golfing champions. Tiger Woods would have had to go into space with Mickey Mouse and Donald Duck and the rest of them, and smash a bunch of golf balls about some really low gravity space golf courses. Or maybe it would have been like the Tingle from Legend of Zelda. The second Tingle DS game, where it was a dating simulation. Maybe it's all about Tiger Woods going on having a variety of loving relationships with women, and the plot was about him running away from his enraged wife after him with a golf club. Again, that probably would have made for a better movie than the original Space Jam. Probably would have made it for a better movie than most movies that have ever been made. There should have been a Shaq Fu movie. That should have happened. It didn't happen. There was a Shaquille O'Neal movie though. I don't know any more about Shaquille O'Neal than anybody else, not any of these basketballers, but I know that he had a movie where he was a genie, and he was a genie, A rapping genie. He did rapping. Anyway, in all that time we've been talking about Space Jam 2, I see that the mummy Setra has his grave lid's come off, but he was still just lying there. And now Shaq is ready to take him on for whatever reason on the Pyramid Tombstone Island. I am Setra, you should never have come this far. After I something, you'll something. Well, we'll see. Well, we'll see about that, Setra. Nobody messes with little boys. And nobody messes with my all-star charity basketball game. You're responsible for me getting stuck in here. I'm gonna knock you senseless till you let me get to the all-star charity basketball game. What was the... Why did this mummy take this boy anyway? What exactly was he going to get out of that whole thing? I don't think that he thought this through at all. I think the old nameless man in the introduction said the boy had magical powers, didn't he? So the mummy wants his magic to create the best ice cream truck in the world. That's what he wants. He wants to have the best ice cream selling vehicle on the planet. Setra's got a really shoddy, well, it's not bad, but it's it's an average quality ice cream truck. If he wants to go and try driving around selling ice cream to people, it's not gonna be impressing anybody. It's got one of those really loud and obnoxious speakers coming out of it. It's playing the Popeye theme tune. Nobody cares about that. He wants to get a souped up brand new ice cream truck that plays a One Direction song in decent quality, and he wants to sell ice cream with that. That's the plot. I'm sure that's what it said in the manual, that it's neglected to say here. Alright, Shaq, come on, there's just one round left. Final round. With some mummy. I never understood why mummies are... Well, I didn't not understood, I never really cared, but... Mummies are considered one of the classic monster characters like Frankenstein and Dracula. Mummies are always in there. But mummies, they're just a pile of bandages. All they can do is just walk around slowly with their arms in front of their faces. They're not really menacing, are they? And it's not like zombies. It's not like modern zombies anyway, where there's a billion of the things shambling about. They're gonna overpower you in crowds. Mummies are usually it's just a mummy. Just shambling along. You can easily escape a mummy. So, yeah, nobody's frightened of you, mummy. Look at his face in the top right. He's so sad. And Shaq, as usual, is going, he's not doing that. He's not David McDavidson. And Shaq's going, boo! He's not happy with any of this. Well, that's the end of the game. And the Sega version would have had about 5 more battles in it, including one with Nezu himself, the little boy. He shows up in the Sega one. Why would they have done that? Why would they do that? Why would they have 2 different versions of the game at the same time, and one of them's just much more stuff in it? Well, Nezu appears for the first time of the entire game in the ending. He's even got to say that he's him because the player hasn't seen him.
Sorry I'm late, boys. Let's just say I had to fight some traffic to get here.
And then everyone laughs and the screen fades to black. Or does it? Actually doesn't, because I know what's coming. Yeah, it wasn't the end. Turns out that beast thing is just predicting Space Jam, really. He's come into this world and then he wants to play basketball. Maybe Space Jam got its inspiration from Shaq Fu's ending sequence. We'll never know, do we? I just remembered that something else that I don't know why I've not brought up yet in all this playthrough was that in the early 2000s, the Shaq Fu Game FAQs message board was drenched with a bunch of crazy Shaquille O'Neal cultists talking about Shaq-gasms and worshipping Shaquille O'Neal himself and all sorts of weird stuff like that. I guessed it was a joke, but there was some messed up stuff there. That was also where I got the link to the Shaq Fu RPG back in the early 2000s as well. I had some fun with that. Where again he teams up with Michael Jackson to do something. I guess that Kaori was the Shaq Fu equivalent of Lola Bunny. She was the woman, and she was a cat, so she was an animal. Yeah, she's pretty much the same. No, wait, no, hang on. There was another woman in this game, wasn't there? There was that voodoo woman. A rare 90s fighting game with more than one woman. A rare 90s anything with more than one woman. Well, I suppose the mummy could have been a woman, you never know. Very presumptuous of me to assume that he's not a woman. It's just a bunch of bandages, there could be anything under there. Well, will we ever know what's under there? Well, we might actually, because I was just looking up, when I was looking up to get this video that I stole off YouTube, because I never play any of these things myself. I did notice there was a Shaq Fu revival game. Let's see if I can find it actually. Let's see now. Let's go back on that page. Shaq Fu: A Legend Reborn. Oh, it's on the Switch. Oh, crumbs. So it really does exist? Wait a minute. Oh, what is this? Oh yeah, there certainly was. If it's not been made, it certainly was in development. The new Shaq Fu. 3 months ago, the official trailer. Yeah, okay, there you go. Then somebody decided to remake this game. So in conclusion, then, how bad is Shaq Fu? Well, I can't actually say because I've never played it. The controls certainly look like you've got very little control over the characters. And even past that, it doesn't look especially interesting to play. But I suspect, as with most things, that it probably wasn't actually that bad, really. Its reputation's probably not really justified. It's probably not much worse than all of the other 90s beat-em-ups of the time, fighting games. Let's go to the photos from the film page. Thanks to the miracle of computers, live action and animation appear together on the big screen like never before. Here's a preview on your screen. Click on any of the photos to get a full size, full colour, internet quality still. Internet quality, let's see what that means exactly. Yeah, that's an internet quality still if I ever saw one. Bugs and Michael share a water bottle. Next. Bugs and Daffy creep around Michael Jordan's house. I see the shadows back there. That's a bed. So, okay. The Toon Squad sizes up the competition. Yeah, it sure looks like that's what they're doing in this photo. Yep. Michael Jordan recovers from a bump on the head with a new twist on some classic animation. The new twist being there's a classic animation and also Michael Jordan. You know, I've never liked it when people blow their own trumpets about stuff they're doing that's new like this. It just ends up looking lame to me. when you try using language about combining classical things with new things, and then I look at it and I see, oh, they just shoved Michael Jordan in a picture of stuff spinning around your head. I don't know. I feel like it doesn't deserve the fancy language, that's all. I feel like whenever anything's described with fancy language, I always expect it to be better than it turns out to actually be. I'd rather they just didn't describe it at all. Michael Jordan sits helplessly as Bugs soliloquizes with a skull. I'll bet that he said, alas, poor Yorick, I knew him well, and not the actual line in the play, which was something else. I forget what though. Alas, poor Yorick, I knew him, Horatio, I think. Bet that's what he said. Bugs lends a hand to Michael Jordan's kids. Internet quality. Look at these photos. They're internet quality. It's what? It's 1/20th the size of the screen. Internet quality. I just love that they made a word up to describe it. Hey, what? I didn't get to see that one at the bottom. They didn't show that when I... Look at that. I was cycling through the photos, clicking next. Oh, wait, there's even more that I didn't see. Look at these. There's... Got that one. Michael and the rest of the Toon Squad face their opponents. Oh no, hang on. Wait a minute. Oh, excuse me. Well, that's a different photograph of this one right here. Of course, they've got two photos. This is the Toon Squad sizes up the competition, where they're all looking up there. Michael Jordan's facing them. Michael Jordan. And then there's this one, which is pretty much the same one. And it even says pretty much the same thing. Daffy gives Michael a quick checkup. Well, I like the look of Michael's face there. I'll bet that's the best acting he does in the entire movie. Or maybe he's a good actor, I don't know. Michael Jordan's daughter is awakened by animated intruders. I mean, every time it's brought up, like, the Looney Tunes creeping around his house and talking to his children, I was wanting to say there's something creepy about this. And yeah, this looks like a scene from Poltergeist or something. Not that I've seen Poltergeist, but... Okay, now was that... I was going to ask, was that... Wait a minute. Again, I click next and it takes me back to the start. I was going to ask, is that actually a, like... Was that actually a photo from 2 seconds later than the original one? And it says Bugs and Michael are drinking with a bottle instead of that. But no, that is the first one. But there is a photo down here that it didn't take me to. Jordan runs down the court as animated characters and the crowd watch the game behind him. Space Jam website. Somebody get on this website and fix it. Because this photo here is not part of the list of... It's not part of the forwards and backwards things. Somebody fix that already. Oh no! Transfer interrupted. Well, who interrupted it exactly? Who's interrupting the transfers on the Space Jam website? Thumbs. I guess there's somebody that's still hanging around this website, messing with the stuff. Maybe it's a ghost. Maybe it's an internet ghost. This website's been around for 20 years. It might be haunted. I bet, you know what? I wouldn't have laughed. There maybe is a creepypasta about this. Here I am laughing. In this day and age of ours, there might well be a Space Jam website haunted ghost story. Like the Slender Man is lurking somewhere in this website. Well, maybe I'll bump into him. Maybe there's a screamer on this thing. Okay, the trailer. Oh, this will be good.
The jamminest 2 minutes of trailer time that ever hit a theater. It's 7.5 megs. It's quick time, and it's worth it. Click the graphic to download.
Aye aye, Captain. Now, in 1996, this probably would have taken 20 minutes plus to download. And I'm not even exaggerating, but it took us less. Right, before I even watch this, just look, what are we seeing here? Look at this. This is the trailer window. But it's so easy to laugh at these things. But it really is true what the grown-ups say, kids. It made sense at the time. People accepted the stuff. People accepted the stuff because it was all that there was. When all you've got is a stick You enjoy a stick. And when you don't know anything better, when nobody in the world knows anything better, you're happy with what you've got. I'm sure that the Middle Ages kids, or the Tudor kids, or Victorian kids, or whatever they were, that ran around with a tyre holding a stick to it, enjoyed that tremendously, because they didn't know that you could be playing Super Mario Brothers instead. Now, if they had known you could be playing Super Mario Brothers instead, they'd probably suddenly be tremendously dissatisfied with the stick and the wheel. But when you're not that, you don't. I've learned that in life, actually. It's like I don't drink, and I never have. And because of that, I don't feel the need to do so either. And you might think that sounds quite sad, and maybe it is. But at the same time, I'm quite pleased that I don't feel any desire to spend a fortune drinking alcohol, when I could just not do that and be equally satisfied. You know? Maybe there's something to be said for just actually not bothering to try new things and just being satisfied with what you've got, because you will be satisfied with what you've got. Unless your instincts start to turn against you. But if that doesn't happen, you'll be fine. Anyway, alright, let's shut up and watch the trailer.
A sinister force prepares an invasion, and all that stands between the world and disaster
you were expecting maybe the Easter Bunny?
is a rabbit.
No, I was expecting the Addams Family.
A dog. And a bull. Not that bull.
Smile, okay?
This bull. What kind of camera is that?
Oh, did you hear that?
What's going on here?
I thought you'd never ask. Don't move a muscle. You see, these aliens come from outer space. They want to make us slaves, so we challenge them to a basketball game.
You heard of the Dream Team? Well, we're the Mean Team.
What I'm trying to say is, we need your help!
Perhaps I could be of some assistance. On November 15th, get ready to run. The Monstars stole the talent from the NBA players. Get ready to slam.
Dude!
5 NBA players all suffering from the same mysterious ailment. Get ready to jam. But what if we win? Forgive me. Warner Brothers. How about we go out and kick some alien butt, huh? Invites you. Ready? To enter a world beyond any you've ever imagined. Hey, what's it?
Nice fun!
Michael Jordan, Bugs Bunny, and the best of the NBA. Doc, you go to the home field and dominate. We'll be on defense.
Oh, yeah.
Whoa, I don't play defense. Space Jam, an Ivan Reitman comedy of epic proportions.
I love basketball. Try your best in everything you do.
Only in theaters November 15th. Directed by Joe Ditka.
Was that a trailer or what? I was quite disturbed to realise that I recognise all the names in that credits list that they were saying, because I've just been spending half an hour reading them out on that page. But anyway, that was the trailer. I don't know how much of that you were able to see with that microscopic screen. And the frame rate wasn't the best thing on the planet either, but that's what you get in 1996. I got one thing to say about that trailer. Did anybody notice the gag where the bits where the music stops and somebody says something that's not funny at all, but it was meant to be funny, and then the music starts up again? I thought that was a much more modern thing, but it's happening in Space Jam, the trailer. The Space Jam trailer proves that it at least had something like that happening in the 90s as well. I find that interesting. What else? Yeah, I've got nothing else to say about that. That was the Space Jam trailer. And while you're here, you might also want to check out some of the other clips from the Space Jam featurette, including interviews with producer Ivan Reitman. I've got a feeling I'm going to be getting very closely acquainted with Ivan Reitman's name before I'm finished with this website. Click on the pictures to download QuickTime movie clips. Again, I'm going to come back to this later. I don't know why I bother trying to impose any kind of structure on anything I do. It all just falls to pieces. I'm just going to randomly jog through this website, and I will come back to everything that I've missed and cover it eventually, but I'm not going to approach this in a systematic fashion. Because this is the 90s, you don't do anything by the book, you've got to be edgy and extreme and stuff like that. Planet B-Ball. All this stuff to click. This reminds me, all this like goofy looking late 90s Microsoft PowerPoint word art text is reminding me of an old PC game I had called The Mind Gym. A British PC mind expanding game, I guess. I don't know what you'd call it. It was a pile of garbage, but I enjoyed it as a child. Maybe I'll bring that, maybe I'll do a series on that at some point. Not that anybody would watch it, but anyway. Let's get back to the space. The space cube! Let's skip Planet B-Ball and go to Lunar Tunes. Lunar Tunes. When you've got the world's greatest basketball superstars and the world's greatest cartoon characters facing off against space aliens, you can't skimp on the jams. And sure enough, Warner Sunset / Atlantic Records Space Jam music from the motion... Oh, sorry. Warner Sunset / Atlantic Records Space Jam music from the motion picture is one of the most powerful collections in the universe. I just feel humbled by that. That's just such a powerful statement. I need to regain my composure just before I go up to the Link's picture here and try to figure out what on earth the words even say in this 1996 image. Can we zoom in on this? We can, and look what it does to the screen. I try to zoom in now. Oh crumbs! Hey, the star background thing looks better when you do this. Oh dear. What's this say? Airwaves. Okay, I see that. Airwaves. Here's a list of some radio stations currently playing the first single from the Space Jam soundtrack, Seal, Fly Like an Eagle. Check back here for an up-to-date list of where to listen when you're offline. Okay, if you want to listen to the first single from the Space Jam soundtrack specifically, then, well, if you want to listen to the first single specifically from the Space Jam soundtrack in 1996, then get in your 1996 Hoadlock convertible BMW whatever cars they had back then. Much like with Shavers, it was probably was slightly less technically good than the modern ones, despite the fact they've gone through 70 different models of the thing since then. And then turn on your 1990s radio, turn on your 1990s physical knob that you had to turn around to the side to make an arrow, probably make a little arrow thing move over to the side as well, to the frequency level that you were trying to reach, and then listen to one of these babies here. I find this an interesting list though. It looks like the radio stations got text described by letters: KPLZ, KFMB. In Britain, when you want to dial into a radio station, it's a number. Like 97.3, I remember, was the name of the music station in Edinburgh that kept playing techno music at night, which I didn't like as a child. It was always with the techno music in the evenings. Well, you can dial into these. Okay. Movie soundtrack. Soundtrack by Warner Sunset and Atlantic Records. Special limited time Space Jam offer. Special limited time. Click on any of the names below for music samples. What's the special offer? The fine folks at J&R Music World are making Space Jam, music from and inspired by the motion picture. Alright, that's a separate name, a separate and equally needlessly long name from the one that was given in that radio page, which was, let's see, Space... No, it wasn't that. Where is it? Space Jam music from the motion picture. This is Space Jam music from and inspired by the motion picture. I really hope those are two separate things, because that would be incredibly stupid. Available to web surfers at special low price, $12.99 for a CD. That sounds like a pretty high price to me. That sounds like a lot of money to be paying even now. Let alone 1996, 21 years ago. Without factoring in inflation. Taking into account price inflation, that would probably be like $25 now. Who on earth would pay that for the Space Jam soundtrack? Especially since you can get it on Barclay's Shut Up and Jam Guide anyway. Or indeed YouTube, I'd imagine. Order now and you'll also receive a limited edition bonus poster featuring Michael Jordan and Bugs Bunny. Wonder if anyone has that. Anybody out there still got that thing? Call J&R Music World at that number that, like, I could call for fun. Have some kind of amusing joke, but I won't do it because it's probably something creepy now. To find out where Space Jam is playing in your area, check out Movie Link. Let's click that button. Click the button. Where's it going to take us? Where are we going to go? Open a new tab, because it didn't seem to do anything. Movielink.com. Waiting for... I'm not expecting anything to come, but let's give it a chance. Never know. I don't think anything's going to happen. That's the Seal. Seal follows his sensational 1995 soundtrack performance A Kiss from a Rose, Batman Forever, with this cover of the classic Steve Miller band hit Fly Like an Eagle, so he just sang someone else's song for this movie. Seal produced the track himself, with none other than D'Angelo guesting on records. Oh, look at that. That Movie Link page can't be displayed. It doesn't exist, clearly. Now then, here's a question. What's the 1996 internet WAV file of Fly Like an Eagle going to sound like? Why don't we find out? Is this going to be 10 seconds long? It's not going to be the actual song, is it? They don't want you downloading the full song. They want you to pay money to buy the $12.99 soundtrack. I've clicked the WAV thing, and nothing seems to be happening. Maybe if I save it? Let's try saving. What's going on here? Uh-oh. Oh, finally. Okay. Let's put it in the music folder. Fly Like an Eagle. All one... Did you see that? All one word. Fly Like an Eagle. Couldn't be downloaded. You shut your face. You'll download that and you'll like it. You shut your face. Resuming. Don't give me that. Microsoft wasted Space Explorer. Couldn't. Alright, fine. I guess these stupid files aren't available anymore, but I don't have Real Audio 2.0 or 2.3. Jeez Louise. Coolio. Seal. Fly Like an Eagle. Click for Seal, please. Coolio, the winner. Coolio, the winner! Hoppla! Hee hee! Hoo hoo! Ha ha! Wah! Mamma mia! 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 Okay, none of this nonsense can be downloaded apparently. Given you all that I've got. Upside down. For you I will. I found my smile again. Hit 'em high. But... Oh, I've heard of Busta Rhymes, but I don't know who they are, but I've heard of them. I Believe I Can Fly. Was that song written for this movie? I hope it was. I hope it was written for this stupid movie. Quad City DJs. Space Jam from Quadra Sound Big Beat Atlantic Records recording group. Quadra whatever. CC Lemonhead, Orange and Johnny, J-Ski. Woot. This is life. We'll be back to that later to see the rest of it. Space Jam Arena. See that up there on the top right, Space Jam Arena? For some reason I can't click that. The Space Jam website looks like it's got a broken link. Either that or they never got round to putting that up. Which is possible. Because this website's already got more content than I would ever have expected Space Jam to have. Jump Station. Cool links and hijinks. Click above to find out more about our sponsors, our wonderful sponsors, and the various hip sites that make WB Online the jamming place that it is. I'm amused at how the 57-year-old tie-wearing business executive that presumably wrote all of this text, and their attempt to sound hip with the kids by saying words like hip, and jamming, and indeed cool. Cool is a word that never ages for some reason. Cool just seems to, as much as every other word that young people use comes and goes, like they drop like flies and get replaced with other flies, the word cool for some reason just seems to stick with us like a sticky substance. I don't know why, I don't know what it is about cool, but the kids just never drop that one. Cool is always there. It's lingering like a festering boil that just won't go away. Anyway, links. Can you even tell what you're supposed to be able to click on in this picture? Because, well, I can actually, but it's not as obvious, it's not as intuitive as a modern website would have. Oh, whoa. I like this. That's some nice colours. Basketball links, the NBA homepage, well these will still exist. The latest NBA news on Yahoo, no less. Yeah, I'm not surprised that doesn't exist. Oh, okay, no. And NCAA men's, again Yahoo. Sports.yahoo. Oh, it's taken a while. No. Wait a minute. Can't be displayed in the frame. Oh, maybe it just needs to open somewhere else. Oh, look at me. Look whose egg has been put on somebody's face. It's, don't know whose egg it was, but it's my face that has been put on. Because there it is, there's the NB... Oh, what have I done? I should have clicked the X immediately. Now it's just going to be nothing but adverts. No! No! Yahoo Cup, get away! Oh, brother. How do I get this waste of space fig off of my computer? It's not closing, can I at least minimize... Oh, there, I can minimise it, good. We're saved. Oh no, did it just try to pop itself back up again? Back to links, okay. The Journal of Basketball Studies? Are you bloomin' kidding me? A scientific journal on basketball? Well, I hope this still exists, because this is just too priceless. The science of basketball. Come, maybe they weren't just talking nonsense about... Maybe when they said that Michael Jordan was a genius, basketball genius, they bloomin' meant it. There literally is a scientific field of inquiry for basketball. I really got to stop making fun of people because, geez Louise, I think that Mr. Professor Jordan might well have published his own paper in that journal. But, well, sadly it's not around anymore. C. Mrs. Funk B. Baldino is not available for comment anymore. That's a sad, tragic in and of itself. I was just reviewing the previous footage of this very worthwhile Space Jam 1996 website exploration series that I'm doing, and I just happened to... my eyes just happened to fall upon the Warner Brothers website section where there was another advert at the bottom for Wonder Woman, and I just noticed in it that something that I was aware of about Wonder Woman is that she's got bracelets on her. She's got small bracelets around both of her hands, or wrists rather, which can deflect bullets and, I guess, whatever kind of unpleasant object wants to come towards her to hurt her, and she defends them with those. And I understand this is something that continues to be played straight. I believe this is... I don't know anything about it, but I believe this is something that continues to be played straight with Wonder Woman. She uses these things to block nasty projectiles. Well, when to me, all it does is beg. When to me... And the only thing I can think when I see this is what happens if there are more than 2 people firing bullets at her at the same time? How on earth does that help with that? Now, I'm sure that, like, after the 80 plus years, or however long it's been that Wonder Woman has existed, I'm sure that they've come up with I'm sure that they've come up with an explanation for this, and I'm sure that they're really proud of it, like it's really clever. But whatever on earth it is, I'm going to say it now, it's going to be stupid. I don't know what their explanation is for how she can possibly use her 2 tiny little bracelets to block 60 million machine gun bullets coming at her, but it's going to be really stupid whatever it is. Now then, now that, let's see, let's go back to the Space Jam website about the links. And we were just trickling down. We've just finished with the Journal of Basketball Studies, which sadly is a broken link now. So that journal is probably defunct. For some weird reason they've stopped performing scientific research into basketball. So the rest of this just looks like a bunch of normal basketball websites talking basketball. Basketball around the world. Animation links. I think we'll keep this largely to the internal to the website itself, although I am intrigued by the Looney Tunes karaoke. I'd like to see what that is, if it still exists. It's linking to kids.warnerbrothers.com/karaoke. So that's not an archive, which makes me suspect it doesn't exist anymore. If it does exist, I really hope it's still the 1996 karaoke software, and it's not some modern smartphone friendly one that's got like scrolls around and it loads the list of the songs as you scroll down it, instead of loading them all at once, and looking good and smooth and generally worth looking at and using, because I don't want anything to do with that sort of nonsense. I want something big and clunky and worthless from the 90s. It's not working. This link is not going to take us anywhere. DNS... What on earth? I've never seen this error before. Error 1001. DNS resolution error. You've requested a page on a website that is on the Cloudflare network. Cloudflare is currently unable to resolve your requested domain. Crumbs. I've got to hand it to the Space Jam website. They've given me an error that I've never seen in my 15 years of using Internet Explorer. It's a good job, Space Jam website. That's a legitimate accolade they've got to their belt. It's because I did this series that I saw that error. It was error 1001, not error 400. So that's one other error that exists besides just error 404. I used to think that there was just... So there's more than 404 errors apparently. There's at least 1001 errors, and yet nobody's ever seen more than 2 of those errors, which are of course 404 and 1001. Where on earth is error 56 or 103? Has anybody seen these? Other links. Hang on, what? Why are there 2 separate links? Well, there are. It's the 90s. Click over to these sites for more info on the Looney Tunes, Space Jam and other groovy Warner Brothers movies. There's that 57-year-old business executive creeping in again. I'm not aware that Groovy's made another comeback even to this day, but it will. Groovy will be back at some point. They always are. They always are. We'll have Zounds and Gadzooks and stuff like that back soon. Just you watch. Gadzooks. Jeez Louise. Warner Brothers this, Warner Brothers that. More info on the making of Space Jam. That's an external link. Warner Brothers Virtual Lot. I don't think that link's working. So that's us for the links. Is that... yeah, the jump station. Oh, I see. The jump station jumps us to different links. Different places on the internet. Now we're heading to Warner Studio Store. Or Store, is it? Oh, this is going to be dead for sure. I doubt that we can buy anything pertaining to Space Jam anymore from the Warner Brothers. I'd be surprised if we can. No, this isn't loading. But alright, I think it's about time to go back to Space Jam. Oh.
Time for some chaos in the Windy City, man. Chaos in the Windy City. Yeah, chaos in the Windy City.
As I've said, I decided Shaq Fu wasn't enough. Of course, it's Michael Jordan's movie, so we had to do a Michael Jordan video game as well. And what better Michael Jordan video game than the only Michael Jordan video game that I'm aware exists, Michael Jordan Chaos in the Windy City. But as I'm saying that, I've not bothered to check. Let's look up and see if there are Michael Jordan video games other than this one. So Michael Jordan video games on YouTube. Michael Jordan Evolution in video games, holy smokes. Oh, well, yeah, the evolution in video games, but I can see from the games below that it's all NBA 2017. It's the basketball equivalent of what's his face, John Madden's football 75th version of the same blooming game. So Michael Jordan Chaos in the Windy City. Oh, of course there's the Space Jam game. I don't know why. I knew that existed actually, but well, stuff the Space Jam game. Michael Jordan Chaos in the Windy City. Well, unless we do the Space Jam game later, which is possible. And I could do Charles Barkley's Shut Up and Jam and the Gaiden, but well, no. So, Michael Jordan Chaos in the Windy City, yes. As I mentioned before, I thought the Windy City was a mysterious, mystical place and not just a nickname for New York. But it is just a nickname for New York, apparently. He doesn't go to a different world and go to actually what would really be a pretty generically named place in a fantasy world. So maybe it's just as well, it's just New York. Is New York known for wind? Is wind a big iconic aspect of New York City? There's a lot of wind. In fact, I would have thought, because New York City, since New York City is just a bunch of concrete blocks basically high into the sky, and I thought that would protect you from the wind. But I guess not. Right, EA, Electronic Arts, that's their old ancient logo. Goodness knows what the cube, the circle, and the cube, sphere and cone are supposed to be. But they're supposed to be something, apparently. So let's have a look at Michael Jordan's Windy Chaos City. Let's see what it's about. Maybe it's not so bad. I've never played this game. It could be decent. It's easy to forget in our modern cynical times, but there was a time in the late 80s and the 90s, the early to mid 90s I suppose, where licensed games could be good. Sometimes they were made by big famous video game companies like Capcom and Konami. But then at some point the companies that made the cartoons and the TV shows decided, you know what, it's a really bad idea to get really good game companies to make our games. So instead of that, let's get people who can't make video games to make them. And let's give them really tight deadlines that they can't possibly produce a quality product within. That was the expert business strategy that they came up with. I'm sure that it aligned better with their core competencies and leveraged the markets more effectively and stuff involving the word leverage and alignment and stuff to that nature. But this was a more innocent time before that breakthrough business decision was made, and Michael Jordan might be decent. Now it appears as though we've got some kind of animated introduction sequence for this. It's a windy day in Chicago. Oh wait, did I get it wrong? Is it not New York? Alright, why don't I do research on these things before I do anything? Let's have a look. Windy City. The Windy City. What is the Windy City? Windy City is Chicago, but I'll bet blooming Chicago is in New York. I'll bet it is. As I've said this before, everything in America is in New York, and I'm going to find out if that's true. Chicago I'm not seeing New York mentioned anywhere in the Wikipedia article. Oh, there's 24 matches for New York. Let's see, demographics, New York economy. Alright, fine, it's obviously not part of New York. For once there's a place that exists. For once there's a famous place in America that isn't just subsumed by New York City. So alright, fine. I was wrong. The Windy City is Chicago. I'm sure that to Americans, it's, well, I'm guessing that Michael Jordan came from Chicago and that his team was based in Chicago. I don't know if American football works the same way as British sports, wait, British, hang on, wait, I was going to say, well, I don't know if American football or American basketball is played the same way as, say, Europe plays its football across the continent, where each country gets a team and they all fight each other. I mean, play games with each other. It's totally not sublimated war or anything like that. And I don't know if America does the same thing. Does their states compete? I'm guessing that Chicago, assuming that Chicago is a state, I don't even know if that's true. I don't know what Chicago is. If Chicago got its own team, I'm guessing Michael Jordan was on that team. So anybody that's American and existed in the 90s or whenever Michael Jordan mattered would immediately understand why it's set in Chicago, but I don't. Now, it's a windy day in Chicago, which is the Windy City. First practice for an all-star charity. Of course, it's an all-star charity game, just like Shaq. Yeah, this was definitely a thing for some reason in these celebrity basketball games. Michael, I wonder if Charles Barkley shut up and Jan Guyton. No, I don't believe there were any charity games mentioned in that. Anyway, Michael shows up and finds his team has disappeared. That's Michael Jordan's voice.
Their stuff is here, but they're not! This is weird! This is Sparta!
Suddenly, through a skylight... The skylight... Well... Yeah, suddenly, literally, something crashes through the skylight, it seems. And what is it? A ball with a note scrawled on it. Mr. Jordan, if you... Yes? If you what? Screen? If you want to save your pals, come to the Egyptian room in the Field Museum at midnight. Come alone. Dr. Max Cranium. Comes, this is some intense stuff.
Man, this is serious! Better check it out!
That night, a guard lets Michael into the closed museum. And then the guard leaves. In the Egyptian room. Well, I'm here! Now what? Hey, a door in the wall! He enters warily. What the... This is an elaborate introduction. Finding himself at the entrance to an underground prison, Michael sets out to find his friends. This was a longer introduction than I was expecting. If it's even over yet, it might well not be. No, it's over now. I've stolen Corn Shack's play it through of this game because obviously I'm not going to play it myself because I almost never do that for the internet, and he's the only complete playthrough of this thing on YouTube. Well, the only one that's in one video anyway. So I'll just replace the music with something else at some point. Now then, what on earth do we have here? The world map? What is this? Holding cells. Crumbs. I like Michael's 1994 digitized face in the top left. I like that white pixel in the right cheek. Did you see that? The cheek on the right of the thing, and that just a chunk of metal on the top right of his head as well. You see that? What on earth is that? Is he a robot? His skin is melted off in the top right of his head. That's revealing this metallic interior. I don't know what whacked out conspiracy theories the programmers of Michael Jordan's Chaos in the Windy City believe, but that's some messed up stuff. Like, seriously, look at that. That actually does look like a metal slab on his top right of his head, doesn't it? What is that supposed to be? Or has he got hair? I doubt it. He's a basketballer. He'll be bald. They're all bald. Ready. Okay. Enough tomfoolery. This right here is Michael Jordan's Chaos in the Windy City. And what are we seeing? We're seeing a 2D side-scrolling basketball platformer. Just from the first glimpse alone, it feels like an average early 90s side-scroller. It just looks and feels like it. An average American-made side-scroller. And I don't know what I mean by that, but there's just a feeling that these games emanate to me that I just recognise them for. Okay, so Michael has just rescued one of his b-ball buddies, and he's throwing the basketballs at basketball zombies with basketballs on their heads that throw their own basketballs. I think Charles Barkley's Shut Up and Jam Guide has got a spirit brother in this, a spiritual companion here, because this game, look at that robot spider thing. This game feels like it's making fun of itself. And Shaq Fu was pretty ridiculous as well, but this game's playing more with the basketball aspect of the basketballer, whereas Shaq Fu decided it would be a good idea to take a basketballer and make him a fighter that doesn't use a basketball. Maybe his special moves involve basketballs, I don't know. Anyway, Michael Jordan. Well, he's got to hit switches with his ball. He's got to throw his ball at the switches to operate mechanisms. That's interesting. He can throw his ball into hoops to do stuff. Throws the ball around. It's a bit like a handball version of an old game of around the same time called Soccer Kid, which was also called The Adventures of Kid Cleats, which was about a boy that runs around with a football and a soccer ball rather, the black and white ball, and he has to run around and kick the thing about the place. But you know what? In credit to Michael Jordan here, this looks like a much less cumbersome mechanic than that was. Here you're just running around and you can throw the ball when you want. In Soccer Kid, he had to kick it, which meant he had to stop and then take half a second to prepare the animation and then kick it somewhere. And then he had to run over and collect the ball after it had hit whatever it hit. If it even did hit it. And then, if the ball fell into a spike pit or something like that, I think you got a life lost or something. It was something bad happened to you. So that was just ultimately a painful mechanic, whereas this game looks much more smooth, looks fluid. It's clearly inspired by one of the Sonic the Hedgehog inspired games. Michael's moving pretty fast like Sonic did. Even though he's not a furry animal, there was Sonic the Hedgehog's hold on the 2D side-scrolling platformers of the early 90s was all over the place. And I think it's even here. Do you see that when the screen changes? It's a Michael Jordan thing. And there's a sponsorship at the top of the screen and in between the levels, Wheaties, whatever that is, and Gatorade, whatever that is. Neither of those things exist in Britain. I'm pleased with that. I noticed the R symbol is in the bottom right of Wheaties and top right of Gatorade. I'm sure that it always is in the exact same place for each of those respective logos for no adequately explained reason. Captive here. Anyway, so Michael Jordan, what Coin Shack is most outrageously not showing, which I've seen in other playthroughs of this game, is that when Michael rescues one of his baseballing friends, he can actually talk to them and not only can he speak to them, but he can engage in a multiple choice conversation, like in a point and click puzzle solving game where you can choose what he says to them and they'll say something different. So this game does have some love put into it, doesn't it? It's not just a generic, maybe this game's not bad. I assumed that this was just going to be a bad game, but actually, although I find that I see the good in everything, I seem to not judge anything. I like all of it, and this is another example, I guess. Michael Jordan, Windy City looks decent. I wouldn't pick it up and play it, but it looks okay. There would be worse things to get landed with if your grandmother bought you a video game in 1994 or whenever. You know what, actually, this game is an hour long, and I'm not going to speak over the entire thing. It's Michael Jordan in the Windy City. We're 7.5 minutes in almost. I think we'll just leave it at that. What do you think of that, Michael? I think that's I can't remember what voice he had anymore. I think that's a good idea, Mr. Excuse! Why don't you just skip to the end right now? Boy, if he sounded anything like that in Space Jam, it'd be a different movie, I bet. But that's assuming, of course, that he doesn't sound like that in Space Jam. I've never seen Space Jam. Maybe that's how he talks. No, it's not. It's obviously not. Okay, let's go ahead and forward. So, he's in a super green lab place. Oh, there we go. A conversation near here. There's a cutscene. It's a cutscene with Dr. Max Cranium. Dr. Uninspiredly named evil mid-90s scientist. What have you got? You'll never get away with this, Dr. Cranium!
Mikey, nice to see you again. I trust you're enjoying my game. More challenge than you're used to, I'm sure.
Not quite, Dr. Cranium. I can beat you at any game.
Oh, really? I used to throw a nasty spitball, you know. I am unstoppable, as they say.
It's Cranium, right? I don't remember reading about you. Who'd you say you played for again?
You're getting on my nerves. I've made something special for you. Quite electrifying, I might add.
Well, what is it? Oh, it's a red, black, and green thing. Oh no. Yeah. Well, I'm glad I stopped it. Now he's on a train. He's riding a train with 1920s journalists on it, all looking exactly the same as each other. What are they? You tell me what they're supposed to be. This game looks daft. Why is there not more footage of this on YouTube? It looks kind of funny, honestly. I'll bet that cutscene I just happened to pause on and read out is probably the only cutscene in the entire game. Well, maybe not. Anyway, yeah, we're going all the way to the end of the video now. There's a cabin with pictures of Dr. Cranium in that pose for that painting. Famous painting. What is it? The Scream. Now Michael's in some really warped fun land. Haunted house? I don't know. Well, fun fair house. Let's get to the ending already. Come on. And the final battle appears to be Michael Jordan fighting Dr. Cranium, who's inside some giant robot on a basketball field in a void. That's what we get for the final boss. And it appears... I thought maybe you had to score 2 more goals than him, but no, it looks like you got to hit him with the ball. Let's get to the end of this madness already, come on. Oh no, that ending looks bad. I've gone too ahead, I skipped ahead, let's go back. Okay, he beats the guy. Congratulations, you have acquired all those points and rescued that. Perfect, you just entered Michael's Hall of Fame. If that's the ending, then that is seriously disappointing. I'd actually been just quickly building my hopes up there that the ending was going to be a bit more interesting. Well, at least, I spoke too soon. Look at this. During the credits, he's high-fiving all his basketball friends. It's good. This is good. Now, let's fast forward because I don't actually want to watch them high-five every single one of them. Wait a minute, some of them aren't black. Oh, brother, have I been completely mistaken? Are not all basketball players black? Maybe it's just maybe I just thought that because of the Harlem Globetrotters from the Scooby-Doo cartoon. That might be the only reason why I thought that. So he's high-fived all of them. He's high-fived them all. Now he's doing crazy basketball tricks while colourful confetti falls down from the sky. Multicoloured rainbow confetti. I like it. It's pretty. You know confetti's been banned in weddings. Wait, I don't know if America has that. I don't know if anything that isn't Britain has that. But small coloured particles can't legally be thrown. Don't think they... Special thanks, Michael Jordan. And David Falk. Wait a minute, I recognise that name. Oh, I think he was his attorney, wasn't he? He was the lawyer. Wheaties Breakfast of Champions. Products of General Mills, and Gatorade will get one too, of course. Stokely Van Camp Inc. What a terrible name. I wonder if maybe Michael Jordan himself was sponsored by them. I'm guessing that's what happened. That's why they were in this. Oh, brother, got to say that was a bit of a weak way to close this. Programmers. Was there even a final cutscene before that epic last basketball match? It doesn't look like there was. Let's just confirm that though. So Michael Jordan walks into that door and not just straight into the basketball. Oh, brother, that's lame. That's lame. That is lame. Michael Jordan, Chaos in the Windy City. That could have been better than what it was. But it's okay.
Guess who's back? And guess who it's time for more Space Jam? It's me. Space Jam. Warner Studio Storm. In your own time, Space Jam website. Oh, don't worry, the Space Jam website will get around to uploading the link eventually. Surely it's not just suddenly died. Come on, Space Jam. WarnerBrothers.com is not responding. Maybe if I refresh the page. Will that work? Oh, that did the trick. It worked now. Yeah, okay. Good. Turn Cam Studio back on. Let's see then. What awaits us in Warner Studio... Oh wait, I tried this already. The store. It doesn't load. The store fails. So, never mind that. Behind the Jam. Secrets of the Jam. Go behind the scenes of one of the most high-tech, high-concept, high-flying films ever made. See the early sketches of all new animated characters. You mean all new animated characters? Is that Lola? Lola what? Oh no, the aliens too. Learn how megastar Michael Jordan got a big kiss from classic wisecracking hero Bugs Bunny. Well, we saw that happen on the 20 by 20 pixels trailer video. Or at least you maybe saw that if you squint, if you were like, your face was 1 millimeter away from the screen. No, it wasn't that bad. It was pretty bad. Watch as Michael Jordan plays basketball against many strange men in green suits and face masks who never appear in the film. I like that. Animation sketches. Oh, how cute. You see that? The rectangle, the link rectangle's even angled as well. It's so nice. Man, they don't do stuff like that anymore, do they? They wouldn't make a rotated hyperlink. I don't see any of those on YouTube anyway. Golf balls, or animation sketches. Golf balls whirl around Michael Jordan's head as he awakes in Looney Tune Land. Is that the canonical name of the world that the Looney Tunes live in? Looney Tune Land? They've mentioned that more than once on this website. Newspaper taxis and cellophane flowers abound. I'm guessing that's something that will make sense if you watch the movie. Click on any image below to see a series of sketches, okay? See the progression of animation sketches that led up to the completion of the golf ball swirling around Michael's head sequence. Do they make... I'm thinking now as I look at all this, do they still make websites like this even? Do modern movies get a website that's like presenting all of these behind the scenes technical concept things? Because there's an impressive amount of content on the Space Jam website, wouldn't you say? There's a lot of stuff here. Say what you want about it. Michael's actions were filmed against a green screen which could be taken out during the animation process and replaced with a painted or animated background. This still, taken from the footage of Michael, is called the photo roto. The dots visible behind his head are used by the computer artists for tracking purposes. I knew about the dots that they use to... They shove dots on people to get the computers to know they're there. I thought that they shoved all the dots on the person's body and just became a giant dot. A giant big pile of dots, but, well, I guess back then they did it on the wall behind them. Animators draw a rough animation of the flying golf balls. Rough sketches of the golf ball shadows are also created to give dimensionality to the golf balls. Okay. clean-up animation of the golf balls, and the shadows are drawn. The final sketches are digitally painted and composited with the background painting. They never explain. They've said composited a lot on this site. They never explain what it means. You know, the one thing I can't stand, if there's one thing that Mr. X is displeased by, it's everything that I've ever said that was the one thing that I'm displeased by. And in addition to that, another one thing that I'm the most displeased by is when people use terms or words that they don't. When people use terms and words that aren't going to mean anything to anybody that isn't as entrenched in the world that uses that word or term as everybody else. Teachers are guilty of this. Teachers, university lecturers and the like, that are they're so intimately intimate with the artistic art things and the scientific whatsits and quadratic equations that they never seem to stop to think that these 12-year-olds here don't know anything about these things. No, they just plough on, expecting them to get all of it. Nerds are bad for this as well, using words that nobody understands other than nerds, I guess. And music people, all of the words in music. I'm going to crank the sound up to the beat bop thing. In fact, the music, there's a million words for the different musical genres, and I don't know a thing about any of them. Anyway, let's read the next. During the big game, Elmer Fudd and Yosemite Sam get to... You know what the problem is? The problem is that people don't take time to think outside of their own brains. There's people that don't know the things that you know. And it'd be nice to go to their level in these sorts of things. Well, during the big game, Elmer Fudd and Yosemite Sam... I suppose it's hard to find a line between that and being patronising. But it'd be best to try and find that line, and then walk along it like Circus Charlie. Okay. During the big game, Elmer Fudd and Yosemite Sam get together for a brief homage to Quentin Tarantino. Of course they do. Of course they do. Well, first of all, I didn't know Quentin Tarantino existed back then, in fame terms. And I don't know what he'd done at this point either. Here are some of the preliminary sketches of the sequence. Yosemite looks at Elmer looks back at Yosemite sights his target, and Elmer Fudd does the same. The wide-angle view of the gun barrels is drawn separately. The sketches are composited with the computer-generated basketball court to complete the shot. Okay, so they decided to... Whatever on earth Quentin Tarantino had done at that point in time, I'm guessing it's safe to say it wasn't child-friendly. So I guess that's where the edgy, classical Looney Tunes mien that Falk or whatever the Reitman was talking about in that section at the start of this. With all the attention being paid to the animated characters of Space Jam, one could easily forget the lovely backgrounds that were rendered for the animated sequences. Click on any thumbnail image below to see a larger version of the scene. An overhead view of the Space Jam arena. It's a pretty lousy looking arena. That's the Space Jam arena. That's a bloomin'... That's the Mrs. Doubtfire house. What? That's a pretty lame arena. There's not enough room in that. There's literally not enough room in that for Michael Jordan to probably even get his head in. Fit his body into. There's enough room in that room to lay about 10 NBA basketballers down on the ground. I suspect that they mixed up the descriptions. I don't think that's supposed to be the arena. The Looney Tunes locker room? Okay, that's the most I've ever seen of a locker room in my life. Are they basins over there? Do they wash themselves? I suppose they want to get all the sweat off them, because we can't have that existing. For some reason. The dark and menacing monsters locker room. Yeah, it's pretty dark. Don't know about menacing, but okay. I guess purple is the most menacing colour. The Looney Tunes practice gym before its renovation. Yeah, that looked like it needed some renovating. Look at that window over there. It's got planks on it. There's a pink sink over there on the left. There's what looks like a painting on the top right. We can't have that.
It's too much fuss about paintings these days. People have got paintings in their houses when they could just not have paintings instead. We need some serious renovation going on here. A backstage scene. Moron Mountain Theme Park. It's pretty boring, honestly. It's just what looks like a roller coaster and a bunch of ice cream cones floating in the air. I wouldn't really want to go there. Okay, that was behind the jam. Are we done here? No. Once again, they've tried to hide one of the things, and I was clicking next for all those. We've missed Lola Bunny. Maybe they didn't want the kids to see this. Some of the many sketches and drawings that went into the animation of that pneumatic bunny. What on earth? Pneumatic bunny? Right, what does that mean? Let's see if dictionary.com can tell us. Pneumatic bunny. I've heard of pneumatic drills, which are drills. I don't actually know what on earth they do. Come to think of it, I don't know what a pneumatic drill is that isn't just a drill. I do know that when I first heard the word in primary school, I thought it was pneumatic. And yeah, that's what it should be. Pneumatic. Makes sense, doesn't it? All of these things that I thought as a child that were wrong, I think were probably more right than the truth. Pneumatic. Let's see now. Of or relating to gases, air or wind. She's the most gaseous. She's the most gassy rabbit. She's the most air-headed rabbit. Operated by air. Filled with or containing compressed air. She's equipped with pneumatic tyres. I mean, she probably is. Of or relating to the spirit. Spiritual. She's a spiritual bunny. Or she's got a lot of spirit. Containing air or air cavities. But whatever on earth they were going for with the word pneumatic. Wait, my current life has no need for a jealous bone in a pneumatic body. Okay, I guess either the Space Jam website isn't the only thing that has tried to use the word pneumatic for talking about women. Or the writer of that Space Jam page is Mr. Charles Saatchi here. My current life has no need for a jealous but a pneumatic body. What the F? Jealous? Alright, well, either that means that she's like too spiritual to be jealous, or it means, what I'm guessing it means, is that her body is so beautiful that she's not jealous of anybody for their beauty. So it's probably not spiritual. What? Filled with compressed air? I don't get it. What? Someone help me out here. How I don't get where they're getting a woman's body from any of these definitions here. Unless the obvious thing that I'm not saying is that they mean that their breasts are so big it's like they're full of air. I can't think of anything else it would be. I'm seeing nothing but air and spirituality. Lola in an early version of her Game Gear. I wonder what... An early version of her Game Gear. Well, first of all, she's got far too many pixels there to be in a Game Gear. And secondly, what kind of basketball is that? It just looks like a giant orange. Lola in a costume sketch. That's supposed to be her basketball attire, is it? A black denim jacket. Lola in a storyboard with bugs, huh? Lola tilts bucket back evolve. Of course. Evolve, yeah. Lola as a pin-up. Lola's very expression sketches. Another of Lola's very expression sketches, but she's not pleased there. I think she just realised something. That's there, okay. Well, if any of you want to drool over those, then you can do that by pausing the video, because I'm not going to linger on those any further. Let's see. Character development. As if the Looney Tunes didn't have enough troubles, Warner Brothers feature animation created a whole new set of bad guys to give them a hard time. Here's how they came to life. Buck. What? Huh? Buck, cuss, nada, null, void, zilch. I know, I know that Nada and Null and Void and all these mean zero. I've never heard of Bupkus. I guess that's another one to add to the zero list of words for zero. The very large, I can add that to the list of, the very large list of words that mean zero in the English language. For some reason. I was going to say though, I find it kind of charming how they're using all words to describe like emptiness and zeroness in the section about character development, which I'm sure says it all. I doubt that the Looney Tunes got much character development in this movie. Expression sketch of Nada smiling as a monster. Oh, okay. I mean, I should have guessed. The nerds, the what was it called? The Nerdlucks? The Nerdlucks names are all words for zero. Nada as a Nerdluck. Nada as a Nerdluck. Expression sketch of Nada going crazy as a monster. Expression sketch of... Wait, no, it's looping round. Back to Bupkus. Maybe Bupkus isn't a word for... Maybe Bupkus isn't a word for zero after all. Bupkus, 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 Bupkus. Beals, beauty, beals, beauty, body, beals, beals, beauty, beals, beauty, beals, beauty. My name's Beals Beauty. Beals Beauty, my name. My name's Beals. Beals Beauty. Beals. You beautiful Beals. Beals Beauty, Beals. Beals Beauty, you Beals Beauty. Beals, Beals, Beals Beauty, you. My name Beals Beauty. Beals Beauty, you. Beals Beauty, you. Beals Beauty, you. Beals, Beals Beauty, Beals, 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 Beals. Okay. Lights, dance. Look at them. These Nerdlucks are the underdogs that you'd get in the stock sports movie, where the big heroic good guys team that are bad at everything. But they can't be. Well, the Looney Tunes have to be better than them, so they win. Expression sketches of Bupkus as a broad start. Yeah, let's see. Null. I can't tell the difference between Null and Nada. Null is a Nerdluck making a point. Expression sketch of Null as an angry monster. He looks like Frankenstein. Look at that forehead. I don't know about the circle top though. That's a bit weird. Maybe the Bride of Frankenstein is going to be here as well. But obviously, the Bride of Frankenstein would have been Lola Bunny if she was human. Maybe not in the 90s. Maybe they hadn't made all women Brides of Frankenstein by the 90s. I don't know. I don't remember. Don't know when that happened exactly. Null as harmless little Nerdluck. Expression sketch of Null as a monster yelling. These are all so samey that I can't tell when I'm repeating them. Expression sketch of Void emoting as a monster. He looks like Frankenstein as well. Sketch of Void, the Nerdluck laughing. Laughing? Okay. I'll take his word for it. Void as a Nerdluck rolling his eyes. Rolling his eyes. That looks like it came like a half a second before or after the previous image. Yeah, it's just this. It's exactly the same picture except with his eyes different. Crumbs. Expression sketch of Void as a monster looking clueless. I'm not getting these emotions that these descriptions are claiming that they've got. Zilch. They should do a remake of the Space Jam where the Nerdlucks are the good guys. Because they look very, very sympathetic and when they're just the normal Nerdluck selves. Then they become these monstrosities. It's a bit like Pokemon, really. Where the first version of the Pokemon, like Squirtle or Bulbasaur or Pikachu, of course, are nice, cute little things. But then when they evolve, they become freakish abominations. Evolution just ruins Pokemon. Expression sketch of Zilch as a monster. That's why Ash never got Pikachu to evolve. Oh wait, actually it's because Pikachu didn't want to evolve, is it? I've thought about this before. Why did Pikachu... Pikachu was like, for whatever reason, Pikachu was the character that either Nintendo or the people that made the Pokemon anime decided to make the big character that represents the series. I don't know why they decided that, first of all. An electric rat. if you play the original game, Pokemon Blue and Red, on the original Game Boy, he doesn't look very cute there. He's pretty fat. He's a fat little thing. And from what I've heard, the original Japanese version of the original Pokemon had different pictures for the Pokemon, and he looked even uglier there. So, I don't know where they got this from. I don't know where they got the idea of making Pikachu the thing. But what I also don't know is that... why they, out of all the Pokemon that they brought over to America... Because if you didn't know about this, the original Pokemon games came out in Japan in 1995, I think. And... they didn't hit Western shores until about 3 years later for some reason, in 1998. I guess they thought that we wouldn't care, but they thought wrong, if that's what they thought. They brought it over and they translated all the Pokemon names, because that's why they've all got stupid English puns. Like Squirtle is a turtle that squirts, and Mankey is a monkey with an A instead of an O, and stuff like that. But Pikachu, for some reason, they kept the same. Out of all of them, Pikachu keeps his Japanese name. Because I believe that Chu means mouse in Japanese, and I guess Pika means lightning or thunder. I've heard this before. Way back in the day I remember hearing about this. His name is a Japanese, a combination of Japanese words. So why did they not change him? I can only imagine it's because they didn't want to change the Japanese voice actor that does Pikachu's voice. And I don't know why they wanted to do that either, but I'm guessing that they must have kept the original Japanese voice of Pikachu, because all that she says is Pikachu and Pika and Pika-P and I think that was it. I just exhausted her entire vocabulary with that. I guess that's it, they wanted to keep her. Can't think of another reason. Anyway, that's slightly ahead of ourselves in this website. The 1996 Warner Brothers Space Jam website knows nothing of Pokemon. It hasn't hit America yet, so nobody cares. Expression sketch of Zilch is a nerd luck. I doubt that Space Jam went to Japan. I feel like Japan would not give one iota of a care for Space Jam. But life surprised me before. I've heard that Japan loves The Simpsons, which is also something that I would not have expected. So who knows. Full-length sketch of Zilch as a monster, and these things again. And I believe that's it. That is the character development section. Okay. No! There. Okay, on to the next section. Tech notes. Hundreds of people around the world work together to put Michael Jordan in Looney Tune Land. Read on. Table of oh, we're getting fancy here. There's a table of contents. Oh, brother, I know what that means. It means we're going to be here for a long time, is what it means. Table of contents. Wait, putting real... Okay, the table of contents starts at putting real life into the cartoon world, which is actually the second section of the thing. So this is one of those things where the table of contents does not actually table all of the contents. I don't know why that happens so much in books and things. They put in a table of contents and they think, okay, let's list everything in this book or article, but let's not actually list everything. Let's not put in the bit at the start. Let's not put in the bit at the end. If you're gonna outline everything in the book, you might as well go the full fog, or the whole hog, or whatever it is. That's what it seems to me. But I did not write the 1996 Space Jam website, and I'm not the master of reality, so that's okay. Now, the technical background to Space Jam by Bill Warren. Ivan Reitman is known as the director of such hit comedies as a bunch of movies that I've never heard of. Twins, Stripes, and Dave. They sound like real laugh out loud laugh riots. But in his busy career, he has returned again and again to technically challenging projects. He produced They Came From Within, the first David Cronenberg movie to get wide release. It involved creepy parasites. Reitman also produced Heavy Metal, one of the first feature cartoons aimed primarily at adult audiences. I can believe it's one of the first ones. It's not the first one, I know that much. It's not the first adult cartoon thing. I've heard that name before, but I don't know what it is. And of course there was Ghostbusters and its sequel. Talk about jumping up the line. Ivan Reitman made a bunch of comedies that I'll bet I'm not the only one that has never heard of these. Then he made something else, then something else, and then finally Ghostbusters. Just mentioned Ghostbusters at the very end, yeah. Is that true? Did he direct Ghostbusters? I'd have thought this guy would be a little bit more famous if he directed Ghostbusters. And what I mean by that is I'd have thought that I might have heard of him. It's like David Beckham. I couldn't care less. I've never cared one jot for soccer. But I know who David Beckham is, and living in Britain between the years of about 1996, I guess, and 2007 or so, you didn't have much choice but to be aware of the existence of David Beckham and his underpants advertisements and his affair with some woman 20 years ago and all this celebrity garbage. Gets thrust in your faces by the news. Gets thrust in your faces by a news programme, probably where they have two different people presenting the news, and they've just got one of them just says some of the script and then pauses and the other one continues for them. Which is certainly something that makes sense and couldn't just be done by one person. I don't know what it is with this modern phenomenon, this modern popularity of two presenters for a show where they just share the lines. Like there's no dynamic between them. These newsreaders don't talk to each other. There's absolutely nothing added by having more than one. And it'll always be a man and a woman as well. And the man will have grey hair and they'll be approaching retirement, and the woman will be wearing a miniskirt and she's probably younger than me. And nobody calls about this. Ghostbusters and its sequel. So Ivan Reitman directed Ghostbusters, the worldwide hits that he both produced and directed, and which opened many doors to new kinds of special effects. I guess that this list here was going in chronological order of the movies. Because that's admirably humble to mention Ghostbusters at the end. In any modern, well, not even modern, in anything that capitalism's responsible for, they would have had the word Ghostbusters in bold red 60-point text right at the top of this little biography here, and then everything else would just be a footnote. And when I say capitalism, I mean everything that humans have ever done, is what I mean. So it's hardly surprising that Reitman has now produced Warner Brothers' first release through its new feature animation division, Space Jam, directed by Joe Pitker. Huh? Oh, they talk about how much stuff Ivan Reitman's directed, and then it turns out that Space Jams were directed by somebody else. So what did Ivan Reitman even do? I've forgotten. Oh well. It is also the first feature film in history to combine such a large amount of traditional cartoon live action and three-dimensional computer graphics. I feel like I'm going to be rereading a whole bunch of stuff I've already read on this website here. Space Jam stars sports superstar Michael Jordan, as well as all of these people that I have read the names of earlier. The animation segments produced through Warner Brothers Feature Animation are co-directed by names. So what does this exotic... They acknowledge the existence of Who Framed Roger Rabbit, even though earlier they said that this was the first feature Looney Tunes feature film. So what does this... And if you're going to suggest that Roger Rabbit isn't really a Looney Tunes film because it just happens to involve them, and there's other characters, well, I would say that this movie is a Michael Jordan movie that happens to involve Looney Tunes. I'm not convinced that there is such a big difference between these two films, really. So what does this exotic hybrid of computers, artists and actors require from the filmmakers and their crews? Yeah, what indeed? What indeed? Please tell me the answer to that question, Space Jam. When moviegoers think of computer animation, they are most likely without a clear idea of what that term even means. Many might assume that a computer scientist sits in front of a console, types in the words Bugs Bunny and Daffy Duck, chooses plot option C27 and the setting bars, he presses enter and goes out for a cup of coffee. He comes back an hour later to find a 7-minute cartoon sticking out of the side of the computer. I don't think that even 1990s audiences were that ignorant about computers. Space Jam website. Although I guess I know that I was when I was a little child, because when I was a wee boy, there was a Sesame Street thing where they showed a computer, and it said it was listing words, and one of the words was food. And they said food, and then the computer produced a cupcake or something, produced some kind of food item. And I thought, oh crumbs, the computers create food? If you bought a computer, could you just press a button and it would produce a sandwich? Because that would be nice if it could do that, but unfortunately, they probably do have computers that do something like that, but they'll be in factories, just churning them out onto conveyor belts. And they won't be doing it. They won't just be magically creating food out of nothing. It'd be nice if they could do that, but they've not invented that yet, I believe. Anyway, well, that's not all, folks. That's not even close, folks, for the artist is never out of the loop. As computer-intensive as it is, Space Jam began with talented animators drawing some of the most famous cartoon characters in the world in the usual way, with pencil on paper. What happens after that is the technical story behind Space Jam. Is this just the stuff we saw already? Combining live human performers with cartoon characters goes back to almost the very birth of cartoons. In 1906, J. Stuart Blackton's humorous Phases of Funny Faces, that certainly sounds like a 1906 name for something, featured a live cartoonist creating moving drawings on a blackboard. At the climax of Winsor Mackay's famous Gertie the Dinosaur, that's really famous, I guess, the delightful Gertie picks up her human creator and carries him off. Walt Disney began his career with a series of shorts in which a little girl named Alice, a live entertainer, shot on standard film, frolicked with cartoon animals. That's interesting, I've never heard of that. I've not heard of these movies. Gertie the Dinosaur, Humorous Phases of Funny Faces, and Alice. It's interesting, these old movies. I've heard that a lot of really old movies, like of that age, or even later, up to 1930, a lot of those were lost completely because nobody thought anybody would care to rewatch them. They just chucked out the film reels, or whatever they used back then, thinking, oh, these are old hat. That's what tends to happen with new stuff. They think nobody's going to care about this in the future. They just chuck it all out. They wouldn't imagine that film likers would be wanting to get their hands on these things much later. Of course, back then, it's easy to find it funny now in our digital age where you can easily back up everything you create. But back then, there was none of that. If they wanted to keep these films, they had to keep a giant, massive wheel thing or whatever it was that they put the films in. That stuff took up space. Anyway, over the years there were other brief attempts at combining live action and cartoons. Disney returned to it with Song of the South in 1949. Crumbs, I'm surprised that Disney didn't have them hung Jordan quartered for mentioning that. At Warner Brothers the same year, in My Dream Is Yours, that is, should be capitalised, Doris Day and Jack Carson scampered through a little boy's dream, performing with the Oscar-winning rabbit Bugs Bunny. If you ever wondered how capital letters are supposed to work in titles, because it's really weird. Some of the letters are small, some of them are big. I think I've learned what the trick is. I think. Basically, almost everything is capitalised, including words that most people think aren't capitalised. Like is capitalised. Is, be, his, her, your, it. They're all capital letters. Any word that refers to a person or a thing, like it or they, is capitalised, I believe. The only words that aren't capitalised are words like the and a, or and, I believe. So words that refer to a thing, the, a. Yeah, the and a. Any, I suppose. I think words like that refer to a non-specific thing, like any of them, or example of this thing, but not it, or he, which is talking about a specific thing, or they, which is talking about a collection of specific things, I think. And then words, that's the easiest parts. And then the final thing, I think, the final rule is the most confusing one of them all, which is that words like between and among, I believe, don't have a capital at the start. And I don't know if there's a strict way to tell which words that is, but it's a word where a word that's relating something to something else, I think. So when you say they are between those, you're saying that they have a relationship to those. The people among the crowd. Those aren't capitalised. This is a very technical thing that I still don't have my head around, really. And I don't even know if I know what I'm talking about either. Because I just read this explanation somewhere once on the internet and trusted it. So, I don't know. I think that I've got a rough idea of it there, but nobody cares about capitalising titles anyway. You can just capitalise every word, or you can just not care whatsoever, which is what the sensible person should be doing. At MGM, Gene Kelly and S, because they're just letters, what does it matter if one of them's got a bigger version of it? None of this stuff matters. At MGM, Gene Kelly and S. Williams performed with that studio's most famous characters, Tom and Jerry. Kelly in Anchors Aweigh, Williams in Dangerous When Wet, and Dangerous When Wet. What the F is that about? And back at Disney, the 1964 hit Mary Poppins sent Julie Andrews and Dick Van Dyke on a jolly holiday with animated penguins and street entertainers. Although those sequences were spectacular and entertaining, it wasn't until the Amblin/Disney production of Who Framed Roger Rabbit in 1988 that anyone tried to combine animated characters and live-action actors throughout a feature-length film. As dazzling and technically sophisticated as Who Framed Roger Rabbit certainly was, that was then and this is now. Except this is not now, because this is now then. Space Jam is now older than Roger Rabbit was when Space Jam was made. As Tony Carvone puts it, Roger Rabbit was the vinyl LP, and this is the compact disc. Both of these being very dated things by now, of course. It'll be the Blu-ray now, that's what everyone's interested in. Or whatever's replaced Blu-rays. I don't even know. You think I keep track of these things? You think I'm in touch with anything? Space Jam has leapfrogged ahead in the realm of combining live action and cartoons by tapping the talents of Roger Rabbit innovator Ed Jones and other gifted effects and animation experts. Wendy Aylesworth, Vice President of Technology and Facilities for Warner Brothers Feature Animation, points out the differences. Everything in Roger Rabbit was shot to film, then the pieces of film were combined. But with today's technology, we can now have all of the animation coloured in the computer. The original live-action footage is also scanned into the computer, and of course the three-dimensional aspects are created in the computer. So all of the individual elements for Space Jam can come together in the computer. Each individual element can be modified in colour and brightness and lighting and texture to make it all mesh seamlessly. As Tony Cervone says, I'm not going to stop calling him Tony Cervone. I'll bet that's not how he's pronounced, but I like that. Tony Cervone says,
I don't think any picture has combined so many different media as Space Jam has!
Bruce Smith adds, I need to think of an accent. And only omelette du fromage, and all the interchangeable, and all are and all are interchangeable at different times, so it's not just one medium with another constantly. There's animation with the CG, computer graphics environment, it's animation in the traditional environment, it's live action in the CG environment, and live action with the animated environment. Technology shapes art. Charades. Almost all the advances seen on the screen are due to the amazingly rapid progress on the application of computers to the field of animation. In fact, to virtually every aspect of Space Jam. Early in the film, after we've met Michael Jordan, the camera pans upward and the standard live-action world is left behind, as we see a miniature rooftop. Camera moves higher to a computer-created sky, and the Nerdluck's home planet. Moving closer to this 3D world, the camera passes into a giant carved mouth and ends on a scene of classic cartoon or 2D animation. If I have to see one more fuss about combining 2D and 3D animation. This website is so full of itself. In what looks like one unbroken camera movement, we move from the realm of reality to miniatures, to computer graphics, and finally to cartoon animation. The use of the term 3D here differs from the old 3D used in Warner Brothers' classic House of Wax. Audiences won't dodge basketballs flying off the screen. Oh crumbs, are they saying that there used to be a movie where where like basketballs flew out of the, well, where stuff flew out of the cinema screen and attack the audience? I have heard that stuff like that used to happen back in the old days. That's a lost art. There used to be, in old movies from the 40s and 50s, they would have smells coming out of the smells getting pumped through the theatre to represent stuff in the movie, and there'd be people in costumes running around. The characters in the movie would run off the set, like a monster would be chasing them, and the monster would burst into the actual cinema itself and run around mad. Why don't they do stuff like that anymore? The human race, boring. It's all just become boring and streamlined now. That stuff sounds fun. That sounds like fun, having smells to reflect the movie. They need to do more stuff like that. They've got the technology. It's fun. Technology has evolved so much, and yet that sort of stuff has just gone backwards. It's just people. It's just a bunch of humans looking at a screen now. What gives, human race? Anyway, here it simply means the realm of computer graphics, which have a more solid dimensional look than flat 2D cartoon animation. Movies run at 24 frames per second, but most cartoon features are shot on twos, meaning that one drawing is repeated for 2 frames. Therefore, there are 12 individual drawings for each second in the usual Hollywood cartoon. However, it's true that in any feature, a lot of the animation is shot on ones, 24 new drawings per second, just like the number of frames used to film live action. 24 frames a second? I thought it was more than that. This is usually done for fast action or other moments where fluidity and clarity of action are important. Or, as with Space Jam, when cartoons and live actors appear together and must coordinate their motion reactions and positions. On Space Jam, all of this animation was done by hand by the animators of the film. In addition to the state-of-the-art computers and animation techniques, other cutting-edge technology was used in Space Jam. Most movies that blend effects into footage shot with a moving camera use variations on the motion control system originally developed for Star Wars. Star Wars is a profoundly generic name for a star-based science fiction thing, and so is Star Trek. A computer is attached to the camera so that it can remember the precise movies the camera made, and can reproduce them when the effects team adds other elements to the scene. Or a camera computer can encode the movements of the camera, even if it is being moved by a human operator. Says director Joe Pytka, "We used the best equipment, as well as the best ideas we could come up with, to make Space Jam a movie worth watching. As technology continues to evolve, audiences know what to watch for, and they develop certain expectations. Our goal was to stay 2 steps ahead of their expectations. We're setting expectations with this movie." Being green. One of the problems in filming actors working with cartoon characters who are added later is that it's very hard for anyone to visually focus on an empty space 3 feet in front of them that will later be filled with a talking duck. Try it yourself. It's nearly impossible. I blooming doubt that. Nearly impossible. The result is that the human beings rarely seem to be looking directly at the cartoon characters. Well, is that not the fault of the animators? Can they not animate the cartoon character to be where they're looking? Even if audiences don't notice this consciously, it's a kind of unconscious static that interferes with the belief that all this is really happening. I doubt that's true, Paisano. I think that you're making that up there. I think what you've just done is say something to justify the fancy new technology that you're bringing in. It's an unconscious static. It interferes. If audiences don't notice it, I'll bet that they actually don't notice it. That's what I'm saying. You're just like an advertisement for Quaker's Oats or something like that, where you're saying people don't want to do this and eat that, they want to do this and eat this instead. Well, I'll bet that people actually do want to do and eat the thing that you're saying they don't want to do and eat. I know you're just saying that because you want them to buy your thing. Reitman, director Joe Pytka and Ed Jones, the founder and head of Cinesight. Oh, is he the founder and head of Cinesight? I've not realised that by this point in this website. Thanks for making that clear to us. The number of times that these pages have specified the names and the roles and natures of these people is getting beyond a joke. Came up with an ingenious solution to the problem, and their solution solves several other problems as well. It involves the use of a lot of green. It sounds kind of pathetic when you put it that way. It involves the use of a lot of green walls, green floors, and actors from the groundlings improvisation comedy troupe, covered all but for their eyes in clothing of the same green colour. I guess the Groundlings improvisation comedy troupe are slapstick, classic-style comedy actors, because they're not speaking, they're just running around in invisible suits. Okay, wait a minute. If they're going to be invisible completely, and they're not going to be speaking, why do they need a comedy troupe to be in the green suits? In fact, if you'd been on the set of Space Jam, you'd have seen the nearly surreal sight of Michael Jordan vigorously playing basketball at a green gym with a bunch of green people, some of whom scamper about in crouched over positions. I wonder if they've got a film of this stuff, it sounds funny. Other than Jordan himself, the only colours you could see other than green would have been the basketball net and its backboard, and regularly spaced red balls and dots on a square grid all over the floors and walls. But that's not what you'll see in the finished film. Why are basketballs orange as well? A thing about a lot of sports like soccer and basketball is the ball is always a certain colour, or a certain combination of colours, and it's always a certain pattern to it. Like basketballs always have those black lines gushing out of the centre and going around to the other side, so it looks like a big sliced up orange. Soccer balls have always black and white, and they've always got black and white hexagons spaced around. Is there a reason for these things? Is there any reason why it's always the same? They've always got these patterns, or is it just tradition or something? Joe Pitka loves strong, forceful camera moves. Michael Jordan is, of course, an athlete who expresses himself best through movement, and it can rarely be rehearsed in the way an acting performance is. As Ed Jones says, "We had to shoot Michael being inventive, and Michael's only inventive one time." Okay. The camera had better be ready to capture it. Inventive. He inventively bounces his ball around. Well, we already established that Michael Jordan is got a PhD in basketballology, and he must have contributed to that Journal of Basketball Studies before it sadly went the way of the dodo. Spontaneity was the rule of the day, but cartoons by their very nature are, of course, totally controlled by the artists. The challenge was to combine Pitka's needs and Jordan's abilities with the cartoons. The solution was that green room and those red dots. To Sherman Oaks and beyond, because of the complex nature and relatively short production schedule of Space Jam, in addition to the team at Warner Brothers' feature animation facility in Sherman Oaks and the team in the company's London studio, the production recruited a select group of animation studios all over the world. Ultimately, everything was sent to Space Jam's Sherman Oaks headquarters, where all the drawings were scanned into computers and digitally transmitted, via fibre optic cables, to Cinesite's computers for compositing. The involvement of computers in Space Jam began immediately, after the animators completed their drawings, and the background painters their work. These were scanned into digital computer memory by using Cambridge Animation's powerful and versatile Animo software program, used to complete the next several stages of work. The ink and paint department no longer uses real ink and paint, even though they still call themselves the ink and paint department. Instead, using the Animo program, they call up the animator's drawings, one frame at a time, onto a computer screen. You know, if you don't actually use ink and paint anymore, it's okay to stop calling it the ink and paint department. You're not going to kill the ghosts. You're not going to get haunted by evil spirits. You're not going to get haunted by the 1920s inkers. You're not going to get haunted by the 1920s ink and paint people's ghosts for changing the name. This happens a lot though. There's a lot of stuff out there that's still named something that is completely obsolete. For tradition's sake, I suppose. The expressive pencil lines of the animators are temporarily replaced by very thin lines the computer creates. It even completes lines when the artist has, for purposes of delineation, left them broken. Using colour models created by art director Bill Perkins and his staff, the painter employs Animo's built-in palette to colour each of the animated characters on the computer screen in flat, bright colours. Much like a standard 7-minute cartoon. 7 minute? Is that standard? I thought they were usually 5 minutes or 10 minutes. 7 minutes. For the classic Looney Tunes gang, this was of course the colours established over years of use. For the Nerdlux, Monstars and Swaghammer, the colours are, of course, anew. A lot of fuss over the colours. I suppose it matters for people that do it. You know, the people whose entire life is colouring things in. Colours are going to matter. The colours are going to matter to them. It's like if somebody has spent their whole lives pressing a button over and over again, the pressing of that button is going to matter to them. One of the most interesting features of Animo is that it allows the colours to be changed at will. Once a sequence is fully coloured, if the directors or art director want the characters changed, this can be done with a few strokes on the keyboard. For example, if a scene originally coloured for daylight becomes a nighttime scene instead, they can replace all of the bright colours with darker tones. Animation producer Ron Tipp points out the advantages. If you compare the traditional ink and paint process of Xeroxing the artwork onto cells and painting it by hand, there's a great savings in time. With original cell paint, very often only 1 or 2 colours at a time could be painted. You would then have to wait for those colours to dry, and then repaint it, so it was a very exhausting process. When the Aylesworth ads, we're averaging about 4 minutes for every cell that's painted. Traditionally, if you hand-painted that stuff on acetate, it's more like 20 to 30 minutes per cell. Jeepers jipes, that's a long time. 20 minutes to ink and paint one animation frame. When all the colouring is done, the original pencil lines are restored. The flow, the thickness, the manipulation of the line that often adds so much to an animated character is back where it should be. If these lines need their own colour changed, from the grey of pencil to, say, bold red for a dramatic effect, this can be done as well, without ever losing the characteristics of the animator's original drawings. With traditional animation, the colour had to be scraped off every individual cell. These technical innovations give shape and life to the Looney Tunes characters, but of course, there's more to Space Jam than a class reunion of Bugs, Daffy and their pals. There are live actors in the animated world, and animated characters in the real world. Because so much of Space Jam takes place in the real world, the drawings needed a further boost than is given in most cartoons. They needed to look as though they were being lit by movie lights. The key light, the strongest light in a scene, was represented by highlighting the parts of the cartoon character illuminated most strongly by this light. Fill lights, the dimmer lights in a scene, also needed to be indicated, as did the areas of the characters not being struck by light. The tone mats that create this were the work of effects animators. Bill Perkins explains, they created hard-edged black pieces of artwork that defined lighter or darker areas on the character. The black region dictates at a later stage of compositing what kind of colour is added to or taken out of that area of the character to make it appear rounded. So, you'll have a piece of black matte artwork that defines the brighter areas where light is striking a character, and you'll have another that defines the darker area where it's more in shade. The mats themselves look like thick-lined negative images of the animated characters with some parts left out. Each animated character, Wensley Aylesworth explains, has multiple mats drawn over it to give it shadings. The maps were scanned into the Animo system, exactly like the original animation, then laid over the coloured animation artwork to indicate the lightening and darkening of the colours of the individual characters section. Brother. You know what, once again, I'm fed up with this. I'm going to come back to this later. It's just taking way too long. Behind the scenes footage. It's not easy being green. Here you've got footage taken from additional cameras on the set and called B-roll by those in the biz. in which Michael Jordan plays against several men who are both shorter than he and less talented at the sport of basketball. You don't know that. Give them a chance. The little green men will later be digitally removed and replaced with cartoons. Neat stuff, huh? Yeah, it's so neat that I've seen it before. Oh! Look at that! Click on the pictures to download QuickTime movie clips. They did make films of this stuff. Let's watch these. This'll be good. Wait, can they just elbow butt each other out of the way in basketball? Do you see that? Did Michael Jordan just elbow that guy in the ribs? I thought basketball was not like that. That's pretty violent. That's not a very gentlemanly thing. You wouldn't have caught Stanley Matthews doing that in soccer in the 1940s. Look at this. Look at them. I was disappointed with the last one, but actually this one's pretty good. Just for the people running around Michael Jordan with that camera.
Take the world's greatest sports hero, Michael Jordan. The world's most popular animated character, Bugs Bunny. The world's most successful comedy producer, Ivan Reitman. And you get Space Jam, Warner Brothers' soon-to-be-released blockbuster.
What kind of camera is that?
Well, it's Looney Tunes, it's Michael Jordan. Together, what could be better?
I did see Michael Jordan.
Oh, it's fun.
Pardon me, Mr. Jordan. Could I have your your
Bugs Bunny and Tweety and Sylvester and, characters like that I grew up with. What's going on here?
We need your help!
I love the Looney Tunes. They're such extraordinary characters. It's been a shame that we've never seen them in a full-length animated feature.
And now I get the chance to interact with them.
Well, I knew they'd be great together. You put them together and I think you have something that's extraordinary.
Jordan. Bugs Bunny.
This movie's like the trip to the candy store. Ready?
Yeah! Bugs Bunny has always been my favorite animated character. He's a cross between Groucho Marx and Bill Murray, and, he crosses generations of comedians who I've loved.
Yeah, he's better than Bugs.
Special delivery!
Y'all ready for this? I really sort of saw a parallel with, the way Bugs Bunny talks and the way Bill Murray spoke. Duck.
Yes.
You kick it in here. You go to the hole and dominate. We on defense.
Oh, yeah.
Whoa. I don't play defense.
I guess the movie that this is the most like is Ghostbusters.
You heard of the Dream Team? Well, we're the Mean Team.
It's a mix of genres, it's a comedy. And it's a big adventure film, and there's parts that are kind of scary.
I wet myself.
There's a lot of action, and it's a real mix of forms. It has that kind of scale.
People know him for that great smile and his very handsome face. This is really what a movie star is all about, the ability to jump off the screen and sell yourself and sell your character and your idea and your persona to a large international movie audience.
Yeah.
I think he has that.
You know that your friends are cartoon characters?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Get ready to jam. Space Jam. Directed by Joe Piscopo.
People know him for that great smile and his very handsome face. This is really what a movie star is all about, the ability to jump off the screen and sell yourself and sell your character and your idea and your persona to a large international movie audience.
Yeah.
I think he has that.
You know that your friends are cartoon characters?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess the movie that this is the most like is I guess the movie that this is the most like is Ghostbusters.
You heard of the Dream Team? Well, we're the Mean Team.
It's a mix of genres, you know. It's a comedy, and it's a big adventure film, and there's parts that are kind of scary.
I bleed wet myself.
Very fascinating. Here's the site map, which is just a bunch of... that's just the list of all the places on the website. If you were... if I was being a bit thorough with this, I would be reading out all the text of this, but no. Area of the site specially reserved for kids. Well, I imagine that the kids wouldn't have been caring about... I'd imagine the kids would have cared about all the stuff I've been reading so far, as much as I have cared about it. But I've read all of it anyway. I'm looking forward to the kids section, honestly. I'm excited about that. Never on the internet have so few worked so hard to bring you so much in so little time. What's this? Click on that star. Oh, it's a credits page. The link even literally says credits. More websites need to have a credits page. Okay, Donald Buckley, executive producer. Donald lords over the rest of Warner Brothers Online, much like Nero over Rome. Okay, it's a bit creepy. And they provided Donald's personal email address. If you want to email the executive producer of the Space Jam website, then you can... Well, I'm not going to show you the URL, but if you go to the Space Jam website yourself, you can get that, and you can email Donald. Like, there's nothing wrong with it. He put it there of his own free will. He deserves everything he gets. Dara Lynn Weiss, producer. Dara makes sure that everything gets done. Michael Tritter, associate producer. Michael writes stuff. Jen Braun, digital designer. Jen makes everything pretty. Andrew J. Statchler, assistant to the digital designer. Andy helps make everything pretty, and then he makes all the interactive stuff. We'd also like to thank the following people for making it all possible. Darren Alksvary, Inessa Sikiri, Mark Reiner, Sam M. Smith, Eric Kellner, Joe Medjuk, Brad Sherrick, Robert Gonzalez, Rick Galvin, Kay Sals, Jess Garcia, The Academy, Ivan Reitman, Nancy Kirkpatrick, Kirk Freeman, Jess Messer, Pam Osiper, Peggy Lawless, Johnny Guitar, Rod Suh, Masi Rafani, Joe Pitka, Dan Robineff, Adam Monelli, Denise Bradley, Bud Rosenthal, Charlotte Candle, Jarvis Cocker, Jim Keltner on drums, Kirk Freeman, Jesse R. Williams, Larry Anredder, Harold Slag, Aaron Costa, and everyone at Warner Brothers Online Burbank. We'd also like to give a shout out to Mom, Dad, and God. Peace. And those are the official credits of the Space Jam website. So everybody responsible for in some way bringing this thing into being has been credited there. Now let's move on to Stellar Souvenirs. I'm disappointed that the store didn't work. I'd like to have seen what kind of tacky 1996 merchandise they were trying to shill with this film. Stellar Souvenirs. Just what you've been waiting for. Jam junk galore. Go nuts, take it all. For a price, I'm sure. Screensavers. Oh brother, it's this. Okay, it's this kind of souvenir. It's the cheap 90s desktop icons and screensavers. Don't jam your computer. Download this screensaver and never again will you need to suffer the indignity of burnt phosphor. Alright, then I will. How do I save this thing? Download the screensaver for either Mac or Windows 95. Install it in your control panels folder and double click on it to indicate your starter preference. Then sit back and watch the characters of Space Jam invade your computer screen. Okay then, Windows 95. Alright. Let's go. Let's get this bad boy downloaded. Let's see, where do I want to save this? To the music folder's good. The music folder already has everything under the sun anyway. It's not actually about music. Did that work? Yeah, it worked. Okay, open that and unzip this. Extract files. Screen. Up here. Screen. There. Screen. What? Well, the version of this file is not compatible with the version of Windows you're running. Screen_t.exe. To deploy to the new Space Jam. At least we can see what it looks like. Well, we can attempt to read it. Get ready to jam something, and really angry looking, really sinister looking Tweety Pie. And a bunch of other sound clips. While they may not have quite the same punch as Dolby Surround sound, these sound clips will provide you with minutes of fun. At least they're honest.
You guys are nuts.
Huh?
You guys are nuts. You guys are nuts.
Yeah, it sounds like a Sega CD quality recording if I ever heard it.
Eh, what do we care?
We are...
We are taking you to a theme park in outer space.
Yeah, you were expecting maybe the Easter Bunny?
I mean, that line makes more sense than the Ninja Turtles expecting the Addams Family. Next. Oh, brother, there's more sound clips. Oh, man. Explain the
We need
situation.
to beat these guys, because they're talking about slavery. They're going to make us do stand-up comedy. The same jokes every night for all eternity. We're going to be locked up like wild animals and then trotted out to perform for a bunch of lowbrow, bug-eyed, fat-headed, humor-challenged aliens.
What are you looking at?
Oh wait, sorry, I didn't give it the chance.
What are you looking at?
There, it's better.
You guys are nuts.
Correction, we're Looney Tunes.
And as such are the exclusive trademarks and properties of owners of their things.
I hope there was a joke in this film about how everybody thinks that they're spelt tunes instead of tunes. But I doubt that they were that self-aware.
We need your help!
Yikes.
We need your help! Smile, okay?
Some of these are kind of random, like Smile, okay. Why'd they put that in a sound clip?
You'll be our slave.
These nerdlucks sound really nice and cute and not like... I think I like them. I feel like they're the best characters in the film.
They're huge!
Don't move a muscle.
What's going on here?
What's up, Dad?
And that's it. Postcards. Postcards. Come on, people weren't using postcards even in 1996. Don't try and pawn postcards up. Oh wait, electronic postcard. Okay, send a Space Jam electronic postcard to someone you love. Click on the thumbnail of the card you want to send and instructions will follow. Alright. Okay, I've clicked it. I'm waiting for those instructions that are supposed to follow. Come on, instructions, follow already. You can't fail to follow forever. Let's try opening that in a new tab. Is it going to fail? Is that it? Does it not work? Looking for more WB cards? Check out the WB post office, which will exist. You'll find Bugs, Taz and all your favourites there. Just click to go. They repeated that just click to go link is exactly the same as that link there. They were so excited about this. Here we go, I've clicked it. I've clicked it. They're waiting for... No, it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. Sorry folks, I can't send... I'm not going to be able to send a Space Jam electronic postcard. I'm afraid that we're just all going to have to come to terms with that right now. Let's recompose ourselves after that grievous revelation and go to Jam posters. Posters galore. Stop destroying bus stops and just download them. Huh? What? Alright, I'll stop destroying bus stops and download them, Space Jam. I'll do that. They're all here and ready for the taking. Choose from Daffy, below, Bugs, Lola Bunny, Taz and Tweety. Get ready to jam. November the 15th of an unspecified year. I hate it when they do that. What year is it? If you're using a Macintosh, see, I told you in a video I made a year ago or so, they were called Macintoshes. It wasn't Mac, Apple Macs. They're trying to be cool and groovy now, but they're not fooling well, they are fooling people, but they're not fooling me. It stands for Macintosh, Apple. The real full name of your computer system is like old-fashioned sounding and not cool and slick. You're not escaping your past that easily. Not while Mr. X still haunts the streets. Apple Macintosh. Your apple was a rainbow, and it wasn't grey like it is now, grey and dull and lifeless. Just drag the image from your browser to the desktop, or hold your mouse button down over the image and select copy this image from the pop-up menu. Or if you're using a PC compatible machine, hold the mouse over the image and press the right mouse button. Select save this image from the pop-up menu. That's it, the poster is all yours, but remember, Warner Brothers still owns the copyright. Yeah. Let's see then, Bugs. Get ready to jam. I'm going to leave Lola's to the last, because I want to see what they've accentuated in her one. Tweety. There's the menacing Tweety. Man, he's frightening. The Looney Tunes look like the real monsters in this movie. Those Nerdlucks were the good guys. They should have been the heroes. It should have been the Nerdlucks being the heroes versus these intimidating Looney Tunes. And Michael Jordan was also the ultimate bad guy, just like in Charles Barkley's Shut Up and Jam Gaiden. Space Jam really missed a beat here. They should have switched the roles in this movie. But they didn't have the guts. Get ready to jam. Okay, what's Lola's? Okay, well, I was expecting to see something else, but fine. I was expecting hers to look a bit different from what it did. Browser icons. Tired of that glowing N up in the corner? Don't know what you mean, but alright. I'm sure that made sense in 1996. Change it to our hyper cool spinning basketball. It doesn't spin. It's not spinning. Unfortunately, this only works in a Macintosh running Netscape. Oh brother. Install this basketball into your Macintosh computer with ResEdit, which you can download from Apple at this dead mirror. Do all of these things and save it in Netscape. And enjoy your new basketball. Enjoy this basketball spinning on the top right of your browser. I bet a lot of people had that back in 1996 for a month and then just scrapped it. Backboard patterns. What are these? You are cordially invited to decorate your computer with images from our film. We think you like them. Click on Mac or Windows to download a new pattern automatically. Tweety, what? Let's see then. Let's have a look at this. No, let's have a look at the Tweety one actually. No, let's have a look at the Nerdluck one. No, let's have a look at the Tweety one. Pattern 2 Tweety. I'm enjoying this. This is fun. Extract to pattern 2. Oh, look! It's a BMP image of Tweety. It's a really grainy, you can count the dots, picture of Tweety. Can't see it, can you? Allow me to remedy that, and allow me to also... Let's fix this image of Tweety, but it doesn't quite look right to me. I think it's missing something. Let's see... This image of Tweety Pie is missing something. Brother. Excuse me for 5 minutes. No, Tweety, you postcode lottery merchant. Whoa! I don't want 13,000 times size, no. There we go. much better. I like that. Let's see then. Might as well download the Nerd Luck as well. I don't know what these that green one there and that blue one at the top left, they've got nothing to do with Space Jam, they're just patterns. Well, that the top left one is the pattern that's on this webpage here. Extract the patterns. Huh? Oh! Up we go. I think you need the same treatment, my friend. That is the bee's knees. Oh wait, we're not finished. That's the bee's knees. There. Right, I'm pleased with that. Okay, moving on. I'm paranoid. I keep checking back to Cam Studio just in case it's decided to blow a fuse. But anyway, we've browsed all the souvenirs and we've taken what we wanted. Well, I've taken what I wanted. I don't know what you want. I'm going to leave Junior Jam till last. Let's have a look at the lineup. The cast, the characters, the players, the apostrophe tunes. When did Michael Jordan get into acting? Well, was he in something before this? I'm going to find that out. Who are the Monstars and how could they possibly make the Tasmanian Devil faint? How long has Bugs been driving Daffy crazy? Read on and test your knowledge with our trivia quiz by hitting the Games button. Oh, we'll get into that soon, but first, cast. Stuff this! No, not happening. Games. Oh brother, what am I thinking? Bet you never saw the missing episode where the coyote caught the Roadrunner and ate him. Nah, just kidding. Actually, that did happen, I think. I think there are several Looney Tunes Roadrunner ones where he actually did catch him, and it ended. He ended with him winning. I've heard that before, at least. I doubt that it had him graphically eating him on screen, though. But here you can test your knowledge of all... It did happen in the Roadrunner Death Valley Rally game on the Super Nintendo. Everybody playing that would have died over and over, so he won there. But here you can test your knowledge of all things Looney within Space Jam's official Looney Tunes trivia quiz. Question 1. What rival calls Bugs a long-eared galoot? You kidding me? Well, that sounds like something that Yosemite Sam would say. Yeah. I know that it had... Wile E. Coyote was in the... We can just go back. Why, there's no consequences to this, you can just click back and forward. I know that Wile E. Coyote was in with Bugs in an episode once, and he did speak to Bugs in that one. How old is Bugs Bunny? He's, well, I can... Oh, crumbs. I was about to say I can answer this, but actually, this is 1996, isn't it? So, let's see then. In 1996, I don't know how old... I don't even know how long Bugs Bunny existed at that time. But 88 years before that would have been 1908. That would have been 1940, 1959, and 1905. I'm going to guess that 1940. Yeah, he's 56, so he'll be like 77 now. Bugs is certainly getting old. Who provided the first voice for Bugs Bunny? Oh dear. Fritz Frelling, I have no idea. Wrong. I doubt it was Mel Blanc. Michael Maltese, wrong. Frank Oz. Oh, but really, Mel Blanc was doing it right from the start. Mel Blanc provided Bugs Beanie's first voice. Question, and the question picture is now stopped even trying to load. It's just given up on this. It wants out of here. What was the name of the first Bugs Bunny cartoon? A wild hare, Bugs Bunny gets the Boyd. Bugs Bunny gets the Boyd? I'll bet that's what he said. How would Bugs Bunny talk?
Yeah. Bugs Bunny gets the Boyd. Bugs Bunny gets the Boyd. Yeah. 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 Bugs Bunny gets the Boyd. Bugs Bunny gets the Boyd. Bugs Bunny gets the Boyd. Yeah. Yeah. Bugs Bunny gets the Boyd. Bugs Bunny gets the Boyd.
Yeah, right. Stage door cartoon and hare tonic. Well, I have no idea. Bugs Bunny gets the boy? No. A wild hare? Right, a wild hare. Okay. What two characters were created before Bugs Bunny? Well, I doubt it's Elmer Fudd because I think that he just always was working with Bugs. Porky Pig and Daffy Duck. Ah, interesting. What is printed on Wile E. Coyote's business card? Now that is shown in the episode that I was thinking about when he meets Bugs Bunny, but I don't remember. I think it's Genius. The Space Jam website could not compute that answer. It didn't like that. Okay, let's try something else then. Wile E. Coyote, wrong. Please tell me something else is the right answer. Oh, crumbs. Oh, brother, are you kidding me? Does our journey end here? Does our epic voyage through the Warner Brothers Space Jam quiz end on this question? I've broken the internet. I've broken the internet trying to solve the Space Jam 1996 quiz. Well, maybe can I use my intelligence to find a way past this? Let's see. The URL of that is quiz 5D. The URL of that is quiz 6. So if I type in quiz 7, movie / that / answers. If I type in quiz 7 in the address bar at the top, let's see what happens. Aha! I did it! Question 7. Which of the following characters is the youngest? Do they have official ages? Is it Taz? Right, Taz is the youngest. Oh, I realise what they mean. They mean, like, when was the most recently created character? I thought they meant how old are the actual characters in the world of Looney Tunes. How old are they supposed to be? Congratulations, you've successfully completed the official Looney Tunes trivia quiz. Now go do something else. I couldn't agree more. Couldn't agree more with that. There is no more well-phrased, no more well-stated sentiment than that. Okay, that's the quiz. Now, I've got to take a break and then we're going to come back to the part of this website I've been looking forward to the most since I discovered it existed in the credits section. Or the sitemap, rather. It's the Junior Jam Children's section. So meet up with me then for that, folks. Yeah. I don't see any good reason to stop now. Let's get to the kids section. The part we've all been waiting for. The kids section of the Space Jam website. Junior Jam. Let's move, baby. Junior Jam. Oh, that's pretty as a peach, that background. I like that. A lot of people look at colours like that, I think, and they feel it looks bad, but I've never felt that way. I like this colour scheme here. It's pretty. A lot of people, I've never seen eye to eye with people about colours. I think they're all pretty nice. Kids, much awaits you here in Looney Tunes Land. Click on the different parts of the picture above for lots of fun and games. Actually, let's just take a step backwards and reflect upon what we've seen. This is the kids section of the website. Now, has the rest of the website not been interesting for children? We've seen a whole bunch of extremely boring technical descriptions of the movie's directing history and the quotation marks 2D and 3D animation techniques. We've seen a lot of names repeated over and over again. We've seen... Well, the quiz was fun. The children would be able to play that. They wouldn't know the answers, but they could play it. Or at least they could have played it if the sixth question didn't tear open a hole in the fabric of reality when you picked the right answer. And what else? There was the posters. There was that bit with the sound clips of the movie and the films of Michael Jordan elbowing someone in the ribcage. Or wherever he elbowed them. Either way, he thrust his elbow into the man. And those were things. I guess most of this website was pretty uninteresting for children though, but now it's time for the the children's section, the section officially made for children. And holy smokes, did you see that? Look at that rectangle it put around the link when I clicked it. Look at that. Let's just trace it. It goes up to the top left and along to the top right and down, then diagonally down and right, and then diagonally down and left, and then left. That's brilliant. So specific. Such a precise shape. Since you probably know how to use the computer better than mommy or daddy, you got that right. Some things have never changed. The keys are still much better than mommy or daddy when it comes to computers. Or smartphones. They're better than me. I don't know a thing about smartphones. I never did then, though. Then again, even in the late 90s when mobile phones were popular, the really old, early prototype smartphones with a green screen and 20 pixels on the entire screen that went when someone gave you a phone call. I didn't care about them either. The only reason I ever had one actually was because someone gave me it as a present. I didn't use it for anything of substance. I wasn't the kind of person that cared about anybody but myself. I guess. And in fact, the only reason that I have a smartphone is because I got it for a research science experiment that it was designed for. Use the printer to print these simple black and white pictures of the cartoon characters from Space Jam and colour them in yourself. Click on the small pictures below to see a bigger one that you can print out and colour in. Okay. There's one. There's another one. I could do this and film myself doing it. Perhaps I will do that. I probably will do that. There's Pepe Le Pew. Slam dunking that basketball. And there are... Okay, first of all, Porky Pig, you've got, out of all the Looney Tunes characters, you've got no place whatsoever trying to look cool. Porky Pig is easily the most uncool Looney Tune out of them all. Porky Pig is the mild-mannered, innocent, lovable 60-year-old man next door. That's what Porky is. You all know it. That was the colouring section. Meet the characters. You might be surprised to know that the Looney Tunes have actually been around since before you were born. I don't think that would be a surprise to the kids. Are they really that ignorant? Is it not common knowledge that the Looney Tunes have been around a long time? Well, anyway, the kids are going to find out regardless. They're going to learn about their life stories. Oh, come on. What the... No. Father, this is not what I was expecting to see in the kids section of the Looney Tunes. I thought I'd finally get escaped from these massive walls of text, but no. Oh, crumbs. Yeah, the kids all know what perennial means. Crumbs, I don't believe this. Well, there's another place I'm going to come back to later to see what it says. Joe Adamson, film historian / filmmaker, is the author of Bugs Bunny, 50 Years and Only One Grey Hair, and Tex Avery, King of Cartoons. Oh, I guess that he wrote these biographies of the Looney Tunes. Come back to that. Neat stuff to look at. Check out these cool pictures from Space Jam. Click on any of the photos to see a full-size version of the pictures. I've got to say, the kids section of the website, apart from the colouring books, which is not actually for kids anymore, because adults use colouring books as well now, don't they? I think they get special, separate adults colouring books though, to just to try and assure themselves that they're not accepting that something that children enjoy doing is something that is good to enjoy doing. They've got to have their own adult version. I wonder what kind of stuff they're colouring in the adult versions. Probably really boring things is what it is, because adults are supposed to be boring, so they... Yeah. Anyway, Tweety does the twist with Void the Monster. Bugs waves into Michael Jordan's ear. That's blooming sick, is what that is. Crumbs. Daffy gives his seal of approval. A Monstar gets splattered with paint. The menacing Monstars. Void scratches his back. Ah! The Monstars are basically fully evolved Pokemon, and the Nerdlucks are the first stage evolutions. Void scratches his back. In fact, yeah, look, there's Charmander. There's Charizard on the right. That's Ivysaur, or Venusaur, whatever one was the best one, I don't remember. Venusaur on the left, I think. And then Squirtle in the far back. I think that's the person there. And that purple one is... that's Gary Oak. Bupkus the Monster. Zilch and the Nerdluck and Yosemite Sam face... Zilch, the Nerdluck and Yosemite Sam face off. I wonder what Yosemite means. A monster on the court. Tweety helps out the Toon Squad by biting his ear. Is that a part of the rules? I know Mike Tyson did that, but that wasn't basketball. Tweety does the twist. We've done that, okay. Well, if it's in the rules for Michael Jordan to smash someone's chest open with his elbow, I guess anything goes. Basketball tips plus terms. Uh-oh, I knew it. It's another list. Do you know how to play basketball as well as Michael Jordan? I doubt it. I doubt that I know how to play basketball as well as Michael Jordan. I wonder what Michael Jordan's doing nowadays. I'm guessing that he's not playing basketball anymore. He must be too old for that now. You've got to be 30 or younger, I think, to play basketball. Or to do anything, rather. To do any kind of sport. For some reason. If you read these tips, you will. Or maybe not. Either way, come back soon to learn some basketball terms. It's always a good idea to warm up before games. Stretch and do moderate calisthenics. But don't explain what calisthenics are to the children. Don't do that. I don't know what calisthenics are. Practice handling the ball. Practice handling the ball with both your left and right hands. Set up 4 or 5 cones about 4 feet apart on the line and dribble them while moving in and out of the line. Switching. Why did they call it dribbling? It's like you're slavering your saliva all over the ball. I don't understand. Switching back and forth from right and left hands as you pass each cone in the opposite side. Basketball's out of all of the... For all the arbitrariness of most sports, with the rules that are just sort of there to have rules and not let you do things, like in soccer you can't use your hands on the ball, but you can use every other part of your body on the ball, your head and your legs and your chest, but not your hands. Basketball to me is the most artificial one. It's the most forced, it seems to be. You can hold the ball in your hands, but you can't keep holding the ball in your hands while you're moving. You've got to be bouncing it on the ground the whole time that you're moving from one place to another. I mean, how do you... Where's the buck stop with this sort of thing? When you bounce the ball down and it comes back to your hand, how long can the ball still be cupped in your hand before you've got to bounce it back down again? I feel this is a very vague rule. I don't know why it even exists. Anyway, dribble the ball, switching back and forth from right to left hands as you pass each cone on the opposite side. Start slowly and build up speed as your ball handling skills improve. Keep your head up while dribbling the ball to make a pass. By learning how to dribble the ball without looking at it, you can more easily spot a teammate. When playing defense, slide from side to side to cover your opposing player. Do not cross your legs. Huh? Do not cross your legs. It's helpful to practice sliding on the court. Wait, again they failed to explain what they mean. What does sliding mean? I get the feeling they don't mean to literally pull a Mega Man and slide, get down on the ground on your back and slide along the ground in front of the player. Because first of all, I don't think that's even physically possible. And secondly, there's no secondly, that was it. So what on earth does it actually mean? Does it mean just cover your opposing player? Do not cross your legs. Why don't you cross your legs? I don't understand this. Maybe children in America just know all of these concepts already, but I don't. I don't know what this instruction's telling me. I don't even know what playing defense means. Listen, these tips about basketball are meaningless to someone that doesn't know all these concepts about basketball in the first place. This is what I was saying earlier. People that know things always try to describe them to people in terms that the people don't understand. When handling the ball, always keep the other hand up. It helps with your balance and makes it easier to switch hands. Always keep your knees and back slightly bent when playing defense. Protect the ball by keeping your body between the ball and the defender and keeping your free arm up. Protect the ball. Practice lay-ups from both the left and right sides of the basket. Again, what does that mean? What's a lay-up? When approaching the right side of the basket, shoot with your right hand and take off with your left foot. When approaching from the left, shoot with your left hands and take off from your right foot. Okay. Sure, there's a reason for that. Stay on the balls of your feet when playing defence. This allows you to react more quickly to a change in direction and move with the opposing player. Stay below the ball and one step back when on defence. You can adjust your position quickly and cover the ball more readily. Basketball tips for kids are provided by Jesse R. Williams, long-time coach and community leader affiliated with the National Pro-Am. I've heard of Pro-Am, I don't know what it is. Pro-Am City Leagues Association. The association operates one of the oldest and largest City League basketball programs, offering year-round team play for youth, collegiate, and adult amateur semi-pro level athletes. Semi-pro. You're not quite... you're not really a professional, but you're sort of one. For more information, click there. Well, Jesse R. Williams, you might be a long-time coach, but you're not good at teaching someone that knows nothing about basketball. That's the official verdict of Mr. X. Sports Illustrated Kids. Want even more tips? Visit that. No. I hope there's... Please tell me that we're not finished. Is that all the stuff in this? Oh, crumbs. This is rubbish. This stuff's garbage. This isn't fun for children. The colouring book was the best thing on here. Oh wait, there's a game. Oh, here's more. This is what I was hoping to see. Lots of games for your enjoyment. Click on the links below to go to the concentration game. Oh, I'm looking forward to this now. This is what I was hoping to see. Concentration. Shockwave plugin needed. Oh, please tell me this still works. Well, if your browser's got the latest Shockwave, you will see the concentration game. Oh, no. I wanted to play this. I'm not being sarcastic right now, I'm actually disappointed. I really do want to play the game, the concentration game. I don't think the problem is that I don't have the latest Shockwave plugin. I think the problem is that the latest Shockwave plugin needs to be 20 years old in order for this to work. Shockwave doesn't even exist anymore actually, does it? Shockwave. I remember when Shockwave was a thing that websites used. I think it's connected to Flash, which does still exist, but it's not quite the same as Flash, I think. Well, maybe Match the Monsters will work. We've decolorized the cute little nerdlocks that appear in Space Jam, and it's your job to figure out which monster each one turns into. If I click correctly, I'll get an animation of the nerdlock morphing into the monster. What do you think that's going to look like? What do you think a 1996 website animation is going to look like? Because I actually don't know. I'm intrigued to find out. All these nerdlocks look the same. Well, this guy looks pretty fat, so I'm guessing he's the fat one. Let's see here. Yellow, orange, blue, red and purple. So, Yobup. Try the orange one. Okay. You know, I was imagining it might be just... I was imagining it would just be the picture, you know, morphing into the other one. And, well, I was right, that's what it was. I don't know what else they could have done back then. Right, this one's tiny, so it'll be that thin one. Oh no! That right there is the not equal symbol, which is just the equal symbol but with a diagonal line through it. That's a symbol that that programmers will be acquainted with, but I'll tell you who won't be acquainted with it. 5-year-old children. Well, maybe now they are. Well, yeah, probably now. They probably see this stuff on their smartphones. And Candy... It'll say Candy Crush Saga is not equal to generic girls makeup game. Well, I got that wrong. So which one is he then? This one? Crumbs, which... You look how tiny he is. You'd think he'd be the small one. Must be the yellow one. Yeah. Come on, do your morph. Yeah. Match the monsters. Another Lerdnuck. Another Lerdnuck. Click on the star on. Click on the Son Smar that you think he changes into. Well, at this point I have no idea. Let's just click randomly. Purple. Right. I like their bow ties as well. Nerds used to always be associated with bow ties, didn't they? One of the nerd stereotypes was that they were wearing a bow tie. Which is the sort of thing that if nerds didn't want to be seen as nerds, they could have easily just not worn that stupid bow tie. But no, they wore the bow tie. I think now the thing with nerds is... what do nerds look like now? What is a modern nerd? The concept of a nerd is sort of... It's diluted a bit over the years because it's pretty well known that now everybody suddenly likes computer stuff because of smartphones and the internet. Although it seems to me that the idea that the nerds have died, the idea that it's cool to like technology and that nerds are... It tends to be said these days that this is the stigma against nerds is gone because now nerds are cool because everybody plays Candy Crush. But I'm not convinced of that. I think the way in which nerds relate to technology, now as then, is still obsessive and creepy to people that aren't nerds. Like people like to play Candy Crush and phone each other on smartphones, but they don't actually care about how you set the variables and compile the object code or the source code to produce the null pointer exceptions and all those sorts of things. Nobody cares about that. They just want to be able to play Candy Crush. Basically, I think that's how it feels to me. I don't think things have really changed that much. So, but regardless, these nerdlocks here are meant to be nerds, presumably, and yeah, the 90s nerd bow tie, I think is part of that. And being made in the 90s, this was a time when it was, although there's an idea now that nerds are more acceptable. It's not, nerds were just hated, well, nerds were mocked and insulted and stuff back then without any kind of remorse. And now that has changed somewhat. But back when Space Jam was made, it was cool to hate nerds. So they're the bad guys in this. But they look to be like the far more deserving to be the good guys. Anyway, what's next? Oh, I hope this is the Finn one. Yeah, there we go, I got it right at once. I matched them all. That's it, it's done. Back we go. That one reminds me of something. Fantasy basketball, what's this? That's an external link. That's not going to work. Is it? Is it going to work? This domain may be for sale. For more information, please fill out this. I don't feel like filling in a form of my personal details to find out whether a domain might possibly be for sale. This is like a modern job advertisement on one of these websites where it says there's some company that exists somewhere that wants somebody to do these vaguely defined actions for them. If you think that you're an excellent candidate for this incredibly vaguely specified job role, then send an email to this completely independent recruitment company that will decide if they think that maybe they'll let you actually find out what the company even is in the first instance, and then what the job even is. The human race is stupid. I'm not even joking, kids. That's what happens now. There's legitimately a lot of companies now that will not even tell you who they are. They'll put up an advert on a website. They'll put up an advertisement for a job vacancy without it saying what the company is or what the job really is. Is it just me that finds that stupid? Well, whether it is or isn't, I find that stupid. Unbelievably stupid. Indescribably stupid. Now, what possible reasons might they have to do that? Well, I imagine that the company wants to avoid being flooded with job adverts. I imagine the company wants to not be flooded with job applications. They want to have less stuff to have to process. I imagine that's the reason. I don't know why that's suddenly become a thing they care about now and it wasn't before. Well, perhaps that's the legitimate reason. However, that legitimate reason results in some incredible stupidity from the people that are applying for the jobs. Like, I find that incredibly stupid that the person doesn't even know what the company is. I mean, what if you apply for the job and then you find out that it's Nazis Incorporated? You know? What then? You've just wasted your time looking for a job. It seems to me that the onus should be on the companies to take the burden of hassle on themselves rather than the person looking for a job, because the company, and by definition whoever it is in the company that cares about making stuff convenient for the company, has a job, has income, regular income and living, stuff like that. Whereas the person that is applying for a job evidently does not have those things. So in a world that acts in accordance with some kind of moral order, then the companies would take that burden on themselves to help the people who don't have jobs get jobs. But the human race apparently doesn't care less about doing the right thing. Now then, that was I think that was what the Space Jam Match the Monstars game was trying to elicit out of us. I think that's what the sort of thought process it was hoping to evoke from people who came to this section of the site. It's okay. So that was that. That was all it was worth seeing. That's that. Over. Oh, you know what? You're all still here. This isn't going to get any more relevant. Let's look up the Space Jam game. The Space Jam Toon Squad versus Monstars. No. Oh, that's a clip from the movie, isn't it? 500,000 views. 2 years ago it was put up. So, it's still around. What is she doing? Oh, someone's put up the entirety of Space Jam. I'll bet that it's got the actual movie, I mean. But I'll bet that it'll be 1/5 the size of the screen. It'll be a little box in the corner. And all around the box will be flashing green lights. And even the box itself will have a giant, it'll have a supernova going on top of the video the whole time. And everything will be slowed down 20%. And it will still get caught in 10 months. Right now, the Space Jam game, if you didn't know, which you didn't, is a basketball. It's the only one of these celebrity-based basketball games, ironically enough, that is about basketball. And yet it's the only one of these games that was not just supposed to be about the basketball character themselves, but rather the movie involving the Looney Tunes that could have had any kind of game made about them. But no, they made a basketball game about them. I don't know what is going on in this house. This place is through the bonkers roof mad. I don't know what's happening here. This place is jammed. This place is crazy. That looks like it's going faster than it's supposed to be, and that dog, that photorealistic for 1995 standards dog is really creepy. There's something about these old 90s CGI attempts that just looks really unsettling to me. You know, it did at the time as well. It looks kind of creepy, jarring. They're so badly animated, they're so stodgy. It's a little bit sinister. Anyway, then they play the basketball, and very fluid animations. But this was the PlayStation. The PlayStation was good for 2D animated sprites. They still look, well, they don't look good anymore, but they're still reasonably smooth. But you didn't get much of it because they were always wanted everything to be 3D because that was the new and exciting thing. What am I doing? It's just basketball. I can't say I've got nothing to say because I always find something to say, but I don't feel like having anything to say. Why don't we talk about the people in the background though? I'm guessing they're all classic Looney Tunes characters, but I don't recognise many of them. I recognise the big red monster thing on the left. Hey! I just realised because thanks to spending 3 hours on the Space Jam website, I've now got some idea of who these Monstars are. I recognise the colours. The orange one's the big fat one. there's a skinny blue one, but he's not there for some reason. Just the green one and the purple one. That's funny. Hall of Hijinks. Show that you are nobody's doll. And it's just like the production technical details page, putting everything in quotation marks. Show that you are nobody's doll by rebounding the balls and hitting the movement targets for points. Some targets do strange things. Good luck. Is this some kind of trading game? Like Smash Brothers or something? That would be nice if that is. Is it a minigame? Is it a minigame? Oh, crumbs, it is! Holy smokes! I wasn't aware about this. Like a carnival thing, they've got to throw balls at the targets. Oh, that's fun. Yeah, that's nice. I didn't give this game enough credit that it would have something like this. It's not much, but, well, it's something. Well, that's the Space Jam game. Let's get back to the Space Jam website already. And with that, I think we're finished here. Yeah, we've now gone through all the stuff. The news section still has no news. We've now seen pretty much everything of any real value that's there to be seen on the Space Jam website. Except, of course, that I've not forgotten that I've still got to go back through a whole bunch of garbage on this website and finish it off. LucasArts. Well, we'll get around to that one day. But until then, I'm satisfied. We have explored the 1996 internet relic that is the Space Jam website. A real old curiosity of the ages, lying in the back corners of the internet and gathering dust for all eternity. Perhaps one day this website will be revived. But I personally think it's better just lying here, minding its own business for all eternity. A nice little ghost of the past to keep us company in those dark, chilling nights when it looks like everything's gone, dead and buried. We can remind ourselves, no, everything's not gone and dead and buried, because the Space Jam website still exists. At least until they make a remake of this movie, which I've heard there's plans to have. There's some talk, it seems, of doing another Space Jam. Someone thinks that's a good idea. Well, I dread to think that maybe when that happens they might actually scrap this website, because in the grand Hollywood tradition of making remakes of old movies, they probably don't want to acknowledge anything about the original movie at all. Just pretend it never happened. That'll be a sad day, but at least if that does happen, then the internet is always going to have some Scottish person talking on top of the whole website. They can't take that down unless they can, which they quite possibly can. Goodbye, everyone. Wait a minute. No, we're not done here. I didn't go to the legal privacy information section. Let's look at that while we're here. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, that takes us to the modern Warner Brothers terms of use, not the... I was hoping to see the 1996 terms of use. I can't imagine it would have actually looked that interesting, but what could be here? Might have been fun. I'm not reading this. Well, I see that the Warner Brothers terms of use are just as fond of quotation marks as the Space Jam making of section was. Welcome and thank you for using a service provided by Warner Brothers and its affiliates and subsidiaries. Warner, we, us, or our. These terms of use are a legally binding agreement between you and Warner and govern your use of our online, digital, or mobile services. I've noticed in legal documents, the use of commas always seems very strange to me. Oh wait, there was a comma up there, never mind. But I was going to say that I've noticed in a lot of legal documents, they have very long run-on sentences with a lot of ands and ors, without any commas in there at all. I feel like there's a lot of room for confusion there. I assume that it must all be prim and proper and above the board with the law, but it's strange to me. Certain aspects of the service may be subject to additional terms and conditions, which may include, among other things, particularised age requirements, code of conduct, sweepstakes and contest rules, and payment and consequences contains collectively additional terms and additional are made available in investment additional terms about use of the service and service control the effective conflict of the terms. By accessing using the service, you agree to be under these terms and applicable. No. By accessing and using the service, you agree to be under these terms and any applicable additional terms that incorporate the terms of reference and consent to a collection and use of the information as relating to the principal policy. Do not wish to be bound with these terms and conditions, not draw access to use the service. 1. Changes these terms. We reserve the right in our own discretion to modify these terms, including applicable additional terms from time to time. You agree that we may notify you of the modified terms of policies of hosting of the service and agree that your continued use of the service and as notice to constitute the agreement with modified terms which will govern your ongoing use of the service. Thus, you should be reviewing the possible terms and use of application terms each time you use the service. Any modifications to these terms will subsequently prior version of all activity occurring or the revised version will be made available. 2. Your representations. By accessing, creating, or otherwise using the service in any manner, you represent more, you have sufficient legal capacity to enter into this agreement, or if you use capacity, for instance, if you're a minor, you have to obtain parental guardian consent to do so. You represent, you have read, understood, and agreed to the terms and conditions of the application of the terms that you have read, understood, and agreed to the collection and use practices set forth in the press policy. The Warner Service. Warner grants you limited, non-exclusive, non-sub-licensable, non-translatable, and pre-blockable license to review, access, review, and use the service, and the purpose and contribution use solely for the terms and the features and functionality of the service, subject to complete compliance with these service use and applicable additional terms. The service may allow you to VP select you content, include video autographs, you to click the content subject to maybe a limited example of some of the visible to any site to account, and object of reason, time window, subscription level, otherwise, and access to requires appropriate device assistant activity. The service and consent are protected by copyrights, trademarks, service and other licenses copyrights that owned by one of those licenses. One objects copyrights, others are treated the same. Any unauthorized use of content of the service or any proportion thereof will violate the copyright of the license also right. And Warner Bros. Had the right to fully protect the such violations and enforces right to the full extent of the jam, including seeking both civil and criminal penalties. Violation of this agreement in any manner or permits you the unlicensed kind of duty herein and obligation you to cease all use of the service and content. Any authorized copy material granted by Warner in any other part of the service or any reason script a copy of this non-commercial personal use only, unless otherwise specified and subject to keeping all the content copyright trademark under the proprietary license. Except expressly provided here in Warner does not grant you any express or implied right to license for the service of the content and all right title that Warner has in the service content obtained by Warner and the right to modify, discontinue, deliver, retain all of the services all the time without any orders. No aspect of the service legal finance or medical and other category orders and preventive device. Blah 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 blah. iTunes App Store. Blah whatever. Blah blah blah. The code of conduct. We agree that all of these things are things that you agree to do. Robots.txt files and all of this other things. Why is it that certain parts of legal documents are just all in block capitals? What's the meaning of this? Why? Why are these parts in block caps and nothing else? Limitation of liability and disclaimer of warranties. The use of the services at your own risk. Warner does not accept any liability for damage. I guess it's something to do with parts of the thing, parts of the legal specification that concern dangerous things or stuff that like it's actually of a potential concern of a potential risk to not follow. I don't know. Maybe when it says something that you might get into actual legal trouble for. I don't know. I'm not a lawyer. Class action waiver. Opt-out. Force majeure. Warner will not have any liability to you by reason of any delay or failure to perform any obligation hereunder if the delay or failure to perform is occasioned by force majeure, which refers to any act of God, storm, fire, casualty, unanticipated work stoppage, power outage, satellite failure, strike, lockout, labour dispute, civil disturbance, riot, war, national emergency, governmental action, or other cause beyond its control. How on earth can you legally define what an act of God is? I'm going to guess that there is an official legal definition of that would hold up in a court of law. And I'm going to take a further guess that that legal definition has been around for 1,000 years or something. I'd like to know what this would be. Oh well, I'm sure that lawyers know a bit more about this sort of stuff than me. Now then. Let's see. Okay, we've read all that. So if you don't want to agree to be legally bounded by all of the foregoing terms, please do not access the Space Jam website, was the conclusion of all this. So hopefully I agreed to all of these things. Wait a minute, I just realised. The Space Jam website thanked God in the credits list. Which must mean that in some small way, the Space Jam website's very existence was an act of God. I mean, technically speaking. So, I guess that I've broken the law, and that I'm going to face tremendous penalties for accessing the Space Jam website. Well, I guess I better stop this video right now before the police bang on my door and demand whatever it is that the police demand from people when they bang on their doors. Like Cliff Richard, when he got the police smashing into his door, and for some reason the BBC got to informed about this and they got to be there to film it, despite the fact that's supposed to be something that can't happen. I don't know what the conclusion of that was. Mr. Richard turned out to be innocent in whatever the thing was anyway, but I doubt that the BBC ever got any sort of anything for that. How on earth did this turn into the BBC? We're done. Space Jam's over. Have a good night, everyone.
This town is one-man town. It goes crazy and doesn't afraid of anything. Space Jam. Space Jam. Space Jam. I'm Space Jam. Space Jam. Space Jam. Space gonna blaze at Space Jam. Space.
Okay, no more slapstick madness. Let's put the Cam Studio video box on that again and let's hope it works. We're going back to the Space Jam website. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Well, I shouldn't be saying... Well, hello, gentlemen and ladies. I shouldn't be saying anything because this is just going to carry straight on from where we left off. I'm going to cover all the stuff that I promised to come back to see. Let's do that. The trailer. I believe I didn't go to these... I believe I didn't show these extra videos.
Take the world's greatest sports hero, Michael Jordan. The world's most popular animated character, Bugs Bunny. The world's most successful comedy producer, Ivan Reitman. And you get Space Jam, Warner Brothers' soon-to-be-released blockbuster.
Small.
What kind of camera is that?
Well, it's Looney Tunes, it's Michael Jordan. Together, what could be better?
That's what I call. I did see Michael Jordan.
Oh, it's fun.
Pardon me, Mr. Jordan. Could I have your your John?
Bugs Bunny and Tweety and Sylvester and, characters like that I grew up with. What's going on here?
We need your help!
I love the Looney Tunes. They're such extraordinary characters. It's been a shame that we've never seen them in a full-length animated feature.
And now I get the chance to interact with them.
Well, I knew they'd be great together. You put them together, I think you have something that's extraordinary.
Jordan. Bunny. This movie's like a trip to the candy store.
Ready?
Yeah! Bugs Bunny has always been my favorite animated character. He's a cross between Groucho Marx and Bill Murray, and, he crosses generations of comedians who I've loved.
Yeah, he's better than Bugs.
Special delivery!
Y'all ready for this? I really sort of saw a parallel with, the way Bugs Bunny talks and the way Bill Murray spoke.
Duck. Yes.
You kick it in here. You go to the hole and dominate. We on defense.
Oh, yeah.
Whoa. I don't play defense.
I guess the movie that this is the most like is Ghostbusters.
You heard of the Dream Team? Well, we're the Mean Team.
It's a mix of genres, it's a comedy, and it's a big adventure film, and there's parts that are kind of scary.
I wet myself.
There's a lot of action, and it's a real mix of forms. It has that kind of scale.
you know, people know him for that great smile and his very handsome face. This is really what a movie star is all about, the ability to jump off the screen and sell yourself and sell your character and your idea and your persona to a large international movie audience.
Yeah.
I think he has that.
You know that your friends are cartoon characters?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Get ready to jam. Space Jam. Directed by Joe Pictor.
People know him for that great smile and people know him for that great smile and his very handsome. People know him for that great smile and his very handsome face. This is really what a movie star is all about, the ability to jump off the screen and sell yourself and sell your character and your idea and your persona to a large international movie audience.
I didn't know Michael Jordan was considered handsome. I didn't think that was... I don't know. I'd never really thought about it.
I guess the movie that this is the most...
Right, these are just clips of that.
I guess the movie
I didn't think handsomeness was part of Michael Jordan's appeal, but I suppose, I guess that's what he was a pop icon for, and an international pop icon, as that page called him. Okay, anyway. Right, now we got some way through this page, didn't we, before giving up. No wait, I didn't get anywhere through this page. Okay, the filmmakers. Ivan Reitman, producer. As a producer and director, has created many of American cinema's most successful and best-loved feature film comedies like Kindergarten Cop, and has worked with Hollywood's acting elite. Reitman's current, like Arnold Schwarzenegger, yeah, I think almost all of those films I think in that list were Arnold Schwarzenegger vehicles. Junior, Kindergarten Cop, were there more? Arnold Schwarzenegger, definitely the best of Hollywood's acting talent, the acting elite. I can't think of many actors on the planet that come close, can hold a candle to Arnold Schwarzenegger, and such masterfully delivered lines as "Put that cookie down! And get to that chopper!" And whatever else he said in the course of his over the course of his illustrious 1980s muscle man film career. That's something that died with the 80s, isn't it? The idea of action films being about enormously powerful muscular men that spend the whole movie shooting guns rather than doing anything that they would require large muscles to do, is a thing that died with... Well, it didn't die with the 80s, but it died with the 90s at least. I don't believe we have such a thing now. I'm not aware of any big muscle body built men in Hollywood now. It's all that's faded away. Now then, Reitman currently heads Northern Lights Entertainment, a film and television production company. He is currently in production as both producer and director of the feature film Father's Day, starring Robin Williams and Billy Crystal for Warner Brothers. I'd never heard of that. Reitman has produced such hits as the groundbreaking sensation National Lampoon's Animal House. I've heard of National Lampoon, I don't know what that is, but they've got a series of movies, which introduced Joe Belushi to American filmgoers, whoever that is. John Belushi, and the family features Beethoven and Beethoven's Second. His directing credits include Meatballs and Stripes, films which helped launch the career of Bill Murray and also have probably also been completely forgotten. The two Ghostbusters films starring Bill Murray, Dan Aykroyd, is that how you spell that? Aykroyd, and Aykroyd. It makes me think of Arkanoid, the ball slamming old video game. Arkanoid. Let's see. Dan Aykroyd and Harold Ramis and Dave, which starred Kevin Kline and Sigourney Weaver. Actually, I've heard of Dave, right enough. That's the one with the guy that becomes the president, isn't it? Some guy becomes the president. Sigourney Weaver. I believe she was in the Alien films, which I've never seen. What a stupid name, Sigourney. With Twins, Reitman created an entirely new comedic persona for action hero Arnold Schwarzenegger and forged a... He was in... Wait, I've never even heard of Twins. If Kindergarten Cop and Junior were complete garbage, and I've heard of them, how bad is Twins, crumbs? With Twins, and anyway, Arnold Schwarzenegger and forged a personal and professional relationship that continued with Kindergarten Cop and Junior. Acclaimed dramatic actors such as Arnold Schwarzenegger. No, I noticed it didn't mention Arnold Schwarzenegger in the acclaimed dramatic actors list. Poor Arnold. They mentioned him. They gave him his own sentence at the start describing his career just so that they could avoid having to say that he was an acclaimed dramatic actor. Anyway, such as Robert Redford, Deborah Winger, Sigourney Weaver and Emma Thompson have also revealed untapped comic talents under Reitman's direction. In 1984, Reitman was honoured as Director of the Year by the National Association of Theatre Owners and the people that own the cinema buildings gave him this title. Alright? And the next... Well, I suppose if there's anybody that it makes sense to be deciding what the best films are, it's the people that own the... Wait, no, that doesn't make any sense at all, never mind. And the next year received a Special Achievement Award at the Canadian Genie Awards. In 1979 and again in 1989, Reitman was honoured with the People's Choice Award for his films Animal House and Twins. In November 1994, Reitman became the third director honoured by Variety magazine in a special $1 billion director issue. Future motion picture projects will find Reitman producing a remake of The Creature from the Black Lagoon. Hang on a second now. Did that happen? Let's see. I bet it didn't. I've never heard of this. Creature of the Black Lagoon. Creature from the Black Lagoon. Well, I saw Creature from the Black Lagoon 2 in the list there. Let's see what Wikipedia it'll say. Wikipedia will know the answer to the question. Do you know the answer to my questions? Wikipedia, do you know? Do you know? Legacy. Sequel. Two sequels, Revenge of the Creature and 1956. I'm not seeing any mention of this alleged sequel to The Creature from the Black Lagoon, so I don't think it happened, sadly. Let's see. And producing and directing 6 Days/7 Nights starring Harrison Ford. In addition to his achievements in film, Reitman has also forged a formidable career on television. He recently produced the HBO telefilm The Late Shift, based on Bill Carter's non-fiction book about the late-night television wars. Wars, crumbs. People are quick to call things wars these days. The production received 7 Emmy nominations. I've heard of Emmys. I don't know what they are. Other recent producing endeavours include Commandments, starring Aidan Quinn and Courtney Cox. Well, she was the one on that 1980s tampon commercial from The Moore Show, and Private Parts, starring Howard Stern. His television projects include the Emmy-nominated children's show The Real Ghostbusters and the Saturday morning animated series Beethoven for CBS. There was a Beethoven cartoon? Oh, brother. I don't think I'd like to see that. He is presently working on a new animated children's show, Mummies. Never heard of that. Reitman was born in Czechoslovakia and fled with his family to Canada at the... He fled with his family at the age of 4. Oh dear. He attended Canada's incredibly stupidly named McMaster University, where he produced and directed several television shorts. He followed with a live television show, Greed, with Dan Aykroyd as its announcer. Spellbound, which Reitman produced for the... I just noticed the end of Dan Aykroyd's name, Royd, is like the same spelling as Royd from Terranigma. Spellbound, which Reitman produced for the live stage, evolved into the Broadway hit The Magic Show, starring Doug Henning. He continued producing for the stage with the off-Broadway hit The National Lampoon Show, and returned to Broadway to produce and direct the musical Merlin. There's a musical about this? Musical about King Arthur's Merlin, earning a Tony nomination for directing. The off-Broadway list. Oh, an off-Broadway hit, rather. I guess just something that did not go to Broadway. Okay, Joe Mediac, producer, taught for 12 years at the University of Toronto before beginning his long association with Ivan Reitman. Medjuk served as associate producer on the Broadway musical Merlin and the film Stripes and Ghostbusters, as executive producer on Legal Eagles, Kindergarten Cop, Twins, Ghostbusters 2, Dave and Junior, and as producer of Big Shot, Stop or My Mom Will Shoot. Okay, I've heard of that. I've heard of that movie. I think I might have seen part of it as well. What a title. What a miserable title. Wasn't that also blooming Arnold Schwarzenegger? I think it might have been. Beethoven and Beethoven's Second. He also executive produced the Emmy-nominated children's show The Real Ghostbusters and co-executive produced the Emmy-nominated HBO telefilm The Late Shift. Currently, he is executive producing the films Private Parts and Father's Day, the latter starring Robin Williams and Billy Crystal, and producing Commandments starring Aidan Quinn and Courtney Cox. I'm seeing a lot of retreaded ground here. Producer Daniel Goldberg is a longtime colleague of Reitman's, having first collaborated with him when he starred in one of Reitman's short films Orientation during their studies at McMaster University. Currently, Goldberg is producing Commandments and Private Parts, both to be released next year. He also co-executive produced this year's Emmy-nominated HBO film The Late Shift. Goldberg served as writer/producer producer of the film Stripes and Meatballs and as writer for Space Hunter, Adventures in the Forbidden Zone, and Heavy Metal. He wrote and directed Feds and was second unit director, whatever that means. Beethoven's Second and Junior, second unit director, which he also executive produced. Currently, Goldberg is executive producing Father's Day. Director Joe Pytka, considered by most to be the preeminent director of television commercials. Oh, what an accolade that is, Mr. Pytka. What a status to hold. The preeminent director of television commercials. With this, that most respectable of things to be doing, directing television commercials, directing half-minute long films to try and manipulate people into purchasing things from shops that they don't even want. Makes only his second foray into the feature film arena with Space Jam. With more than 5... Why did they not get the Ghostbusters guy to direct this film if he's so great and fantastic? With more than 5,000 TV spots to his credit, many of Pytka's creations have become part of the American cultural vernacular. These advertising classics include the Thank You For Your Support campaign for Bartles and James, the Bono's ads for Nike, Michael Jordan and Larry Bird playing Nothing But Net for McDonald's. That explains the crassly inserted McDonald's logo I noticed in the Space Jam game. I wondered what that was doing there. So Michael Jordan is sponsored by McDonald's, much like the Olympic Games. When the Olympic Games came to London and suddenly Britain started caring about the Olympics for a few months, there was a lot of lambasting about the fact that McDonald's and Coca-Cola and whoever else were officially sponsoring the Olympics. And with the perfectly justifiable observation that it made absolutely no sense whatsoever for junk food companies to be sponsoring the big sporting event. But it doesn't really make any less sense than the same companies sponsoring football and baseball and basketball and everything else, which are also about which are also about activities that everyone participating in is extremely fit for, but all the twats sitting in the aisles watching aren't, so there's no difference. I don't see how you can complain about the Olympics and not about every other sport in existence. Well, except chess and stuff, I guess. Does chess get sponsored? I imagine it probably considers itself to be above that, or something pretentious like that. Maybe it's sponsored by the Philosophy or Corporation. It's sponsored by some upper class clothing shop or something, you know? Something like that. Instead of McDonald's. McDonald's, and Ray Charles singing "Aha" for Diet Pepsi. I've never heard of any of these advertising campaigns that's mentioned in here, by the way, for the record. So, I guess they're all American though, so that's maybe why. He is also responsible for the Red Hot Infant in the DuPont Stainmaster ads. Red Hot Infant? What an... Oh, crumbs, Red Hot Infant. My eyes. I thought it says Hot Rod Infant, brother. I was about to ask what the earth is wrong with the person that wrote this, but I should be asking what on earth is wrong with me. Hot Rod Infant in the DuPont Stainmaster ads, and for bringing together former governors Ann Richards and Mario Cuomo in their Frito-Lay commercial. The Olympics came to Britain and everyone was complaining about McDonald's and Coca-Cola. Nobody complains about the banking institutions that sponsor soccer. You've got the Barclays Premier League, which is Barclays is some bank. They all just really hack it. They all really artlessly shove their names in the stadiums' names and the leagues that the teams play in. I find the bank thing is the weirdest of all. Soccer has a relationship with banks for some reason. I don't know why banks get their names on these things, like as if banks are the thing that you think of when you're playing sports. I mean, at least with McDonald's, all the fat twerps that go to watch basketball games will be going and picking up a McDonald's afterwards and eating McDonald's in the aisles. But you're not sitting watching a bunch of men kick balls around and thinking, man, I really need to consolidate all my existing debts into one manageable monthly repayment. With one of the many major banks that were actually behind all of the loan adverts from the 90s to the early 2000s, which directly led to the current day credit crisis and financial turmoil that the world's in. So good job, banks, for that. Now, where were we? Let's get back on track. Pitka, born and raised in the Pittsburgh suburb of Braddock, Pennsylvania, has always had a flair for things visual. At the age of 8, he was studying art at... What? Oh, I thought it meant he was literally studying art there as a student at 8 at Pittsburgh's Carnegie Museum. Accepted into the art program at Carnegie Tech, now Carnegie Mellon University, he instead opted to follow his father's advice to do something practical and enrolled at the University of Pittsburgh to study chemical engineering. Practical, alright. That brief sojourn proved to be, in his own words, disastrous, and Pitka took a job at a film lab in Pittsburgh. There he learned the basics of his craft. His first break came when he got the chance to shoot some documentary footage for WQED, the public broadcasting station in Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh. Goodness knows, I don't know how you say these names. He started shooting commercials to supplement his income and hasn't stopped since. Pitka has directed one other feature film, Let It Ride, which starred Richard Dreyfuss, and currently has other projects in development through his Venice, California-based production company, Pitka. Really, he just named the company Pitka? Alright. Executive producer David Falk has represented Michael Jordan for many years as an attorney and business manager through his agency, FAME, which represents an elite group of superstar athletes, including Patrick Ewing. I think I've heard that name, but I didn't know he was a sportsman. Sean Bradley, and there again, Muggsy Bogues, who appear in Space Jam. Oh, they're all basketballers then. I guess this is just a basketball lawyer. He specialised in basketball law. Executive producer Ken Ross created and ran CBS Fox Video Sports, a home video label. Through it, he was responsible for creating Michael Jordan's series of best-selling home videos that I've never heard of. How much stuff has this man done? He also executive produced videos with such sports immortals as Julius Erving, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, Mickey Mantle and Magic Johnson. Well, I've heard of Magic Johnson, but only because he was in the Super Mario Bros. Super Show. In addition, Ross executive produced numerous network and cable specials, documentaries and music home videos, and oversaw the film restoration and theatrical reissue of the Academy Award-winning musical My Fair Lady. Production designer Jeffrey Kirkland received an Academy Award nomination. Also, the Academy Award is a famous award, but I'd like to know what the Academy is and where they get off calling themselves an Academy in the first place. The Academy of filming stuff on cameras. Who are these people? Nomination for his design of The Right Stuff in 1983. Among the other films in which he has imprinted a distinctive look are Bugsy Malone, Midnight Express, Fame, Shoot the Moon, Birdie, Mississippi Burning, Come See the Paradise, and Renaissance Man, none of which I've heard of. Director of photography Michael Chapman's credits include The Last Detail, Taxi Driver, The Front, Last Waltz, the Philip Kaufman remake of Invasion of the Body Snatchers, Raging Bull, for which he received an Oscar nomination, Dead Men Don't Wear Plaid, Lost Boys, Shoot to Kill, Scrooged, Ghostbusters 2, directed by Ivan Reitman, Rising Sun, The Fugitive, for which he received a second Oscar nomination, and Primal Fear. Sheldon Kahn, editor/co-producer, won the British Academy Award and an Academy Award nomination for co-editing One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, and earned an other Oscar nomination for co-editing Out of Africa. He was associate producer of Reitman's Legal Eagles, Ghostbusters 2, Twins, Kindergarten Cop, Junior, Beethoven, and Beethoven 2nd. He was also co-producer of Casual Sex. They're not quite sure if he co-produced that. And I actually can't be sure if that's the case or not, because I think it's the English grammar rule thing is to put your punctuation mark inside the title itself. If that sentence was supposed to end in a question mark, I think that they were supposed to stick it inside this quotation mark here for some stupid reason. So we'll never really know if they just weren't sure that he produced that, or if it was actually that quotation marks in the name of the title. And it's all thanks to grammar and its stupid rules. Among Kahn's many feature film credits as editor are Dave, The Electric Horseman, Absence of Malice, Private Benjamin, Same Time Next Year, and La Bamba. Currently, Kahn is working on Father's Day, just like everybody else in this list. Co-producer/unit production manager Gordon Webb served in the same capacity on Junior, Beethoven, and Beethoven 2nd. He was an associate producer on Reitman's Dave, Kindergarten Cop, Ghostbusters 2, and Twins. He co-produced The Couch Trip, and was associate producer on such other films as Brubaker, Modern Problems, Fletch, Wildcats, and The Golden Child. Modern Problems, Brubaker, Modern Problems, the son of the late producer, the son of the late producer-director, Harry S. Webb, Gordon Webb, began his career as an assistant director on Jubal Troop. In the 60s and 70s, his television credits as a producer include Movies of the Week and Television Pilots, and, as an assistant director/production manager, the Perry Mason series, Gunsmoke, The Wild Wild West, and Mission Impossible. Webb's other feature film credits include An Enemy of the People, Making Love, The Buddy System, The Evil That Small Letters M Men Do, SSS, Night Shrine, and Macho Callahan. Currently, Webb is working on Father's Day. Of course he is. Also, is that really a movie that exists? SSS. Co-producer Curtis Polk has worked with David Falk for several years as a contract negotiator for Falk's management company, Falk Associates Management Enterprises, FAME. Lawyers really love to call their companies after their own names, don't they? That's a real lawyer thing. I mean, that used to be how every company on the planet did itself. They were all just named after the owners. But for some weird reason, out of all of them, everybody moved on and did something else. All the companies moved on and started naming themselves after daft nonsense. And lawyers decided not to do that and just stick with the names. Modern naming philosophy for companies is to take some existing meaningful words and then Frankenstein them together and think that's a clever thing that they just did when it actually is not that. Both an attorney and a certified public accountant, Polk is President and Chief Operating Officer of FAME and is President of its related financial services affiliate, Financial Advisory Management Enterprises. He founded both companies with David Falk in 1992. A graduate of the University of Maryland, Falk earned his law degree at the National Law Center of George Washington University and served on the center's law review. He began his career as a tax consultant. Calling a university George Washington University, I feel, is a really just sounds stupid to me. naming a university after anybody just sounds stupid to me. It doesn't seem to happen much in Britain, maybe it does, I don't know. Anyway, I suppose naming it after the place it's in is also very stupid. There's no thought or wit or anything put into these names of places like that. Anyway, and served on the Centre's Law Review. He began his career as a tax consultant for Touche... Oh, you monster, Polk. A tax consultant for Touche Ross & Co. before becoming a financial advisor at Smathers. At Smathers, Hickey and Smathers. That's another thing about law companies. They've always got the same name twice in their name. Smith and Smith, Smathers and Smathers in 1983. He was named president of You'd think they could have just called it Smatherses, or the Smatherses. He was named president of ProServe Financial Services in 1989. Also, I like how Smathers, Hickey and Smathers is. Smathers, Hickey and Smathers decided to awkwardly put Hickey in the middle, in between the two Smatherses, for some reason. Instead of calling it Smathers, Smathers and Hickey. Maybe they thought nobody would notice if Hickey was in the middle. Maybe they thought nobody would notice there was two Smatherses if they had to read through Hickey first. During the summer of 1996, Polk and his partners negotiated 4 of the 5 largest contracts in NBA history. So what that means, though, is that they used cynical lawyer techniques to negotiate. I imagine is another word for manipulate to your own ends. Manipulate the law to your own... manipulate the law to your own ends. I think the reason... There's a traditional antipathy towards, or however on earth that word's pronounced, towards lawyers. Everybody knows that everyone hates lawyers. Even Shakespeare hates lawyers. There was I noticed reading, when I was doing that Romeo and Juliet acting thing, I noticed there's a lawyer joke there about lawyers dream about getting money, basically. Lawyers dreaming about making money. Charging fees. First, I don't know why law seems to assuming that there's any truth to the stereotypes, which there probably is, law seems to attract money-grubbing, greedy, ruthless, lawless twerps, which is a bit ironic considering that, again, they're studying law. Literally the thing... You'd think that in an ideal world you'd think that it would be the most morally upstanding people on the planet that would enter into things like law, and politics indeed for that matter. But no. Again, if the stereotypes are anything to go by, then that is exactly the kind of person that does not enter into these things. Although, I don't know if the stereotypes are true, of course. I suppose it's maybe just that lawyers speak an incomprehensible language to most human beings, and that incomprehensible language decides whether people live or die, or get their lives ruined forever or not. So there's going to be somebody that, either, no matter what happens in the law court, there's going to be somebody comes out of it pretty bitter, and I guess the first person to pin their anger on is the lawyer. I imagine at least some of the ire directed towards lawyers is ultimately the very important, the profound importance of the work that they do, or the impact it has on regular human beings' lives, I imagine. So, I think basketball law, though, is a bit less significant than the death penalty law and other such things. Composer James Newton Howard has been honoured with 3 Academy Award nominations, 2 for Best Score for The Prince of Tides and The Fugitive, and 1 for Best Original Song for Look What Love Has Done from Junior. Best Original Song. So there's a special category for Best Original Song. So what are the other categories? Best Song that existed already? Can the same song get that award in every film it appears in, or what? If I don't know, if the Beatles got one of their songs in a movie. I'm trying to think of some group that everyone loves. If the Beatles had some famous Beatles song in a movie, if that song just appeared in a billion movies, would they keep winning the Best Non-Original Song award? I can't imagine how many other best... If there's more than one award involving the best songs, then what on earth are the rest of them? The best original song, maybe best remake of an existing song, best cover version of a song. from Junior. This look what love has done. I can't imagine that. How schmaltzy is that song going to be for Junior? This song, which he co-composed, was also nominated for a Golden Globe Award. One of the busiest and most respected composers in Hollywood, Howard's most recent projects include Restoration, Trigger Effect, Primal Fear, and 2 upcoming movies, One Fine Day and Dante's Peak. I'm surprised Father's Day wasn't in that list. Among his other film scoring credits are Waterworld, getting that up there right at the start, aren't you? The first in the list, Waterworld. French Kiss, Outbreak, Just Cause. Waterworld is a famously hyped movie that just didn't succeed at all. I can't think of any modern things to compare it to. Compare it with. Waterworld was a 90s, mega hyped 90s movie that flopped. Does that happen since? Has there been a movie like Waterworld since? I can't think of one. Anyway, French Kiss, Outbreak. I guess I'm just stalling to have to read out this monstrous list of movies here. Just Cause, Junior for Ivan Reitman, Wyatt Earp, The Fugitive, Intersection Day, Falling Down, The Saint of Fort Washington, Alive, American Heart, Night in the City, Glenn Ross, crumbs. Glenn Ross. What an interesting sounding movie. The Prince of Tides, Grand Canyon, My Girl, The Man in the Moon, Dying Young, Guilty by Suspicion, 3 Men and a Little Lady, Flatliners, Pretty Woman Package, The Major League, Coupe de Ville, Everybody's All American, Some Girls, Promised Land, Five Corners, and 8 Million Ways to Die. I can't imagine they managed to get through 8 million ways to die in the course of 2 hours. In addition to his motion picture work, Howard has earned 2 Emmy Award nominations for his music for Ben in 1989 and for the series ER. ER has also scored the HB program The Image, the PBS production Trying Times, the HBO telefilm Somebody Has to Shoot the Picture, and the miniseries 2000 Malibu Road. About the animators. Bruce Smith, co-director of animation, grew up in Los Angeles and graduated from the California Institute of the Arts. That's all false. He majored in character animation. Smith was the directing animator on several short films for Disney/MGM Studios in Florida after serving as an animator on Who Framed Roger Rabbit. He also directed the animated feature Bebe's Keys! Bebe's Keys! Hey yo! Hey yo! Bebe's Keys! Okay. Tony Savoni, co-director of animation, is a native of Chicago and a graduate at Columbia College of Chicago, where he majored in film/video and animation. He has worked on an animator on Warner Brothers. Steven Spielberg presents Wait a minute. He has worked... Hang on a second. What on earth is this? He has worked as an animator on Warner Brothers' Steven Spielberg Presents Tiny Toon Adventures, Steven Spielberg Presents Tasmania, and Steven Spielberg Presents Animaniacs. Is this a blooming joke? Was there something in Steven Spielberg's contract or something that demanded that the word Steven Spielberg Presents get put in front of everything he makes? Because that's really egotistical, Mr. Spielberg. It's like Peter Jackson's King Kong, the official video game of the officially made movie, or whatever that game's title was. And he recently worked on the American McGee's Alice. Whenever somebody puts their own name in the actual title, Tecmo Secret of the Stars, whenever anyone puts their actual name in the title of something, I get concerned. And he recently worked on the Chuck Jones animated theatrical short, Carrot Blanca. Carrot Blanca. Good grief. Good grief. The Chuck Jones animated short. Was he not dead by that point, Chuck Jones? Animation producer Ron Tipp joined Space Jam from the Walt Disney Company. Oh, he was the rival. He was the bad guys. He was the bad mans. They let him in. That unacceptable creature that was in a different thing, where he was a producer managing the Disney Paris feature animation studio while simultaneously producing the 1995 Oscar-nominated short film Runaway Brain, starring Mickey Mouse. Prior to his tenure with Disney, Tipp worked as a screenwriter in Los Angeles for 7 years. Earlier, Tip produced and directed television commercials in New York and spent 6 years as artistic director of the incredibly far-off Broadway Ensemble Theatre. He also directed plays in regional theatre after beginning his entertainment career as a professional guitarist and songwriter. Bill Perkins, animation art director, graduated with honours from Art Center College in Pasadena, California, and was a gallery... let me move this microphone. Was a gallery... there we go. Painter for 6 years before entering the field of animation. He worked for the Walt Disney Company as a layout artist on such animated features as Oliver and Company, The Little Mermaid and The Rescuers Down Under. He then graduated to the position of art director on Aladdin and on the upcoming Fantasia Continued. That'll be what became Fantasia 2000. Academy Award winner Ed Jones' special visual effects is a pioneer in the visual effects industry, having contributed his creativity to more than 200 films and 14 of the top 20. I just realised if I ever somehow saw my name in something like this and it started saying stuff like being a pioneer in the putting videos onto the YouTube industry, I'd have them take that garbage off of there right now. Just replace it with Mr. X person. That's it. For the 200 film, no, I'd have them just take out all of the positive sounding words. Just stick to the facts. Just the facts, ma'am. As what's his face never said. In 1989, Jones received both an Oscar and a BAFTA, British Academy Award, for his contribution in revolutionising the animation techniques used in producing Who Framed Roger Rabbit, and he received a BAFTA award the year before for his work on The Witches of Eastwick. Jones founded Cinesight in 1992 for the Eastman Kodak Company. Under his leadership as president and CEO, Cinesight has become the first entertainment company to offer complete digital production services in Europe and the United States. Prior to his involvement in Cinesight, Jones held a variety of creative and management positions with LucasArts' Industrial Light and Magic over a 13-year period. Okay. Or let's read the Bugs Bunny the Rabbit. Bugs Bunny, the linchpin to the Looney Tunes, has been called everything from classic to perennial to an American institution to get stuffed. An American institution. Well, alright, fine. To one of our national heroes. And Wascally Wabbit, Long-Eared Galoot, I think that was Yosemite Sam that called him that, and a lot of other things besides. But most of us just like to call him Bugs. Now he's starring in Space Jam, Warner Brothers' first original feature film, graced by Bugs in a leading role. I don't know why Bugs Bunny is Bugs Bunny sort of became the main character of the Looney Tunes. He rolled into that role. I don't know why. Why Bugs? He's the face of the Looney Tunes. I think Daffy is the next one up from him. He's the Lancer, as TV Tropes would call it. He's the second one. And then, I don't know, they're all just sort of on the same level as each other from there down, I think. They're all just sort of equal at that point. It's Bugs, then Daffy, then everyone else. Bugs is in a leading role, opposite Michael Jordan no less. Producer Ivan Reitman and director Joe Pytka head a team of filmmakers, including producers Joe Medjuk and Daniel Goldberg, executive producers those, and screenwriters that's. And they wanted to bring this ambitious and precedent-setting project to life. I'm getting kind of fed up of how much they keep hyping up this stupid movie, starring with Bugs and Michael Jordan, Wayne Knight, Theresa Randall, and the voice of Danny DeVito, but nothing else of Danny DeVito. Heading the bill in Space Jam with one of the sports world's most entertaining players is a natural opportunity for the venerable Warner Brothers character. After all, Bugs was voted the most popular in the entire short subject field in the United States and Canada for the year 1945. That's a really lousy thing to be bigging him up as. That's the kind of thing where they've got this obscure old trivia fact for the character and they just want to wheel it out, so they try to introduce it in a cool way. make it sound interesting, but they can't do. They can cover it in as much. It doesn't matter what they do. It's going to sound stupid regardless. Bugs is the best for this movie. After all, he was voted in 1945 to be the most popular short subject field in the United States thing. And what on earth is a short subject even? That's like if, I don't know. I can't even think. But that's really lame. Whatever you thought you had going there, you didn't have it. Whatever you thought you had, it was not worth mentioning. And then stayed in the #1 spot for the next 16 years straight, on the short subject field, presumably. Today, in 1996, Bugs continues to draw a crowd. In fact, a recent survey showed that him to be the most popular animated character in the world. Really? In the world? A recent survey... Well, you can't trust surveys, can you? People just... The survey probably said... The survey question probably said, Bugs Bunny, Bugs Bunny, Bugs Bunny, Bugs Bunny. Which cartoon character is your favourite? Bugs Bunny, Bugs Bunny, Bugs Bunny, Bugs Bunny. Or maybe it was a multiple choice, where the only choice was Bugs Bunny. Is Bugs Bunny the best animated character in the world? I mean, I would go for Daffy before Bugs, honestly. Or Porky, even. If Porky needs some more love. I like Porky. Maybe it's just maybe it's a sign that I'm getting old. But if Porky is endearing himself to me more and more. No, I always liked Porky. I think Porky might be my favourite. He's the most boring of them all. Just like me. I mean, admittedly, Mickey Mouse isn't any competition because he doesn't do anything. Or at least he didn't do anything in 1996. He was dead. He's doing stuff now, but it's a bit too little too late, I think, Disney. You can't really make Mickey Mouse anything other than just a symbol at this point that appears in children's bags and things. He has no real significance anymore. When Bugs' classic cartoons were being made and regularly released in lay theatres in the 40s and 50s, it was his stardom in short subjects, whatever on earth that means, that skyrocketed his studio to prominence in the animation field. Part of Bugs' great achievement has been to establish a strong personality who can exist for 7 minutes at a time. Show us a facet of his personality, disappear for weeks, months, years at a time, then reappear and still be recognisable and entertaining. His possibilities were not exhausted by any single episode. You know what though, Bugs, like all these old cartoon characters that are still with us, has an incredibly basic and generic design. Look at him, he's just a rabbit. Well, I mean, in that picture he's a rabbit with a bunch of stupid 90s clothes on. But he's just a grey rabbit. If you look at Bugs' basic appearance, there's nothing more to be said of him than that. Same with Daffy Duck, he's just a black duck, that's all he is. Both of them, they're naked, they don't have any clothes on or anything. Technically, honestly, the Disney characters actually are much more interestingly designed than the... If we're going to start if we're going to start a Looney Tunes versus Disney war here, because I'm guessing that the internet has strong opinions on that, because it's the internet. I'd say the Disney characters are much more interestingly designed than the Looney Tunes are. But Mickey Mouse... The classic, famous, iconic Mickey Mouse he's wearing red shorts with little white buttons on them. He's got yellow boots, and that's it. He's got interesting black ears. Whereas Bugs is just a grey rabbit with a white mouth. He's just a rabbit. There's nothing more to say of it. He doesn't have any clothing on him. Donald Duck wears a navy hat and a blue tank top navy thing. Minnie's got a bow in her hair, I think, and a skirt. Daisy's got a bow and a skirt. Pluto's got a collar. So Disney wins the war of the basic appearances. But that's probably not really a war worth winning. When Bugs' classic cartoons were being made and regularly released to theatres in those years, it was the start... Oh wait, I read that. His possibilities were not exhausted by any single episode. The trick was not to sustain 7 minutes, but to live for 50 years. And once you've sustained 56 years of amazing popularity with one generation after another all over the world, it's hardly likely you're going to have much trouble sustaining a 90-minute feature. Michael Maltese, one of Bugs' writers, remembered that in the old days a theatre's Mark Huey had to say no more than 2 Bugs Bunny cartoons. For people to plunk the money down, forgetting what features or other short subjects were playing, forgetting that the 2 Bugs Bunny cartoons would be over in 15 minutes, and most of all forgetting their troubles. After a while, Bugs Bunny was so well loved by the audience that he could do no wrong, said Maltese. They loved the rabbit and what he stood for. What he stood for, huh? Yeah, Bugs Bunny's proud political stances and worldviews were always regarded well. Fritz Frelling, I've heard of him, one of the leading directors of Bugs' classic shorts, once remarked, the cocky characters for some reason the public seems to like. They don't like those kinds of people in real life. Yeah, that is funny, isn't it? What's that all about? Mel Blanc, who first provided the rabbit's voice, believes that Bugs Bunny appeals to the rebel in all of us. Everybody loves a winner, and Bugs Bunny always wins. There's a moment in A Hair Grows in Manhattan when Bugs dives into a manhole to escape the bulldog pursuing him, and between the time the dog leaps in the air and the time he reaches the manhole, Bugs has managed to resurface, grab the manhole colour and put it into place, turning the dog's face into something resembling a waffle. You know, when they try to describe cartoons, when they try to describe a funny scene in a cartoon like that, it just sounds awful, doesn't it? Am I the only one that reads that and think, man, this is painful? You're just destroying the funniness when you're trying to scientifically describe Bugs holding up a manhole cover and a dog smashing his face in on it. It's not funny anymore. It's a simple enough gag, but the point is that there is a look of such total delight on Bugs' face as he performs the act that he turns the whole business into something else altogether, a conflict of viewpoints rather than a physical conflict between two animals. Good grief, shut your face, Space Jam. Shut your face. Okay, Bugs is Puck reborn, whatever on earth that is. He enjoys the scrapes he gets into because he knows he'll win eventually. This goes a long way toward making him the irresistible character he is. He holds out the possibility that the battle is winnable, that we can vanquish the foe and have fun doing it, that every setback can become another challenge, another excuse for high spirits. Is that what Bugs represents? I'll tell you who never thought of it that way. Everybody that ever saw a Bugs Bunny cartoon. This is possibly the critical factor of what we love about Bugs, that he will not only make us laugh, but make us feel victorious and triumphant. There are heroes and there are comedians. Rarely do the two meet. This made him a difficult character to write for, but it's what gave him that special spark that made him the phenomenon that he's been. From the time he first asked Elmer Fudd "What's up, Doc?" right up to the release of Space Jam, Bugs has been both sophisticated and naive, innocent and guilty, child of nature and street tough smart guy, fool and hero, one of the most rounded and all-around characters in the history of film, a multifaceted gem. I just realised all of these character biographies are in the Junior Jam, the children's section of Space Jam, and yet they're the most pretentious artistic articles on the whole website. I don't think the children care about the hero narrative resurgences of Bugs Bunny, and that technical breakdown we had earlier of him holding up a sewer lid for a dog to smash into. But then again, I don't think the kids really cared about the advice on basketball if it was either. A Wild Hare and Beyond. The Hardy Hare has been delighting fans of every age, nationality and persuasion, whatever they mean by that, for longer than the majority of his youthful fans probably realise. Most of the current crop of... Is it that uncommon knowledge among youngsters that Bugs Bunny is ancient? I think children know Bugs has been around. Am I wrong? I didn't think they thought, oh, Bugs Bunny, they must have made him up 10 years ago. Maybe I was just way far too knowledgeable. Maybe I was just more knowledgeable than I give myself credit for, I think, knowing that as a child. Mickey Mouse, do they think he just got made up a few years ago? Anyway, most of the current crop of screen heroes were not even born when Bugs first rose casually from his rabbit hole, chewing on a carrot, peering down the barrel of a gun and cracking a cool "eh heh heh heh" What's up, Doc? Yeah. Out of one corner of his mouth in a cartoon called A Wild Hare, directed by Tex Avery and released by Warner Brothers in July of 1940. July 1940, that's Bugs' birthday. Bugs, like most characters, inspires that insistent question, who created him? A simple answer is expected, but no simple answer works. The clearest family line reaches back to Tex Avery, who gave the Rabbit his famous personality. When asked how Bugs came into being, the soft-spoken Texan was laconic. "Oh," he said, "it just came out of a cartoon. We decided he was going to be a smart aleck rabbit, but casual about it, and his opening line in the very first one was, what's up, Doc?" And gee, it floored him. They expected the rabbit to scream, or anything but make a casual remark. "Here's a guy with a gun in his face." It got such a laugh that we said, "Boy, we'll do that every chance we get." It became a series of "What's up, Docs?" Yeah, so that became his catchphrase because everyone loved it. We didn't feel that we had anything until we got it on the screen, and it got quite a few laughs, Avery recalled. "When we saw that on the screen, we knew we had a hit character," Frelling remembered. He was the most timid of animals, yet he had courage and brashness. The whole gimmick was a rabbit so cocky that he wasn't afraid of a guy with a gun who was hunting him. But the new character had no name at first. Jack Rabbit, or Jack E. Rabbit, was the personal choice of Avery himself. Jack Rabbit. I mean, I get the joke. Since he had spent so much time hunting jackrabbits, and since I thought it would please my Texas friends. Okay, so he named him that because he hunted rabbits himself. So Tex Avery was the real life Elmer Fudd then. Maybe Elmer was based on Tex. There might well be an Elmer page somewhere in this Kids Junior Jam. I'm finding out more about the Looney Tunes through this than most human beings want to know. Might well find out about Elmer's origins. Anyway, but another of the Warner cartoon directors, Ben Hardaway, whose nickname was Bugs, had already asked designer Charlie Forson to create a rabbit for an earlier cartoon, and when Forson had submitted the model sheet, he'd labelled it Bugs Bunny. Or Bugs' Bunny. Ah, I see, Bugs' Bunny. Now, with this model sheet circulating the studio, and with a search for a good name underway, publicist Rose Horsley jumped on the label Bugs Bunny as so cute. So that's where it comes from, a stupid joke, a stupid pun. So that's where his name comes from. That's really quite stupid. Bugs Bunny. It's like Guybrush Threepwood then, from the Monkey Island series. If you don't know about that, the people creating that game drew the picture for the main character and just couldn't think of a name, so they just called it Guy. They just called the file Guy. And the paint program that they were using to create these image files ended with the .brush extension, so it ended up as Guy.brush. And much like with Bugs' Bunny, they looked at that and thought, you know what, that's an excellent name, I guess. Anyway, it wasn't cute to Tex Avery. "That's sissy," he said. "Oh, mine's a rabbit! Ta-ta! That's sissy," he said. "That's sissy," he said. "That's sissy! Mine's a rabbit! A tall, lanky, mean rabbit! He isn't a fuzzy little bunny!" Yeah, well, there's a bit... Oh, crumbs. Didn't expect this. There's war in the Warner Brothers studios. There's Warner Brothers studios, oh dear. They had a feud over this, it seems. But Horsley had the ear of Leon Schlesinger, who produced the cartoons for Warner Brothers. Schlesinger thought a moment and then said, "Okay, Bugs Bunny, we'll go with it." Alright, so Tex Avery just smashed down by the big boss, I guess. We were all... I was kind of surprised Tex Avery had such a strong opinion about the name of this cartoon rabbit. It's not... No offence, Mr. Avery, but Jack Rabbit wasn't really very good. And I'm not saying that Bugs Bunny is, but Jack Rabbit is pretty stupid. It's pretty stock, really, isn't it? Anyway, we were always very proud of what we were doing there, says Phil Monroe, one of the Warner animators. We thought our pictures were funnier than anybody else's. We were all geared for humour. The animators would be asked to submit gags for pictures, and a lot of them were used. A new style was developing. Most of it was Avery's doing. Most of it was taking place right there at Warner Brothers, and most of it was focused on the rabbit. Finally, the directors realised you couldn't look down on this character the way you could with most cartoon clowns. You could only look up to him. It was at that point that Bugs came to life, individually, for each of the directors at Warner Brothers, and better than that, became a focal point for everything they saw as the best in themselves. Almost as soon as they started working with the character, the Bob Clampett unit with McKimson in the lead started giving Bugs less of an oval shape than the first model sheets called for, and his face began to look less rat-like. Then they started structuring the nose differently, and teeth were naturally anchored to the Shane bone structure in a more appealing facial design. By the time Clampett made Bugs Bunny Gets the Boid in 1942, he had arrived at what we might call the classic Bugs Bunny. By late 1944, the same design was reaching the screen in the cartoons of the other units. Once Frelling made Stage Door cartoon, released near the end of that year, the McKimson look was universal. Bugs was gradually becoming a more complex character, Chuck Jones remembers. The writers and directors were all beginning to realise that we had the potential of a brilliant and lasting star on our hands. A rambunctious, unbridled and often balky baby Bugs that needed now to grow, to smooth out. We must find out how to harness that energy without destroying the spirit, and how to guide the child without steering it. Bugs changed because he had to, not because we were brilliant. If you say so, Chuck. You keep telling yourself that. Bugs, madder than the March Hare and saner than Alice... Bugs, madder than the March Hare and saner than Alice, knows he's in a cartoon. He always had a trick, and he always had the prop that was necessary as to pull off that trick. Whatever it was, a sledgehammer, a stick of dynamite, an anvil, a cannon, he needed it, he got it. Where did it come from? Nobody wanted to know, they just wanted to see him pull off his fast one. He didn't pull a fast one in that Gremlin cartoon when he's flying the airplane. Bugs gets completely wrecked in that. I think they're taking some artistic license for all this stuff. Bugs gets completely demolished by the Gremlin in the plane in the plane episode, whatever on earth it's called. Bugs was the cartoon version of the loudmouthed but lovable Brooklynese smart aleck who turns up in the cockpit, in the barracks, or in the battlefield in every World War II movie. Loudmouthed but lovable Brooklynese smart aleck. Well, of all the trillions of World War II movies they made, I can believe that he existed, but I've not seen them. As inevitable as the flag, and apparently just as effective in rallying the spirits of a beleaguered nation. The idea that the battle was winnable was a very popular one during World War II. Oh, I might have guessed that Bugs' personality had something to do with World War II, just like every single thing that got made during World War II. It was just all the war. It was during those war years that the Bugs Bunny cartoons passed Disney and MGM for the first time to become the #1 short subject, Bob Clampett recalled. The studio... imagine the kids reading this. Brother, the studio received an offer from the Utah Celery Company, I thought that said the Utah Cemetery Company, of Salt Lake City to keep all staffers well supplied with their product if Bugs would only switch from carrots to their crunchy greens. Trying to pull some pathetic corporation, or Utah Celery Company. Good grief. Later, the Broccoli Institute of America strongly urged the bunny to sample their product once in a while. What? I know that Popeye was sponsored by spinach. Or at the very least, the spinach thing, there was a spinach company wanted them to... So there was he ate spinach for a reason, is what I'm saying. What is with all these vegetable companies trying to get cartoon characters to eat the vegetable? It never happened. Mel Blanc would have been happy to switch to any of these vegetables, since carrots made his throat muscles tighten and the words couldn't come out. but it was no go. Wait. What, did he literally eat carrots when he was voicing Bugs? Carrots were Bugs' trademark. The only concession they ever made was to move the carrot crunching sounds and dialogue to the last spot in the recording session. What kind of concession's that? Oh, well, thanks for the advice. Thanks for the suggestion, Broccoli Institute of America. I can't believe there is a Broccoli Institute of America. But thanks for that, but we're not going to use broccoli, but we'll record the carrot sounds after we've recorded everything else. How about that? I'm guessing the Broccoli Institute couldn't really... I'm guessing that I don't know what I'm guessing. In the 1950s, with the post-war baby boom transforming his previous audience from rowdy kids in uniform to mature adults with responsibilities... The rowdy kids were in uniform? Whatever, mature adults with responsibilities. Bugs found his new audience extended to include those responsibilities. The nation was filling its nurseries and schools to capacity with children, and they were all becoming Bugs Bunny fans. By 1957, Bugs' perennial popularity had become as much a bewilderment as a source of pride. The theatrical short subject marker had gone through a series of drastic changes. Bugs' contemporaries from the early 40s had largely faded from the scene. Even Disney had phased out the one real cartoon, and television was posing new threats every year. The world of 1940 was becoming history. Didn't matter, Bugs went on being champ no matter what he did. So Bugs Bunny, that's the complete history of Bugs Bunny, it seems. That's Bugs. Okay, on to Daffy. Oh, thank goodness, it's... Daffy is 1/1000th of the length of Bugs is. I mean, I'm kind of disappointed, but... That would have been a bit painful if they'd all been that length. I'm going to be eating my words in a second like I'm eating this bread. Daffy. The only major Warner Brothers cartoon stars to be established before Bugs, rather than in the wake of his success, were Daffy Duck and Porky Pig. Daffy started life as the target of a hunter's rifle, just as Bugs did, and became a comedian through a totally unexpected reaction to that fact. The film was Porky's Duck Hunt, but Porky was the hunter, a hunter himself. But that's why there's so many hunting themes, and that's why there's so much hunting nonsense in these Looney Tunes cartoons, because Tex Avery was a hunter. A hunter himself, Avery thought it would be funny if one of nature's own turned the tables on his oppressor. I'd have thought he'd have been the last person to find that funny, but okay. And he created a screwball duck who didn't get scared and run away when somebody pointed a gun at him, but leapt and hopped all over the place like a maniac. In his best scene, the screwball duck does nothing more than dance away over a lake in one long bad shot. No camera movement, no great dialogue, just hoo-hoo, hoo-hoo, hoo-hoo. Hopping on the water, turning handsprings, bouncing on his head, tumbling in the air, sidling on his heel, splashing on the surface, skidding far out of sight, and then swooping back again for another round. When it hit the theatres, remembered Bob Clampett, who animated the scene, it was like an explosion. From this point on, the Warner Cartoon Studio had not only a concept but also a character. Henceforth, its Looney Tunes would be Looney and its duck would be Daffy. Like Bugs, he needed to grow, to mature, to develop from this elemental debut. Before he could realize his full potential. But he never lost his insanity. He never lost the insanity he showed in his first cartoon. Instead, he would become a parody of himself. Daffy went on to become the lunatic fringe of his own cartoons, just as Bugs became the moral centre of his. The moral centre? Bugs Bunny, the well-known, moral, righteous, upstanding, righteous character. That is Bugs Bunny. I see smashing people with sledgehammers. Sure. He became a parody of himself. I don't know what they mean by that. Here's Porky. Poor Porky, he barely even gets two paragraphs. Porky deserves more than this. Well, he doesn't, I suppose. The first of the familiar Warner's cartoon characters was Mr. Porcupine Porky Pig. Ah! How many of you knew that was his full name? Porcupine Porky Pig. And the Porky is in quotation marks, so it's like his nickname. So his actual name is Porcupine Pig. Interesting. Porky emerged a star from Fritz Freeling's I Haven't Got a Hat as early as 1935. According to director Frelling, when I was a kid I had two playmates, a little fat kid called Piggy, of course, and his younger brother, who was called Porky. Crumbs. Porky, huh? I always wanted to do a comic strip with two kids with those names, but in animation everything is animals. But in animation everything is animals. So when I had this classroom cartoon, I thought of Porky. Fritz Frelling said... Fritz Frelling sold. We were searching for a new character and the audience told us Porky was the guy. Crumbs, what's it? Bugs gets a billion paragraphs detailing everything he did, and Porky gets nothing. Daffy barely gets anything either. What gives? Come on. I mean, it was interesting what was here. Well, it was interesting to me anyway. Porcupine Pig. But has he really not got anything more to mention than that? What about that war cartoon where he swears? Not even that. Taz. But Taz gets more paragraphs than him. Taz, in quotation marks, the youngest and according to some the most exciting of the Warner Brothers classic cartoon characters, is Bugs' most mindless, most ferocious antagonist, the Tasmanian Devil. Baroque enough that there should be such a cartoon character as a Tasmanian Devil, a name would just be excessive baggage. Yeah. Taz has now become one of the most popular in the entire Looney Tunes gallery, has he? You're just saying that because he had a cartoon show on at the time, that's it. Nobody cares about Taz. Well, I don't feel that Taz gets a tremendously bigger following than anybody else. He was literally thrown away when Warner supervisor Ed Selzer forbade his director Bob McKimson to bring him back for any more encores after his premiere appearance in Devil May Hare in 1954. But when Jack Warner started to miss the little devil and asked when he was going to show up again, Selzer had to rescind that order. When Mel Blanc began to develop a voice for this new character, he asked, all innocence, what does he sound like, and was told nobody has ever heard one. So he was compelled to ad-lib some kind of glottal, guttural, gravelly gargle, now lovingly described as Taz speak. Okay, that's Taz. Tweety and Sylvester. Oh, that's the Tweety picture that was in the in one of those desktop background images, which I still right now have as my desktop background image. It's a good few weeks that's been there. Tweety and Sylvester. Well, the title's Sylvester and Tweety, and then the first heading in this thing is Tweety and Sylvester, which is first. Who's the real main character? Who's the real deal in this this dynamic duo? Who's the real radiator? Tweety and Sylvester. It was in a merry melody called Tweety Pie, directed by Fritz Frelling and released in 1947, that this endearing pair was first teamed, demonstrating that their cat and bird game was irresistible to audiences, bringing home the first of the Warner Cartoonists Academy Awards and kicking off a series that would run until the studio closed, and then beyond. In 42 animated adventures, all but one directed by Frelling, this baby-talking bird, who just bordered on the precious, proved that he was not above using guns, needles, tacks, darts, saws, shovels, mallets, anvils, anchors, barbed wire, chemicals, roller skates, bowling balls, baseball bats, seltzer bottles, boxing gloves, vicious dogs, horns, Bengal tigers, sharks, firearms, blowtorches, dynamite, skyrockets or cannons. If the need arose to ward off the threatening puddy tat Lions. Fishes, dogs, lions! Fishes, dogs, lions. Tweety and Sylvester were separate comedians who found they created a unique kind of spontaneous combustion when they called themselves a team. Tweety, in fact, was created to star opposite an Abbott and Costello caricature. A pair of mangy parody cats named Babbitt and Cat-stello. Crumbs. My goodness. Bob Clampett's A Tale of Two Kitties in 1942. Okay, two things. First of all, so Babbitt and Cat-stello were made. That exists. That wasn't just an idea that got scrapped immediately. And second, The Tale of Two Kitties is the American title of the second Garfield movie. So they stole that from this. The British title of the second Garfield movie is something else. The Prince and the Pauper. The Prince and the Pauper, with the paw and pauper spelt P-A-W. That's trivia. In this first cartoon, he greets the discovery of his unsuspecting predators with the line that would become his trademark, I thought I tore a puddy tat. I'm guessing that's Mel Blanc as well. Sylvester's birth occurred 3 years later in a thrilling cartoon entitled Life with Feathers. I designed Sylvester to look subtly like a clown. Freleng later explained, oh, all the children will be terrified of nowadays then. I gave him a big red nose and a very low crotch, which was supposed to look like he was wearing baggy pants. But gradually he changed. But gradually he was changed because the construction restricted his animation. As a team, Sylvester and Tweety found their origins in the Bugs Bunny mystique that held the studio in its grip. The constant search for more characters to act out the eternal tug-of-war between the innocent and implicit and complicit harmony with the universal... between the innocent and implicit and complicit harmony with the universe at large, and the adversary who just can't get the hang of it. Between the innocent and implicit and complicit harmony with the universe at large, and the adversary who just can't get the hang of it. Like Bugs and the Roadrunner, Tweety could do no wrong. Like Yosemite Sam and Wile E. Coyote, Sylvester could do no right. Between the two of them, they cleaned up. Okay? Elmer, our good at Elmer section. Basking in residual glamour from the rabbit's stunning success was the hunter who first pointed that infamous rifle in his face. Elmer Fudd. Elmer Fudd, Bugs' foil in a wild hare, became part of the Bugs Bunny mystique right from the beginning, and began a long cartoon career as journeyman, stooge, dupe, and second banana in the instant he was chosen to have the words "What's up, Doc" directed at him, a classic case of being in the right place at the right time. Elmer Fudd, like Bugs Bunny, seemed to crystallize in a wild hare, going through various permutations later, only to settle back into a form remarkably like the one he'd had his first success in. Various permutations, I wonder what on earth they were. Did they become Elmer Fudd? Did he go completely ballistic? Well, he was a Norse god at some point. I don't know if that was part of that phase. I'd imagine so. Elmer Fudd, ice cream salesman. Elmer Fudd, tissue constructor. Elmer Fudd, website designer. Oh, they didn't have them back then. Elmer Fudd. Elmer Fudd, typewriter mechanic. I don't know. Without changing the basic nature or concept of the character, his directors and animators finally developed him into a creature capable of great elasticity, especially in hair remover and hair tonic. He eventually reached the point where his hat could become as expressive as Bugs' ears if the occasion warranted it, hopping, bouncing and twirling around when his face and body were incapable of communicating all of his inner turmoil. I was hoping to find out the origin of his name, but only Bugs gets that. Only Bugs. Videos. Wile E. Coyote and Roadrunner. Roadrunner and Coyote. In the late 40s, storyman Michael Maltese and director Chuck Jones were searching for the right combination of far-out animals to populate the cartoon they envisioned as a parody of the constant chases that had come to dominate animation. They finally settled on an emaciated coyote chasing a supersonic roadrunner and got it on the screen in Fast and Furious in 1949. Audiences laughed, but no one saw it as a parody of anything. So for 15 years, Maltese and Jones had to content themselves with turning out one of the most popular series of cartoons ever made. Most of us having attempted to capture a roadrunner 2 or 3 times and failed would give up and go chase a rabbit, but Wile E. Coyote is earnestly trying to prove to himself that such a thing is possible for him, and he has somehow gotten the idea that since simple schemes don't work, complicated ones must be the answer. Yet all he proves is that the more elaborate his preparations, the greater the chances of something going wrong, so that his obsession proves his undoing over and over. There he is, staring at the dynamite, watching the impending onslaught of arrows, or worst of all, sailing off one of those ubiquitous 5-mile cliffs, with nothing to do but submit to his fate. Then go on with the next scheme, momentarily restored by the fade-out, pretending none of this has happened. It's a really boring summary of these two. Brother, yeah, it's all about Bugs then. Bugs gets a novel. Everyone else gets 3 paragraphs, if that. Well, Sylvester and Tweety got 4.
I did! I thought. Goody tat! I did! I thought, it's a sign! I thought
Okay. So that was the... Well, we've exhausted Junior Jam. That was everything in Junior Jam. Now I believe that means that it's time to go back to one of these places. Which one was it? Was it the filmmakers? No, I read that out until I finished this. Was it Planet B-Ball? Oh crumbs! There's a biography of there's a biography of a bunch of the basketball players. There's nothing in shooting hoops. How's this for virtual reality? Let's see. What on earth? OTVR of the Jordan Dome. Or QTVR of the Jordan Dome. Of course it's a QTVR. How's this for virtual reality? Michael Jordan's Dome away from home. Click on any of the images below to access both inline and downloadable versions of the QuickTime VR files. The view from center court. If you have the latest QuickTime plugin for your browser, which I do. Oh crumbs, it works! It bloomin' works! Oh my goodness! I don't believe this! Whee! Ming! What you're not seeing is, or what you are seeing, what you will be seeing, this is a 3-dimensional scrollable view of Michael Jordan's basketball court. I can't believe it, I'm impressed. This is that's internet quality. That's a million miles above internet quality, that is. I mean, this stuff's completely boring and worthless, but I'm surprised they've got something like this, but they do. all about how to play basketball. And what's this? An aerial view of something. With Tweety Pie just there. She's just awkwardly there. With some Looney Tunes thrown in for good measure. Some Looney Tunes? What, you saying there's more than one? Or have I got to hunt around to find the rest of them? Let's have a look. Oh! Crumbs, it's Sylvester. And Tweety. Is there somebody in the sky? There's nobody in the sky. It's just Sylvester and Tweety. But still, that was interesting. Still, that was more advanced than I imagined they would have. Player bios. When they're not acting, these guys are involved in a sport called basketball. Click on any of the small images to get the full story on these NBA players. Oh, thank goodness. I was sure it was going to be an entire 10-page document about Michael Jordan, but no, it's not. Let's see. Team Chicago Bulls, position guard, height 6'6", weight that 199 lbs, born the 17th of February 1963, Brooklyn, New York. College, North Carolina. He went to college, did he? Did he study? Well, yeah, he studied basketball science, as we established earlier. And below that is a bunch of numbers on a table that I'm sure mean something to someone that cares about basketball, but they don't to me, and I hope they never do. Patrick Ewing, New York Knicks, position center, height 7 foot. So he's taller. He's considerably taller than Michael Jordan, which is what matters for a basketball player. And yet Michael Jordan is he's also much heavier than Michael Jordan. You'd think this guy would be the big wig, and not Michael Jordan. Who next? Houston Rockets. Good grief. Oh, so that's the team. It's Charles Barkley. His team's the Houston Rockets. If his name had been Houston Rockets, I've always felt that Tiger Woods is stretching it. I still don't buy that was his real name, but Houston Rockets would just be a step beyond. Position forward, height 6'6", weight 252 pounds. Born that they're all 1963. Oh no, 1969. New York Knicks. This is Larry Johnson. He's a forward, 6'7", 250 pounds. Michael Jordan's a lightweight compared to all of these guys. There's Muggsy Bogues. 5'3", 140 pounds. How did you get in that team? I thought they only accepted Giants, Charlotte Hornets. The Charlotte Hornets team. 5'3"? Brother, he's the baby. And Sean Bradley, 7'6". 248 pounds, New Jersey Nets, centre. They all went to college to study basketball science, it seems. Well, it's what I was saying earlier, I suppose. Muggsy Bogues, the real challenge is for the small ones. They've got the real skill, so maybe Muggsy Bogues here is a much better basketball thrower than the rest of them, because he's got to jump up, and he's actually got to throw it well. He's actually got to aim it well and throw it from a distance to get in the... Yeah, I bet Muggsy Bogues here is the best basketballer of them all. But nobody knows, because they can't see him. Oh dear. That's the end of that. The NBA and related links. Should you exhaust the basketball-related resources of the Space Jam website, may we suggest these other locations where you can indulge your interest in the sport? Oh brother, I can't imagine anybody exhausting the basketball-related resources around here. There's that Journal of Basketball Studies again. Wasn't good enough for that. It wasn't enough to have that other link. They got to have this one too. Shooting hoops. Check out the other cool sections of the site. They obviously never finished this Shooting Hoops page. I would have liked to have known what it would have been. The URL has this page called Brawl B ball frames. The Planet B-Ball hub was called B-Ball frames. This is called Brawl B-Ball frames. Goodness knows what it was supposed to be. Like that other link in this site that just didn't go anywhere at all. That one's just going to be a mystery for the ages. Okay, as promised, leaving absolutely no stone unturned with the Space Jam 1996 website, because I know that you'd all be lynching me if I didn't live up to my promise of showing absolutely everything. I have returned to that section of the site that I was mentioning that I had not fully read through, that being the Behind the Jam Tech Notes page. We got down to being green, and we are going to proceed to read out the rest of this in the most bored tone possible. I think that's about what this is going to get to close off the Space Jam goodness. The 6 hours of video content for Space Jam that I've managed to produce somehow. Well, I've managed to produce, and a number of YouTube video game players have managed to produce for me to steal. So we've come a long way. I was going to sing the Space Jam theme tune with my own lyrics about the Space Jam website to close off this whole thing, but you know what, I don't know if that's going to happen. I did start writing that, but I think I'll make that a separate event, if anything, but don't worry about that for now. Let's read the article. Being green. One of the problems in filming actors working with cartoon characters who are added later is that it's very hard for anyone to visually focus on an empty space 3 feet in front of them that will later be filled with a talking duck. Try it yourself. It's nearly impossible. Let's see now. Okay, I'm going to focus on that empty space about 3 feet in front of me, beside the wall. And I'm going to try and imagine that there is a talking duck standing right there, staring straight at me. Let's see what happens. I'm actually doing this now. I am doing this. I'm looking at that bit of the wall, and I am seeing the talking duck. Talking duck is there. It's sort of weird. It's white, and it's got long yellow spindly legs. And it's a white duck. The beak is indistinct. I mean, the bill is indistinct, but the duck is definitely there. I see it. I don't actually see it. As Big Bird said, as Mr. Rogers taught Big Bird, the difference between what's imaginary and what's real is that you can see and feel and touch and smell things that are real, but you can't do that with things that are imaginary. Mr. Rogers taught us that. But yeah, there is a white talking duck there. Yeah. Space Jam website, you're wrong. I can't imagine there's a talking duck there. You're real! Okay, I'm going to stop imagining the duck now before it gets creepy. So, the result is that the human beings rarely seem to be looking directly at the cartoon characters. Even if audiences don't notice this consciously, it's a kind of unconscious static that interferes with the belief that all this is really happening. Well, if you say so, Space Jam website, that sounds more like a statement that you're making because you want to believe it's true, so that you can boast, so that this thing you've invented, so that this solution to that problem that you trust exists actually means something. Reitman, director Joe Pitka and Ed Jones, the founder and head of Cinecite, came up with an ingenious solution to the problem, and their solution solves several other problems as well. It involves the use of a lot of green walls, green floors, and actors from the Groundlings improvisation comedy troupe, covered all but for their eyes and clothing of the same green colour. What they're saying is that they invented a green screen. I don't think that these twerps invented that. I believe green screening and the concept of actors wearing stuff in front of the green screen so that they blended in with the screen and you couldn't see parts of the body. I think that was happening before Space Jam, but I'm not a film expert. Rob is though, so maybe he can tell us. Did Space Jam innovate that? I know for a fact that the Seventh Guest, at the very least, the Seventh Guest, the early 90s PC point-and-click puzzle-solving game, had a man playing a piano where you could just see the gloves. Anyway, and actors from the groundlings that... In fact, if you'd been on the set of Space Jam, you'd have seen the nearly surreal sight of Michael Jordan vigorously playing basketball at a green gym with a bunch of green people, some of whom scamper about in crouched over positions. The nearly surreal sight. It's approaching surreal. I'd like to know what this writer's, what his idea is of, what their idea is of the scale of surrealness, and what makes this nearly surreal rather than surreal. I guess you can. I guess this is just within the bounds of reality, but any more than this, Michael Jordan running around a green room pretending to play basketball with men dressed in green it's almost too out there, but it is still reality. You can imagine it happening, but it would be surreal. It would be completely out of reality if Michael Jordan suddenly turned into a jumbo jet and then began blasting the green men with space laser rockets. Okay, of course Michael Jackson did that, but that's another story. Other than Jordan himself, the only colours you could see other than green would have been the basketball net and its backboard, and regularly spaced red balls and dots in a square grid all over the floors and walls, but that's not what you'll see in the finished film. Joe Pytka loves strong, forceful camera moves. Michael Jordan is, of course, an athlete who expresses himself best through movement, and it can rarely be rehearsed in the way an acting performance is. As Ed Jones says, we had to shoot Michael being inventive, and Michael's only inventive one time. The camera had better be ready to capture it. I'd like to know what the blabbering on about Michael Jordan being an inventive basketball genius. I've been joking about him having a doctorate in basketballology, but what does it mean? What do they mean, actually, when talking about him being a basketball genius? They must mean that he does interesting stuff with the ball. I guess he must be bouncing the ball, and then suddenly he decides, I know, I'm going to bounce it a couple of inches over to the left instead of to the right, and this amazes everybody. There's only there's only so many things you can do bouncing a ball on the floor and throwing it at a net. What's Michael Jordan do that's so incredible and never been done in the history of basketball? Did Michael Jordan actually earn his fame? Did he really deserve the enormous accolade that I believe was heaped on him in the 90s? It seems. Did David Beckham deserve it? The British equivalent of Michael Jordan, I think. David Beckham. What did he do? I'm the last person to know anything about either soccer, or basketball, but what did either of these people do to earn their fame? David Beckham didn't get a movie, but he did get his own video game. Go Go Beckham Adventures on Soccer Island on the Game Boy Advance, which was better than all these Michael Jordan related basketball games, I think. Well, spontaneity was the rule of the day, but cartoons by their very nature are of course totally controlled by the artists. The challenge was to combine Pytka's needs and Jordan's abilities with the cartoons. The solution was that green room and those red dots. To Sherman Oaks and beyond! Because of the complex nature and relatively short production schedule of Space Jam, in addition to the team at the Warner Brothers feature animation facility in Sherman Oaks and the team in the company's London studio, the production recruited a select group of animation studios all over the world. Ultimately, everything was sent to Space Jam's Sherman Oaks headquarters, where all the drawings were scanned into computers and digitally transmitted via fiber optic cables to Cinesite's computers for compositing. The involvement of computers on Space Jam began immediately after the animators completed their drawings, and the background painters their work. These were scanned into digital computer memory by using Cambridge Animation's powerful and versatile Animo software program, used to complete the next several stages of work. The ink and paint department no longer uses real ink and real paint, instead it uses the Animo program. They call up the animator's drawings one frame at a time onto a computer screen. I'm learning about animation myself with this. this probably isn't terribly different from how they do it now. The expressive pencil lines of the animators are temporarily replaced by very thin lines the computer creates. It even completes lines when the artist has, for purposes of delineation, left them broken. It autofills the boundaries of the characters and stuff, I guess. Using coloured models created by art director Bill Perkins and his staff, the painter employs Animo's built-in palette to colour each of the animated characters on the computer screen in flat, bright colours, much like a standard 7-minute cartoon. For the classic Looney Tunes gang, this was, of course, the colours established over years of use. For the Nerdlux, Monstars and Swackhammer, the colours are, of course, new. One of the most interesting features of Animo is that it allows the colours to be changed at will. Once a sequence is fully coloured, if the directors or art director want the characters changed, this can be done with a few strokes on the keyboard. For example, if a scene originally coloured for daylight becomes a nighttime scene instead, they can replace all of the bright colours with darker tones. Okay, so it's kind of like a palette then. They've got a palette of colours for the daytime and a palette of colours for the nighttime, the characters. It's like the Mario Paint palettes, sort of. Well, it's like the Super Game Boy palettes, where you can overlay all the weird colours that you on the Game Boy Color, Super Game Boy, with the built-in palettes, including that hideous neon green one that I don't know why anybody ever would have played a Game Boy game with that thing. Which is of course exactly why I did it myself, I think, back in the day. There were some colours in that were just absurd. Why there were some colour schemes in the Super Game Boy that you'd never play a game with. I don't know what they were thinking. Super Game Boy. What a product of its time. It was made completely obsolete. It was made completely obsolete with the introduction of the Game Boy Color, which didn't come out terribly long after the Super Game Boy, I think, a few years after. Animation producer Ron Tipp points out the advantages. If you compare the traditional ink and paint process of Xeroxing the artwork onto cells and painting it by hand, there's a great savings in time. With original cell paint, very often only 1 or 2 colours at a time could be painted. You would then have to wait for those colours to dry, and then repaint it, so it was a very exhausting process. Wendy Aylesworth adds. Wendy Aylesworth adds, we're averaging about 4 minutes for every cell that's painted. Traditionally, if you hand-painted that stuff on acetate, it's more like 20 to 30 minutes per cell. When all the colouring is done, the original pencil lines are restored. The flow, the thickness, the manipulation of the line that often adds so much to an animated character is back where it should be. If these lines need their own colour changed, from the grey of pencil to, say, bold red for a dramatic effect, this can be done as well, without ever losing the characteristics of the animator's original drawings. With traditional animation, the colour had to be scraped off each individual cell. Scraped off. I'm imagining somebody taking a scraping knife and just literally scraping it off the thing, which maybe they maybe actually mean, for all I know. These technical innovations give shape and life to the Looney Tunes characters, but of course there's more to Space Jam than a class reunion of Bugs, Daffy and their pals. There are live actors in the animated world and animated characters in the real world. Because so much of Space Jam takes place in the real world, the drawings need a further boost that is given in most cartoons. They needed to look as though they were being lit by movie lights. The drawings needed a further boost than is given in most cartoons. They needed to look as though they were being lit by movie lights. The key light, the strongest light in a scene, was represented by highlighting the parts of the cartoon character illuminated most strongly by this light. Fill lights, the dimmer lights in a scene, also needed to be indicated, as did the areas of the characters not being struck by light. There's so many quotation marks around here. The tone mats that create this were the work of effects animators Bill Perkins explains, they create hard-edged black pieces of artwork that define the lighter or darker areas on the character. The black region dictates at a later stage of compositing what kind of colour is added to or taken out of that area of the character to make it appear rounded. So you'll have a piece of black matte artwork that defines the brighter areas where light is striking a character, and you'll have another that defines the darker area where it's more in shade. The mats themselves look like thick-lined negative images of the animated characters, with some parts left out. Each animated character, Wendy Aylesworth explains, has multiple mats drawn over it to give it shadings. The mats were scanned into the Animo system, exactly like the original animation, then laid over the coloured animation artwork to indicate the lightening and darkening of the colours of the individual character section. On to Cinesite. When all this work was done, entirely within the digital computer realm, it was transmitted over a high-speed network connection from the Space Jam offices in Sherman Oaks to the offices of Cinesite, the computer visual effects and post-production company. Yeah, we know that by now, in Hollywood. Here, using Kodak's Cineon system, artists worked on the drawings even further with compositing computers. Digital effects producer Helen Elswit explains, "We set up a hero shot. In each scene, a specific shot is chosen so that the art director, Bill Perkins, and I can sit down with the main compositor at the computer and set the look for the scene. For the most part, unless there is a dramatic mood or lighting change in a scene, one hero shot is sufficient. This shot is then put out on film so that Ivan Reitman can give his approval. Once we have that hero established, Cinesite joins the process, taking the hero shot and all the other shots from animation in that sequence and builds the scene." Cinesite Vice President of Production Mitzi Gallagher explains, "We found that as we began animating live action and animated characters for a scene, the initial look needed to be adjusted to make sure that the right characters were being emphasized, and that with no one blending into the background. Our digital effects supervisors, Carlos Aguilera and Doug Tubac, adjusted the brightness, the colors, the tones, and the shadows. Working with Ivan Reitman so that all the various elements were consistent and accomplished the scene the way he envisioned it throughout the scene. Cinesite went further too. They added depth to the backgrounds. Buildings moved further away. Trees came closer. For example, what would be called grad filters with a real camera were also employed, allowing a given shot to be darkened subtly. Odd-veg, 88ers, wow. Edges so that the viewer's eye will focus on the highlighted center of the shot, and they could manipulate the tone mats further as well, creating as many different layers of shading as desired. We break the tone mats down into separate elements, Ed Jones explains, depending on whether they're on a check or on a body. We can control the density, the color, the amount of blur on the edge, depending on how we want to light the character. We are painting on film with the computer, and we're creating dimensionality, depending on whether the character is closer to the camera or further away. The closer it is to the camera, the more it must be modeled. And then we add motion blur like a camera shutter would blur a regular scene. We can stylize how each of these animated characters looks. In traditional animation, these different layers represented by the flat art, the backgrounds, and the tone mats were literally that. Layers of celluloid with paint on them. Going beyond 5 or 6 layers tended to bring out the faint color of the celluloid itself, adding a yellowish cloudy look to the more layered sequences. The famous multiplane of the Disney Studios, which used sheets of glass stacked like a colossal sandwich, was an effort to overcome some of these problems. But it is a huge cumbersome device used only for the most spectacular scenes requiring many layers of depth. A big sandwich of sheets of glass. Multiplane, what a weird thing. I wonder what kinds of things they had like that back then. I can imagine they had some really over-elaborate, complicated behemoth devices that did some really simple thing by our standards. Like how these old ancient computers from the 50s are enormous tower beast things that they're massive towers, and they took 2 hours to add 5 plus 5. You just wonder. It's funny how time has made these things smaller. Although I believe there still are supercomputers in the world that are still massive. But of course now those things They're able to produce incredible amounts of processing power because they're so huge. But a laptop back in those days would have taken 10 years to add 5 plus 5. By keeping all... Where did the... By keeping all of the drawings in digital form, but easily shown on a video screen, the Cineon operator can add as many layers of depth as the scene needs without any loss of definition or addition of unwanted colour whatsoever. Tony Cervoni adds, "You could put 10,000 layers on this stuff and it will do nothing. It will never cloud up. Furthermore, with all the animation now loaded into the computers, the kind of small errors that can creep in with so many people working on a project can easily be corrected. Sometimes, says Wendy Aylesworth, when we've got the shots together, the perspective doesn't look right, or the sizing is off because something went wrong in doing the rotoscopes, drawings based on moving images. Or perhaps a character was drawn too close, but should be further into the background. You can use the computer to completely resize and reposition any character to make them fit into the scene correctly. The computer is used a lot for that, making sure everything's staying in perspective. On the basketball court. One problem that has always existed with cartoons is the sometimes wildly shifting perspectives of a background. If you are using a movie or video camera, panning over any background behind the actors, if you examined the film a frame at a time, you'd see that the background seems to distort a little, or a lot if a wide-angled lens is used. I didn't know that. Panning over, the background distorts. Okay. In conventional cartoons, this distortion has to be drawn in by hand in the backgrounds. They deliberately do it then? For example, if the scene required a swift pan down a drain pipe on the corner of a building, the artist had to draw a radically distorted drain pipe, straw thin at the top of the drawing, expanding to a big bulge in the middle, tapering away to nothing again at the bottom. You've lost me, paragraph. The camera, moving in a flat plane down this artwork, appeared to do a whip pan down the side of the building. And don't forget the building, that too would have to be carefully drawn in a distorted way to match the drain pipe. I feel like a video would make this more clear, what they're talking about here, but it would be an internet quality video, which means it would be impossible to see without a Supertronic telescope. You'd need Hubble itself, I think, to see these internet quality videos. It takes the talents of both an artist and a mathematician to create this kind of distortion, and it takes a lot of time. Space Jam, surprisingly enough, went from conception to finished product in 1/3 the time of a normal animated feature, and yet it required more amazing shifts in perspective than a normal animated feature. Originally, the giant basketball stadium at the end was going to be raised up above the basketball court in an effort to overcome some of these perspective problems, as well as to evade having to animate all the spectators. But Ivan Reitman and Joe Pytka bit the bullet. In a real NBA stadium, the seats come right down to a few feet of the basketball court, so the stadium in Space Jam required the same kind of seating. These perspectives were going to have to shift, and there were going to be thousands of animated spectators. Cinesite found the solutions to these problems, as well as how to incorporate Pytka's swirling camera moves. The first big basketball scene in Space Jam is set in a practice gym, where Michael Jordan learns just how inept the Looney Tunes characters are when it comes to dribbling and slam dunking. The walls, the floors of the gym are entirely created within the computer. All Michael Jordan saw was that sea of green and grey and guys in purple green suits. Why did I say purple suits? And green suits. Animation layout artists designed the practice gym, and designers at Cinesite created a computer model of that gym, first in what's known as a wireframe. Well, that's probably a well-known idea now, isn't it? Wireframes, you've heard of those, right? Everybody? I knew about that back then even, because the Donkey Kong Country 1 closed instruction book made a big fuss about how they had wireframe models of the characters. This simply means that what you'd see on the computer screen is the gym as if it were made of thin white wires only, stark against a black background. There you go. They tend to be green though, the wires in wireframes. They're usually green on a black background, for some reason, or at least they used to be. Meanwhile, the scenes of Michael Jordan and the green groundlings in the green court were greenfully green-jitized, and all the green was green bit out, which greened every green thing away except Greenkull Greensden. the greenscape ball and the great and crack board. He seemed to be playing basketball against invisible opponents in a black limbo. How many times have they been repeating the same statements over and over again in this website? Or indeed in this article. But don't forget those red dots. Yes, how could we possibly forget the red dots that you've mentioned innumerable times, my friend, writer of this. I wonder if the same person wrote all of these fight articles. I wonder how much they were paid to do so. They were uniformly spaced around the room in a 4-foot grid. I wonder if the person that wrote this stuff's going to watch this video. Quite possibly the staff team behind this website that were credited in that page that I was on earlier might well watch this video and be incredibly disturbed that somebody spent 6 hours doing all this. And maybe tearing their hair out over the stuff I'm saying about their precious website. Much as graph paper... Well, nothing wrong with this. I think the theme, if anything, the theme that's come out of this whole series is that there's a very impressive amount of effort put into this old Space Jam website. And honestly, they did a pretty good job. As old and outdated as this website is, it's good for its time. I've had some fun touring around it. Much as graph paper is used to plot curves, the computer could remember precisely the location of each of those balls. When this information was applied to the 3D wireframe of the practice gym, the computer could move the wireframe about in virtual space in ways that precisely matched the live camera of director Joe Pitker. The moves of the camera drove the movements of the gym itself. This was added to the footage of Michael Jordan, all in digital space, maintaining perfect resolution, and he seemed to be playing basketball now in a gym made of white lines on a black background. Now this footage was printed a frame at a time onto photo-rotos and sent back to the animators in Sherman Oaks. They could see Michael Jordan's precise location and where the green groundlings were. They could then place the animated characters exactly where they needed to be, a frame at a time. The animators didn't have to follow the movements of the green groundlings exactly, because even a crouching real-life person doesn't have the same dimensions as Daffy Duck. Daffy Duck looks fairly like a human. But well, the process described above was again applied, this time to the footage of Michael Jordan and the Looney Tunes characters working out in the practice gym, playing basketball. The ball is real, and when Michael Jordan is touching it... No wait, the ball is real when Michael Jordan is touching it, but had to be put into some form of animation when Bugs and his buddies control it. Did it? Did it? Really? Wait. Couldn't they... Well... I thought the point of these green men running around with the basketball was that they could have humans holding the ball and just replace them with the cartoon characters. However, no matter what form it's in, it's no ordinary ball, and here's why. Joe Pitker is a major basketball fan. Well, they better be. Everybody involved in this movie had better be a major basketball fan. Well, listen to me. They can be what they want. I could imagine myself being involved in things that I couldn't care less about. Probably because that's what I've been spending most of my life doing. One of his most treasured possessions is a scuffed old ball that has been touched by many of the greatest basketball players who ever lived. People make a big fuss about. People get really excited about the famous person touching something of theirs. Oh, he touched my guitar. John Lennon touched my lamp. Lava lamp. John Lennon touched my lava lamp. I'll never wash it again. This famous person used this thing once. I don't know. It's not that exciting to me. Ed Jones and his crew managed to sneak the ball away from Pitker. Oh, you Berks, Ed Jones and crew. And scanned it from every possible angle into the computer. Every possible angle. Well, all 5 trillion angles that the physical universe would allow for. That must have taken some patience, guys. Maybe it's like that virtual reality thing in the QuickTime, which... Go to the website if you want to see that. There's a virtual reality pan-over thing of the... There's a 360-degree angle camera view thing where you can rotate the screen yourself, and it's very smooth. I'm impressed by it. I don't know how they did that in internet quality. That ball bounces about on the court of a giant stadium rendered in 3D computer graphics. Ed Jones and the team at Cineside did everything they could to make the stadium look as real as possible. The floor has a polished sheen. The overhead lights occasionally make computer realised lens flares, and the lighting on the audience is blotchy in the same way it is in real life. All this is complex, but these days is not particularly difficult for talented computer artists to create. Filling the bleachers. What was hard was the audience itself. The sequence takes place in the land beneath the ground where the Looney Tunes characters live, so the audience had to be entirely cartoon characters, 25,000 of them. While Bill Perkins and others at Warner Brothers Sherman Oaks Studio could provide Cinesite with strips of Looney Tunes characters, animating so many characters was flatly impossible. Impossible? It wouldn't have been impossible to animate 25,000 characters. But you might have had to wait a few decades to see the movie. They overcame the problem with startling ingenuity. First, Cinesite simply duplicated some of those characters in their computers and scattered about the auditorium. Their coloration could be changed, but there were still limitations in doing it this way. Wait, startling ingenuity? You just copy and pasted is what you're saying? You copied, pasted and palette swapped. That's the startling ingenuity. Video game programmers have been doing that since the 80s. An entire squad of, say, kilt-wearing Scotsmen, one of Bugs' old opponents. Bugs had a kilt-wearing Scotsman, well, at some point in his career, I'm sure, would certainly not go unnoticed, even if some of them wore paisley kilts. I'm Scottish and I don't know what that means. Is that a Scottish thing? Paisley? Ugh. I give up. Ed Jones hit upon the idea of filming real people, some in bizarre costumes. There's a guy wearing a spotted cow suit, for example. Is there somebody dressed as Where's Waldo? Maybe there is. Well, why don't all of you go look at the 25,000 audience scene in Space Jam and see if you can find Where's Waldo. Others wore the heads of others in regular clothing that's in bright primary cartoon colours. Some of these people wore generic cartoon heads. Others wore the heads of specific characters. Then these were scanned digitally into the computer, manipulated there in any number of ways, in terms of colour, size, whether they're standing and cheering or sitting and applauding, how far they are from the camera's position, and so forth. We've mixed and matched all these characters, Jones explains, mostly for the front rows. The audience is still going to see the motion in the back rows as they look up there. The audience is still going to see the motion in the back rows as they look up there. The audience is still going to see the motion in the back rows as they look up there. The crowd is part of the environment. Occasionally, the Sherman Oaks team animated a specific portion of the stands to highlight a cartoon animated figure. Watch for the bull from Bully for Bugs, for example. Is that the Spanish Matador episode with the bull? By these means, the handful of live-action people and the strips of cartoon animation multiplied over and over, and they became a cheering throng of cartoon characters. New technologies are created to solve old problems, but sometimes these new technologies can create problems of their own, and as always, it is up to human ingenuity to solve them. For example, while shooting in the all-green set, occasionally one of the green groundlings passed briefly in front of, say, Michael Jordan's leg. A quick move that went unnoticed at first, but since the green all went away, that meant that part of Jordan's leg hidden by the green guy also went away. Co-directors of animation Bruce Smith and Tony Cervone went over every day's work in a sweatbox session, and when they'd spot a bit of Michael disappearing, they knew that it was time to have, say, Sylvester chase Tweety Bird through the scene, hiding that momentary loss of Jordan's body. Ah, that's clever. So whenever you see cartoon characters running in front of Michael Jordan, it probably means that they actually lost some footage of Michael's body. It looks like he just got his leg eaten off by the Monstars. Distorting Michael Jordan. We're nearly at the end of this article. And with that, we're nearly at the end of the entire Space Jam website, I think. Unless somebody can find something I missed, in which case you're even more sad than me, frankly, then we can consider the Space Jam website closed for all eternity. Even if this entire website went down, there will forever be a 6-hour video of a Scottish man talking over the entire thing. Distorting Michael Jordan. And speaking of Michael Jordan's body, thanks to Cinesite he gets battered and transformed as much as any of the animated characters. When Michael is first introduced into Looney Tunes land, Ed Jones explains, he's playing a golf game. Or maybe that's where the inspiration from the Tiger Woods sequel came from. They mentioned somewhere else in here. The Wikipedia article mentioned a Tiger Woods Space Jam 2 starring Tiger Woods. It all came down from the golf scene in Space Jam 1. Anyway, he's playing a golf game and gets zipped down a hole. We shot 2 plates, scenes to which effects are added. Plates, okay, on location. One of Michael bending over and one with just the golf green. Michael pantomimed going down the hole, really badly I imagine, and then we built a 3D Michael. A 3D Michael in 1996 graphics. Oh dear. Like it's that... What would that look like? In 1996, that'd be the year of Mario from Super Mario 64. Imagine Michael Jordan. What would 3D Michael Jordan look like? Oh dear. Really bad, that's for sure. This wasn't some Frankensteinian experiment, except it was, I think, but a matter of scanning Michael and storing his digital images in a computer. This enabled Cinesite to manipulate the footage of Jordan in exactly the same way as any other artwork. Michael could be stretched, squashed, and even wadded up into the shape of a basketball. We added other magic too, Jones grins. When Bugs kisses Michael, we altered Michael's lips a little, stretched them out a little as Bugs' lips came back out. Yeah, please stop talking about Bugs and Michael Jordan kissing. There are times when Bugs is tapping Michael. Dear, but yeah. So we added indentations into Michael's clothing from Bugs' fingers. This is for the Laserdisc collector, who can stop on a frame and see all our tricks. Or it's for anybody now that has a computer. Freeze frame by frame. Not only does Michael Jordan plunge literally head first into the world of the animated Looney Tunes characters, but Bugs Bunny and Daffy Duck venture out into the real world to retrieve Michael's basketball and his uniform. What does he need those for? I mean, maybe the basketball's got magic Michael Jordan powers or something, but the uniform? Brother. Again, green groundlings were used, but this time they were shot in a realistic set of Michael's office rather than a green background. He's got an office. However, they were dropped out in the same way as though they had been shot on a green stage, and Bugs and Daffy were added where appropriate. At one point, one of the character rummages through a drawer. The team shot this twice, once with the green groundling going through this action, and once a simple plate of the same set of drawers with no one there. All this talk of plates is reminding me of the Frozen World RPG Maker 2000 game, which is possibly the most obscure reference I've made in this entire thing. In that case, digital effects producer Helen Elswit explains, animation didn't have to cover the green guy. Artists could use it to draw in their animation while having the background fully visible. They were able to remove the green guy and still see what was behind him. Animators could be as free as they wanted because they didn't have to worry about filling the space left when the green guy was removed on the computer. The artist is in the system. All of the various elements of Space Jam gradually made their way into the computer systems at Cinesite until the entire film existed there. When it came time to turn it into an actual film, the computer was involved as well. With other computer animation systems, a very high-resolution monitor is simply photographed by an appropriate camera, but with Cineon there's no camera involved at all. A system of lasers is used to transfer the computer image directly onto film. One of the classic fears about computers has always been that they would wipe out jobs, making artisans, workers, and even artists obsolete. But that's simply not happening. As Bruce Smith says, I think the computer has always been intended to be an aid to the artist and not necessarily to replace him. In this instance, we totally manipulated the computer for our use. It frees us up from the highly technical aspects that have to be believable in the way we make films today. Producer Ivan Reitman marvels at the achievements that have brought Space Jam from concept to dazzling reality in a short time. Producer Ivan Reitman marvels at the achievements that have brought Space Jam from concept to dazzling reality in such a short time. But he is realistic about the role of technology in creating a motion picture, animated or not. Technology will never take the place of those creative skills that lead producers, directors, and writers to make movies in the first place. A word processor doesn't make a movie, a word processor doesn't make a word processor doesn't make a novelist any more than a synthesizer makes a composer.
Despite all the technological advances in animation, the quality of the production is still totally dependent on the skills of the artists. Computers are simply the latest tools available to help them bring their vision to reality. No hardware or software will ever replace human creativity.
The perfect note. We will all agree, whether we like it or not, on which to end the Mr. X adventure through the Space Jam website. Farewell, gang. Bon voyage! I suppose I had to put this into Space Jam somewhere. Yes, it's Barclay's Shut Up and Jam Gaiden. Or it will be, once I figure out where I put it. Yes, there it is. That's it. Oh, and Cam Studio as well would help. Cam Studio existing would be a good idea. Right about now. Come on, Cam Studio, work with me. Work with me, Cam Studio! Wow! Let's get Barclay's glorious face up in this. There. That's the stuff. That's the raisins. Check it out, dogs. That is Charles Barkley. That's Charles Barkley right there. That is the face of a man called Charles Barkley. Oh, start that. Okay, let's start this again. Yes, we've covered in the Space Jam extravaganza. We've covered Shaq Fu, Michael Jordan's Chaos in the Weirdy Series, and the official Space Jam game of the movie of the game Space Jam. And now it's time for the one, the only, Charles Barkley's Shut Up and Jam Gaiden by Tales of Game 'S. As you see there. And this is certainly, without question, the best basketball game ever made. Any of that N2FL K54 FIFA 7 plus 6014, it's got nothing on this. It's got nothing on Charles Barkley's Shut Up and Jam Gaiden. What is Charles Barkley's Shut Up and Jam Gaiden? Well, I don't know what on earth that was, but it's not what Charles Barkley's Shut Up and Jam Gaiden is. A very special video game, which, unlike every other basketball game ever made, it's not a platformer, nor is it about playing basketball. It is about, well, just look at this blooming title screen for a start. Tales of Game 'S Studios presents Chef Boyardee's Barkley Shut Up and Jam Gaiden, Chapter 1 of the Hoops Barkley saga. Saga spelled in the same fashion as the Japanese version of the series of Game Boy games that was translated to the West as Final Fantasy Legend. And appropriate is that, because the Final Fantasy Legend series are RPGs, and this is an RPG. It's even got the menu here even reminds me of the old RPG Maker 2000 menu, except there's 4 options instead of 3. It makes a little sound when I move the ball, and I notice it also makes a sound when I move the ball down here, even though it can't move down. But what's on the configuration? The language, I think we'll set the I think we'll keep the language at English. I think that's fine. Let's make the text speed fast, and let's just, goodness knows what that means. Exit. Okay. You don't need a reason to help people. 4th quarter, tie game. Who's going to be the one to make the final shot? Zobbers? You think you know Zobbers? Here, I'll show you Zobbers. Oh yeah, Zobbers. Zobbers. What, you think this is a volleyball? Get with the game, chump. Dweeb. Weenie Meister. Huh? You don't need a reason to help you, okay. Alright, that's it. Let's start the game. Yes, there was a person wearing a basketball, and this game certainly pleases me. The game, warning, the game you're about to play is canon. That's true, this game is canon. Oh, what is it canon to? What on earth is the button I'm supposed to press? Oh, jeez Louise. Press start it. No, I don't want to press start. Where's the button? That was it, okay. Yeah, this game is canon.
The year is 2053. Basketball is dead. My name's Charles Barkley. I'm one of the last b-ball stars alive. In 2041, basketball was made illegal, and almost all b-ballers were massacred in what is now known as the Great B-Ball Purge. I lived, but lost my reason for living. B-ball was gone. I live in the post-cyber-apocalyptic ruins of New York with my 12-year-old son, Hoops. I've given him all I can, but sometimes I wonder if it's enough.
Yes, the world of Charles Barkley's Shut Up and Jam Gaiden Chapter 1 of the Hoops Barkley saga is quite a bit different in tone from the other basketball games that we've played. Quite a bit different in tone from Space Jam itself, indeed. Which is ironic, because Space Jam is canon to this game. And this game itself is canon, as it said. I'd like to add something else to that as well, which is that the 7 hour or so commentary that I've made on the Space Jam website is also canon to this. Now then.
Dad, watch this!
Hoops transforms into a much less well-drawn sprite than he just had in order to animate himself playing basketball.
Impressive, Hoops. Your dribbling has gotten much better in the last few weeks.
Right, Dad! I got it better, huh, Dad? Dad?
Yeah, you've gotten a lot better, son.
What's the matter, Dad?
Nothing, Hoops. I was just thinking.
Thinking about b-ball, huh?
Yeah, that's it. I was thinking about b-ball.
Hoops, why don't you go and play some VidCons? I want to speak to Mr. James for a moment.
Sure, Dad! Thanks for the dribbling tips and scrolls, Mr. James.
No sweat, kid. Keep on practicing, though. I've forgotten already what voice I gave him the first time.
Sure will! Yow!
You were thinking about her again, weren't you, Charles? Maureen. You were thinking about Maureen, weren't you?
He reminds me so much of her. The way he moves, his enthusiasm for the game, his eyes. His eyes.
You still blame yourself for what happened?
Yeah, Belfius. Yeah, I do. And it won't happen ever again. I just can't stand knowing that all of this, everything, could be different.
Barkley, you don't need to.
Yeah, Belfius. I know. But I swear on her grave that nobody will ever suffer a chaos dunk again.
Over the Neo Shackles!
But I need them to buy food!
Get him!
Oof. Nah, outrageous behaviour.
Come on, bro, let's get some chops! No,
my Neo Shackles! Oh, how am I going to afford to play in the Tiddlywinks Grand Championship now?
Breaking news just in. A killing spree has been reported.
What? What the devil could this possibly be?
The clocked octoroon, known only as the ultimate the ultimate thunder basement radiator's bane, has struck again. This time killing 2 men in the NNY Mall. Police reported sights of Zorba use, and ultimate thunder basement radiator's bane is believed to have connections with the terrorist organization PLOODMOSES.
Crime everywhere. This city is going to thunder basement radiators. Hoops, I don't want you going outside tonight.
Oh, Dad! There! Fantastic fungus!
I must take my leave now.
Bye, Mr. James.
Goodbye, Hoops.
Mr. Jordan. Mr. James?
Jordan, what are you doing here?
That's a nice way to greet a friend, Charles. I was just in the neighborhood and thought I heard some dribbling.
You have absolutely no grounds to come into this house, Michael. You know that. Really now? You are an all-star baller, and I heard the dribbling. I have every right to come in thanks to the B-Ball Confiscation Act. Or are you saying I don't have that right? I'm saying you're a son of a whale, Jordan. I'll play your game, Barkley. This time. Oh, and hoops. Keep practicing. A bunch of dots. Oops. I'm going out to get some medicine.
Okay, Dad.
And, no, don't have control.
You okay, Dad?
Yeah, oops. I'm gonna be okay.
Hey, Dad, you okay? You're looking kind of pale. Ow.
Yeah, finally got control. Now then, is there a run button? Because I have already forgot what the controls were. Well, here's the menu with the C button. Charles Barkley himself. It's got a socket. Yeah, this is a real game, by the way. It's a full, complete game. Unfortunately, I'm not going to play the entire thing on the Space Jam commentary thing, whatever and if it is, Space Jam website, but, well, you're going to see some of it at least. Charles Barkley, equipped with a soccer ball to attack people with, rags on his body. He's lost all of that millions upon millions of dollars that Charles Barkley presumably earns in real life. Well, of course, he doesn't earn that in this because this is the post-cyber apocalypse. If you were paying attention to that fully voice-acted introduction sequence, then the future has gone to rack and ruin. Basketballers, the America over, have been slaughtered en masse, and basketball's banned. And it seems that something tragic happened to Charles Barkley's wife. So it's really quite a miserable place. Charles Barkley can't do the thing he's so famous for. I just realised, soccer ball? Shouldn't that be a basketball? Is there a description on that? Did we get an explanation for why it's not a soccer? Why it's not a basketball? Well, I guess because basketballs are banned, maybe he doesn't. Let's take that off for no reason, and that. No, I can't take that off though. You know, actually, I don't want to die. Let's put all this stuff back on. Okay, so that's that. No items. And on the far right, there is Charles Barkley's status parameters. How do I run? There's how do I run. Press the X button. Okay, hold the X button down. Let's see. Hoops plays VidCons on the computer. How do you forget basketball was banned, Charles? Of course Hoops can't practice basketball, even though that's what he was doing. And yeah, he plays VidCons. I guess VidCons are video games. You might have noticed that pretty much everything has got a special word for it in this game. A different word from what we'd use. That's what the post-cyber-apocalypse, has done to everybody. Protein paste and milk. Not much in the Barkley fridge. Yeah, I think Charles Barkley's funds have gone down the sewers. There's just not much. Oh, an ecto cooler, whatever on earth that is. VP. Okay, VP's the health in this. A bit like Beyond the Beyond. Vitality points, I'm guessing it stands for. And BP in the far right, you might have noticed, that's basket points of it. Basketball points. That's the magic. Oh, there's a blooming run meter I just noticed. I may be wrong, but I doubt it. Look at that in the... Wait. This was my first book. Is that for real? Did Charles Barkley actually write a book called, whatever that was called? Blooming is! It's real. I don't believe that. I was sure they made that up, because what kind of name is that for a book by a basketballer? Maybe he's a... Well, then again, going by the Space Jam website, there was a Journal of Basketball Science Studies, so maybe he was a basketballologist. Who's Afraid of a Big Black Man? I wrote it back before the Great B-Ball Purge. I'm not going to bother checking if that one was real. Okay, Charles Barkley likes jazz. Maybe that was in his book. I'm a complete obsessive compulsive with RPGs. I look at everything. I really got to not do that though for this, because I'm just showing this game off for a little bit. Let's just get out of there. And then, why is there a run meter? A game like this does not need a stamina bar.
Well, at least it resets when you go into the room. Right, stop looking at stuff already. Inspector Jordan was yelled at. There. He was the first baller to join the B-ball removal department. Did it to save his own skin. So Michael Jordan's a bad guy in this. He used to be a nice man, but he's become a generic, bad, totalitarian regime man. The maintenance closet. Right, Neo, New York. What? Whatever. Let's see. Let's save at the pump. But in order to save in this game, unfortunately, we need to listen to the save points. Well, we need to listen to this. The save point has some strong opinions on things like video games, and well, you're welcome to read his philosophical treatise on the nature of Japanese and Western video games. But you know what? No. There. Let's see. Right, where do we go? We're going to get some medicine, I think he said. So let's get the medicine. The Chaos Dunk, as powerful as a 150 megaton nuclear blast, and there's nobody other than Charles Barkley that could do it. Basketball was banned because of it. Charles has heard of it, but he sounds upset by it. Oh dear. Charles Barkley also done something really bad with the Chaos Dunk. Could it possibly be related to the reason why his wife is tragically dead? Move along, please! Move along, please! Move along, please! Move along! Such appalling language, my friend. But we might as well buy some of that Ecto Cooler, because it heals you. A hit of the chups. And that too. Oh, glaucoma, I remember, is a blooming berk of a status ailment. There's stuff that hits you with that all over the place. I think it's just poison. So let's get that out of the way. Basketball, ball, basketball, basketball. You've got no idea. Before the Great Beelzebub House, this place will be packed. Yeah, whatever. I'm not going to talk to everybody, you get the idea. People, it's a bad place and bad future of badness in New York. Neo New York. And stuff is bad. Well... Does it tell you how much it raises stuff? Yeah, it does. Let's see. Well, when I was younger, I used to always go for the higher attack stuff, but when I got older, I started to be more concerned about defense, which is why we are going to buy the attack thing. Oh, rats, it's too expensive. Jeez Louise. If I'd just not bought one of those Ecto Coolers, I could have afforded that. So let's make the non-sensible decision and sell one of the things that we just bought, so we can buy the thing that I just said I haven't done since I was a child. Let's see. There. Good. Square Enix Goya. Squenix. La-da-da-da-da. What you got to say, paisano? You've been to that, blah blah. Chicken fries. Medicine. Seriously, this stamina bar. I don't think that was in the original version of this game. I think you could run wherever you wanted all the time. That's a feature, and that's an RPG Maker 2000 boy right there. I recognise him in a heartbeat. His sprite is straight out of RPG Maker 2000. There we go. The child gets to eat. There's the church. Oh, there's a heater in. Yeah, a heater in the church. Get in there. Church of Clispeth. That's the religion of the post-cyberpocalypse. What's Charles Barkley's opinion on Clispeth? Oh dear, he doesn't believe in Clispeth, it seems. Yeah, Charles Barkley is a bitter man. Larry Bird, the priest. I'm sure that means something to basketball fans because he's got a photo here, so he must be somebody, but I've got no idea who he is. Blah, 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 blah. Basketball. I was just really hoping to play this to get to the first battle. Honestly. There, come on, da. But it's a very touching scene about Charles Barkley's wife dying. It's very sad. His wife's dead. Okay, well that was a long conversation. I've forgotten what I've got to do to make something happen. I think that was it, just talking to him. What's this over here? B-ball. Yeah, okay, good, that was it. I had to... Oh! Oh, did you see that? Tragic. Tragic. Good, yeah, get to Chin's shop and medicine. Right, there. Let's get some medicine with the $6 that we've got. 6 Neo shekels, excuse me. Alright, Chin. Ever hear about the ultimate Thunder Basement Radiator? Is that guy that killed all the people? Yeah, I heard about it. Yeah, well, he's a tough comer. He's a tough comer. He's a tough comer. He's a tough customer. With Sawbers and BLOODMOSES. I killed 2 guys at the mall. Square Enix Goya involved in something. I didn't just program this thing myself for a joke, you know. This is a real game that exists. I mean, you couldn't buy it in shops, but it is real. This was made, and it is canon to Space Jam, which is why we're playing it. What's this? Supercharge your weapon, enhance size and ability. Oh, brother. Yeah, I wouldn't do that, Charles. Okay. We got the medicine, so let's go back home. Ah, but it's gone silent. Huh? Where's Hoops gone? Okay, he's in bed. So what's happening in the news then? Well, the Ultimate Thunder Basement Radiators has attacked a car company. So things have become far too dangerous for Charles Barkley to be satisfied to stay. He's getting a bit tired now though. I guess he'll have to leave in the morning. Oh, he's so tired that he went to sleep on the seat with his eyes open. What's this? While he's asleep, Manhattan has been just blown up to shreds. 10 million people have died. How sad. And a Chaos Dunk is responsible? Did Charles Barkley, the only human being on the planet that can do the Chaos Dunk, must be responsible for the deaths of 10 to 15 million people in Manhattan? But Charles Barkley's here! Get him! Oh no! No, Michael Jordan! You traitor, Michael Jordan! With your Dick Tracy yellow outfit and these robotic-looking soldiers. This is all a conspiracy. Indeed, what has happened? Huh? They must have taken Hoops Barkley to prison or something. I don't know. He's not here. Charles Barkley tries to plead his innocence, but Michael Jordan is not believing him. Or at the very least, he's not. Oh no! Oh jeez Louise. I'd forgotten there were quick time events in this game. Okay. I was not expecting that. Oh, thank goodness, let's try again. Right. I thought I was going to have to go back to the save point. I'd forgotten about this. Not again. Huh? Okay, it didn't matter, I guess. I don't know what the action button was. I don't even know what cancel is. Oh, dear. I don't know which button's cancel. Well, I'm going to guess action is Z. This is great preparation skills right here. You totally wouldn't have guessed that I just started the game up and started recording it without any preparation. The last time I played this game was about 10 years ago, literally. 10 years ago. Okay, good. Right, what on earth is cancel? It better be... Don't die, Charles. Good. Good, good. Don't die. Don't die. Oh, no. No! Don't give up, Barkley! Never surrender! Huh? Oh, thank goodness, the child saved us. I wonder if that wouldn't have happened if we hadn't given him a Neo Circle earlier. End of the line, Barkley! Surrender and BLOODMOSES right now! Mr. T demands us to surrender, but Michael Jordan has got us cornered. But Michael Jordan on one side, Mr. T on the other. There's no way out of this. Oh no! There's no escape! No, no! Charles Barkley, no, don't surrender to these fiends! Yeah, don't do it. There. What was that fire? Ah! Who's this mysterious man? Well, no time to be asking questions. He saved us. Let's escape with him. Through the passes that you couldn't have walked through when you were playing the game. And in this Egyptian Temp Pyramid. What's that big eye? No, that's not it. What the thunder basement radiators is going on? Who are you? Where is Hoops? I do not think I can fully explain what is happening. There was someone I'd like you to meet. Someone who can make some sense of this to you. No! No! You're gonna tell me what the thunder basement radiators is happening right now, or I'm gonna do something I'll regret. I will tell you this much, Barkley. No matter what happens, I am on your side. That doesn't mean anything to me! I have no idea who you are! For all I know, you could be the ultimate thunder basement radiator's bane! I am the ultimate thunder basement radiator's bane. What? What the thunder basement radiators? What the thunder basement radiators is going on? I don't know nothing about no BLOODMOSES, and I sure as thunder basement radiators don't want anything to do with it. I mean nothing to do with it. What the thunder basement radiators is this? Barkley, the men I killed, I am not a murderer. They were agents of BLOODMOSES. I'm not a terrorist, and I'm not one of the bad guys. I'm here to help you, because I know you're innocent, and I believe the same people that wronged me so long ago are the ones that are trying to hurt you. What's that supposed to mean? I'm supposed to believe you now just because you think I'm innocent? Thunder basement radiators, no! You're a murderer, and I don't want nothing to do with this weown! Charles, please, you need to believe me. Just before Jordan came for you, I took Hoops somewhere safe. Somewhere Jordan and BLOODMOSES can't get him. Hoops is safe? He's at the church, Barkley, with Bird. They can't get him there. I'll listen. I'm here to help you, Barkley. Yeah, okay, so you get the... well, whatever. We're in an Egyptian pyramid place with this black-cloaked, mysterious person, and Charles Barkley is starting to come to trust them that they've got to do what he says. So escape from Michael Jordan's vicious forces, along with those of Mr. T. Oh, shut up, save point. I saw the word portmanteau in there, and that's it. In order to escape from the vile forces of the post-cyberpocalypse anti-basketball squad, police force, whatever they are, we've got to leave Hoops behind safe in that church with Larry, Bird, whoever he is, and make our way through this place to safety. Let's get started with the ball. Let's get the basketball rolling with our first battle of the game. A blue demon thing with basketballs in his hands. So what do we have here? Well, we've got the Lufia icon selection system, which is interesting. Let's attack the thing with a basketball. Action key, and let's Sober dash him, and what just happened? Okay, we had, oh I see. We had the ultimate thunder basement radiators being attack. Now we're going to have Charles Barkley attack. Let's see, quick reference. We can free throw with the action key, pass with the cancel key, whatever that is, and jump with the up key. Let's try an action. Oh, what? I hit the wrong thing. Okay, one shot left. Press the action and then... oh, I see. You got to hold the button down and then time it so that it's... so the ball hits the icon in the middle of the power meter. See that? See that there? There. Perfect shot. What? Perfect blooming shot! That was perfect, you twit! Wow! You saw that. You saw that. The first shot was perfect. The second one might as well have been perfect. Oh well, whatever, he's dead. What on earth are you doing, Ultimate Thunder Basement Radio's Bane? I think he just spotted he spotted a particle of a cucumber sandwich from Mozambique on the ground. Okay. I think that green screen meant we got the first attack on Frankenstein. Let's see what else we can do besides attack. Conjures Zorba powers. Create a wall of fire to lower enemy attack. Well, who uses status effect? Who uses status parameter attacks, honestly? Well, probably everybody except me. And the Ice Zorba. Well, that looks good. Let's try the Ice Zorba. Frankenstein did not like that. Run, with a 33% chance of success. Guard and deadly verboten jams. Let's just try the jump attack. Let's see what that does. Oh, that was... well, gee, that sure accomplished something. I think I was supposed to throw it at the height of the jump. Let's try that again. No. Alright, I'm not going to give up with this until I figure out how to do that stupid jump. Up key plus left / right. Ah, okay. There. That was it. I really should read the instructions. There is an enclosed instruction book with this game, but I didn't bother. Okay, well, let's see. Ultimate Thunder Basement Radiator's Bane needs some health. There. That was the RPG Maker 2000. Vitality increased noise. What's this, a sarcophagus? I don't care about the voices. Blah blah. Ancient Egyptian people were buried into sarcophaguses. Something, well, no, ancient basketballers were buried in sarcophaguses. This is... Chaos Dunk did something to the sarcophaguses. Well, that was some backstory, and that was some basketball backstory. If you're interested in that, if you're interested in Space Jam, you should be interested in this game. I suggest you go and download it for free, which you can do. If you want to get the, I just realised that Wikipedia article said that the Space Jam. They were planning a Space Jam sequel about Tiger Woods. Well, you know what? This should be the Space Jam sequel. They should make a movie based on this game. But the world's really boring, so they won't. Let's get out of here. Sneak. Oh no! I was trying to sneak up on him, but this the pumpkin. Hey, those guys are from Michael Jordan's Chaos in the Windy City. I recognise them. Let's see. Stab dash. Let's try that. Brother. I really ought to have found out how to perform these attacks. I think this calls for some desperate measures. Let's use the Ice Zorba. Right, and let's try Charles Barkley's special attack. Not Michael Jordan's special attack. This is Michael Jordan's the bad guy. There we go. That's what you get, zombie. Done it. Good job, Michael. Charles Barkley, not Michael Jordan. Good job, Charles Jordan. Michael Barkley. That's a tomb. Yeah. What's our health like? I'm so paranoid when I play RPGs. I just gotta check everyone's health all the time. Let's see. I believe the Ultimate Radiator's Bane is out of magic. I'd like to use the Stab Jas, but let's see. Stab Jas. Press cancel to that, press again when the symbol turns red. Ah, you gotta keep pressing cancel when these red symbols appear. I get it, there. Crumbs, that did nothing. That was pathetic. There we go. I think it did do something actually. I think I just remembered that the health bars are a little weird in this game. It can look like it can look like something took hardly any health off, but actually it took a lot off, and it doesn't like show it properly until the next attack. It's strange. Like that enemy's health there looks like it's still mostly full, the pinkness, but if I do another attack on him, I'll bet that the bar goes down a lot more. Okay, it didn't. But maybe I'm talking nonsense, then never mind. I think the ultimate Thunder Basement radiator has been got glaucoma there. That wasn't a, yeah, look, he's got diabetes rather. Let's see. How do we cure diabetes? Oh, they just used those things up even though they were useless. Huh? Battler's Tome? What the? Oh, okay, it's information in the game. Diabetes. What does it say about diabetes? Hit percent halved. Asperger's is something else. Makes social situations awkward. Parkinson's, alright. No, we don't have Parkinson's and we don't have anything else. Just gonna have to suffer the diabetes, I think. Basketball. Got a b-bulb thing. What's our health? Dear, that diabetes is going to be a problem until we can fix it. Oh, brother, it hurts you during the battles too. I played this game when it came out. It's 10 years ago. And I haven't touched it since. It got some... I don't know how well known this game was, but it got at least some... fame. I don't know what engine this game was made of, like how it was programmed. It uses a lot of resources from RPG Maker 2000, which I recognise. Okay, we got to take this twerp out immediately. With a special attack from Charles Barkley. Bow, 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 bow! Basketball! There, that dealt with it. When are we going to level up? Good, there, finally. It's about time. That'll hopefully help. But hopefully it helped with the diabetes. It didn't help with the diabetes, he's still got diabetes, for goodness sake, Ultimate Thunder Basement Radiator's Bane. I don't think I'm going to be bothered censoring his name for every single time I open the status menu, so I'm going to leave that there. How do we cure right, stuff, I'm not going to fight any more enemies. I would normally fight everything I see, but no! Phew. I don't know why I'm so happy, I'm still got to fight stuff. Yeah, I think that they've taken a lot of resources from the old RPG Maker scene that I was so fond of. But this game is not programmed in RPG Maker. So how was it made? Game Maker, maybe? I don't know enough about Game Maker to be able to judge that. And not just the sprites, but yeah, a lot of sprites came from RPG Maker 2000. A lot of the chipsets, as they were called in RPG Maker, a lot of the tiles you see, like this pyramid place here, came from RPG Maker. And other actual video games from the Super Nintendo era had the resources taken. When is this stupid diabetes going to run out? Huh? Oh no. No. I'm as hopeless for these things as most human beings are with these things. But, well, where's the top? Let's see what we can do. Where's the top left of this thing? Oh, there isn't a top left. There's an empty space and it'll be in the top left, because there's nothing that could go there. The annoying thing with these puzzles is that when you think you've got it solved, when it looks like you've almost got it solved, that's exactly when you don't have it solved. Because when it's almost done, then that means that it's like as bad as it could possibly be. Like, see those two tiles together in the top left corner? That's bad. You don't want them to be together yet, because it's just going to not work for some reason. I don't know why, but that just doesn't work in these puzzles. Let's see. Let's at least see what we can do. Bed. Well, let's at least try and get the stuff that should be in the top, and get the stuff that should be in the bottom, and then see if we can figure out what parts of the bottom, middle, and top the pieces should be in. So let's move that up there. Need to get you down here. this needs to be down there. And that thing needs to be over here. I think we're getting it. Well, not with this. Let's see. Right, everything is on its correct row, almost, now. Now we just got to get it shifted inside of those rows. No, wait, I think I was just talking nonsense. I don't know how you're supposed to solve these sorts of puzzles. Let's see if I can do it before the time, before I run out of Vizio time in this thing. Oh. We got to get this thing over to the right as well, the bottom row pieces. It's looking decent now. It's not perfect though. How did you get up there? Get down to the bottom, there. No wait, that was fine where it was actually. It's you that needs to be at the bottom. Get up. Oh, have we cracked it? We're close, but we're not close enough. Let's try moving these. I know one trick to these kinds of games. If you get one row on the far side of it correct, like that column on the far right, if you get the column on the far right correct, or say the row on the top correct, then you should be able to complete it out without ever touching any of the tiles in that row again. So I should be able to solve this puzzle with nothing but the these two left columns on this grid here. If I understand these puzzles right, at least. I'll get it eventually. Rest assured. I don't know exactly what I'm doing, but I'll get to where I need to. There, I did it. Succeed. I bet the prize was like one healing item. Gatorade gum. Mythical gum. What does it even do? It better cure diabetes. It doesn't cure diabetes. It gives you a permanent VP. Well, I'll take that. When I get permanent status increasing items, I always give it to the hero. Which I think is another thing that is considered stupid, but that's what I do. Why won't the diabetes just wear off? For goodness sake. Wilfred Brimley is in this game, by the way. If you want to find out what his role is, then you'll have to play it yourself. Good, a save point. And what's this? It's what we'd call a vending machine. Hack? Insufficient science points. Ugh, brother. I should have leveled up after all. But I don't think there is. I don't think there is such a thing as science points. I think they're joking. Let's see. Where is the there it is, insulin for diabetes. Let's take a few of those. Alcohol, asparagus, chicken fries, chicken. We might as well buy some healing items too. B-ball juice. That's good, but it's really expensive. Let's get a few of these status items, because I've learned that it's wise to have some of those. Right, let's fix your diabetes at long last, Ultimate Thunder Basement Radio has been. There. Now watch, you'll get poisoned immediately in the next fight. Without question, that's going to happen. Oh, brother, why did I have to do that? Why did I have to investigate the sarcophagus? There's a mummy inside. Oh no, it's Kobe. It's not a mummy. It's Kobe Bryant. Even worse. I know who Kobe Bryant is because the Shaq Fu Game FAQs message board used to like to talk about him a lot. They used to talk about quite a lot of stuff on the Shaq Fu message board. Not all of it terribly family friendly. He healed himself. Kobe, you postcode lottery merchant. Take that. Jeez Louise, Kobe Bryant. You just gotta be inconvenient. I don't know if the game FAQ's Shaq Fu message board is like it used to be, but it was a pretty weird place back in the day. Back in like 2002. Well, I managed to survive that deathly encounter with Kobe Bryant. He died as he had lived. And what now? B-ball energy concentrated in one place. The spirit of B-ball, what now? It's a B-ball dead referee. What a sad tale that we got. What a sad thing. Baseball referee is oh wait, Dread referee. He's a vengeful baseball referee spirit that sawmills people. That was nasty. That reminded me of an attack you might have seen in Super Turbo Power Man 2. There. Well, I wouldn't have called that a tough fight. Ultimate Thunder Basement Radio has been, but alright. Well, the fact that something special happened means this is progress, so we might as well keep going this way. Oh, it's a healing statue. Does it work more than once? Yes, it does! Okay. So if you want to grind for experience and stuff, that's a good thing to do it. But I'm not here for that, my goal is to just complete the first dungeon. And oh my goodness, shut up! He said Charles Barkley's an angel, I remember that much. Have no fear of Thunder Basement Radio's Bane. I think he just warned us not to run on that. I'm going to test it and find out. What, my stupidity wasn't punished for once. We must be near the end point. Wait, we've just gone in circles, haven't we? Isn't this the place we were at earlier? It totally was, wasn't it? We totally were here before. Yeah. Brother, what? I must have missed something. What was that all about then? Well, I don't know what happened there, but whatever. We've come to the place we need to be. A sacred basketball temple. What is that? The ghost of Hoops Barkley? Oh no, it's his great grandfather, LeBron James, who looks exactly like. Oh wait, I just realised. When Hoops transformed into that really stupid looking sprite there, that was probably meant to be one of these two guys remembering, like reminiscing on, seeing LeBron James in him. I just realised that for the first time. That's probably what that was supposed to mean. I get it now. So the ultimate Thunder Basement Radiator's Bane was Baltheos James all along. And this is the ghost of LeBron James. Charles Barkley can't believe it. What happened, LeBron James? The B-ball dimension doors are going to close. What is it, LeBron James? What have you got to tell Charles Barkley? Dark forces. The forces of the terrorist organisation BLOODMOSES. They're up to something very dubious, whatever it is. And LeBron doesn't know what it is, but it's going to be something bad. Something that might even be connected to the Space Jam. BLOODMOSES has got the ultimate B-ball. Oh my goodness. We must not let the ultimate B-ball fall into the wrong hands. Have no fear, LeBron James. Charles Barkley swears he will stop the ultimate B-ball from getting into the hands of people that shouldn't have their hands on it. Which is ironic, because it's your hands that are allowed to touch the ball. Yeah, that's right. They can't be allowed to walk without bouncing the ball on the ground while doing so. They're the kinds of monsters that would keep holding the ball in their hands while they're moving. Anyway, here's the famous boss battle music. I wasn't paying attention. Where did this? What's this creature's like 5-paragraph long backstory? What on earth? Oh, I just used the fire attack, didn't I? Yeah. Well, that may be useful. Let's try the new special. Okay, it hurts him and gives Charles Barkley some status improvements. He's got more power now. Oh, we just inflicted the monster with diabetes, and we missed whatever we tried to do to him after that. But diabetes is something. I'll take diabetes. No, I won't take diabetes. I'm sorry if you've got diabetes and offended by that, but the Charles Barkley Shut Up and Jam Gaiden can be a rather offensive game. I maybe should have mentioned that going into this, but it's not going to matter much longer, because after the basketball monster's dead, we're going to close our session of this. And close a triumphant close to the Space Jam website will be coming up. Oh no, we're out of basketballs. Stuff that. Where's the best of sold by 2000X? Well, it's already 2010X. It's already after that, whatever that Best By date. But it's not used by, so that's okay. If you didn't know this, kids, when a thing says best before, that means you can still safely eat it after that date, but if it says used by, that's when it might be unsafe to eat it afterwards. Having said that, I don't know if even a best before item still becomes unsafe to eat if you're late for a really long time afterwards. I don't know. So I'd still be careful even then. You can probably get by a few months after it if it's stuff like biscuits. But anyway, where was I looking for? I wanted to get something to restore baseball energy, but I don't see anything. That's weird. I thought we had a bunch of... oh, whatever. It doesn't really matter. Let's just use the cancelled thing. It looks like it does 30 HP every time without fail. Charles Barkley! Charles! Did that do more damage than the special cancel attack with a Zobber? Oh, Barkley basketball, 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 God, I'll just kill the thing already. He's as good as toast. Basketball, 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 basketball. basketball. Oh, perfect timing there. I was hoping the music would end at that bit, and it did. You'd think I knew what I was doing. Balthios, they both leveled up. Balthios learned a new skill. Too bad we're not going to see it, probably. Looks like we almost didn't make it. Are you kidding, Balthios? With the way you used those Zobas, it's no wonder they call you the ultimate Thunder Basement Radiator's Bane. I could be better. Hey, what's this? It looks like a basketball. This looks like my great-grandfather's basketball. It wasn't here just a second ago. Barkley, it must have been his final farewell to you. He treasured his b-ball more than anything, Charles. You'd better use it wisely. I will, Balthios. I will. Yeah, I got a basketball. A b-ball. I don't think they've ever called it basketball at any point in this game. Also, we're going to find the Cyber Dwarf next, who is an old man that is made out of basketballs. But sadly, we're not going to see him, because we're done with this. Let's open the RPG Maker 2000 treasure chest, and let's equip ourselves with all of the new equipment. Yeah. The Ice Zauber. I read somewhere in TV tropes or something that a Zauber is an actual word. It's German for something. I forget what though. Maybe sword. Is it like Philo Mortis 2, I wonder, where the treasure chest will talk for 10 hours if you talk to it? No, it won't. Nothing happens. So yeah, that's the end of our playthrough of Charles Barkley's Shut Up and Jam Gaiden. If you want to experience this glorious game for yourself, then head over to search for Charles Barkley Shut Up and Jam Gaiden on Google or something, and go to the website and download it. They're also making a sequel, which is on Kickstarter. So, if you want to support that, then go to Kickstarter for the Charles Barkley Shut Up and Jam Gaiden 2, where we'll finally get the continuation of the Hoops Barkley saga. But for now, we're going to leave this post-cyberpocalypse, and indeed leave Space Jam itself. Take a break and chill, viewers. Take a break and chill. Because if you sat through this whole 7.5 hour marathon without a break, then good grief, whatever's wrong with you is quite possibly even more wrong than me. So, because I know somebody is going to get on my back for this, except that I know that nobody actually ever would get on back on this because there's going to be like 6 views for this 7-hour video, I realised that I did miss a page in searching through all this, at least one, in in the lineup planet on the main menu. There's a cast bio section for the main characters that we didn't read. No, his real name isn't Newman? What on earth? They're talking about Michael Jordan? Well, maybe we'll find that as we read his section. Anyway, I've got about as much motivation for this anymore as you might have guessed after 8 hours of Space Jam content. So, let's spice this up with some fun. Michael Jordan, who appears as himself, makes his motion picture feature debut with Space Jam. Widely considered the greatest... Yeah, was he in anything else after this? It's his debut. Like, as if he was going to go on to have a prolific film career. Well, I'm laughing, but he did try to play basket. He went on to have a basketball. I mean, he moved into a baseball career, it seems, which it looks like it flopped completely, but he did do that. So I guess he could have tried. And of course, he was a pop music icon, allegedly. So I guess he could have been a film guy, but I don't think he was in anything else. Widely considered the greatest basketball player in history. I don't know how long basketball's been around, for that matter. When was basketball invented? Never thought about this. I felt like it was a fairly modern game, like the last 100 years, the last 60 years maybe. But I don't know. He's parlayed an incredible college and professional career with the North Cat. There's that college thing again. What's with you Americans and your college sports? This idea that colleges have anything to do with sports, that they deserve to be called college sports. We don't have it here in Britain. With the North Carolina Tar Heels, with the North Carolina really badly named team, Tar Heels, and the Chicago Bulls into a position as an American icon and one of the most recognised personalities, sports or otherwise, in the world. I disagree with that. I didn't have a clue who this twat was in the 90s. No offence, Michael Jordan, but I did not know who you were, sports or otherwise. That'll be his pop music icon career they were talking about. Jordan's list of basketball accomplishments is unparalleled in the history of the sport. Member of North Carolina's NCAA championship team in 1982, and Atlantic Coast Rookie of the Year, NCAA Player of the Year, and All-American in 1983 and 1984. Co-captain of the... What does that mean? All-American in 1983. Is that just like a generic award for being the best American? An All-American in 1983. It's probably All-American basketball or something. Co-captain of the United States gold medal winner team. What do captains do in sports anyway? David Beckham was the captain of the football team. Michael Jordan was presumably the captain of the Chicago Bulls. But what on earth do they do? The captain, huh? They tell the other players what to do. Because I don't see these guys shouting at each other during these matches. I don't know how they can captain anybody on the pitch. NBA Rookie of the Year and scoring leader in 1983, NBA's most valuable player in 1988, 1991, 1999, second NBA player in history to score more than 3,000 points in a season. Wow, amazing. An arbitrary, meaningless number that he got more than. The member of 10 NBA All-Star teams. That always amuses me in speedruns of games. What's the time of this thing at? Yeah, it's taken up. Right, we're going to pause this and just replace it with pictures because it eats up too much stuff. In speedruns of games, the speedrunning community, as they call it, people that try to play video games as fast as possible and get the world record, they're always obsessed with, I've got to get sub 30 minutes, got to get under 25 minutes and stuff. And I just think, what does it matter? They're just numbers. It doesn't really mean anything, you know? Like, it doesn't prove anything that you get it under a nice number that divides by 5 or 10. I never understood why they cared. Like, if the time is... Oh man, you might as well be saying I'd like to get sub 26 minutes and 4 seconds for all that it means anything. If the game can be finished in less than 25 minutes, then it can be, but it's not significant, metaphysically speaking, to my knowledge at least. But who am I? I'm no metaphysician. You should be asking, I don't know, a Lest or Crowley or something. Named to the NBA... Wait, did we read? No, we've missed some of this stupid statistics. NBA scoring leader for the eight seasons, 7 consecutively, holder of the league's best career scoring average. Hang on a minute. Wait, hang on. Scoring leader for 8 seasons, 7 consecutively. If you're wondering why that is causing me some confusion... No, wait, sorry. He could have just lost the first one. He must have lost the first or last season, because otherwise, if he'd lost the season in the middle, it couldn't be 7 consecutive ones. Holder of the league's best career scoring average, 30.3 points per game. Member of the dream team that won the 1992 Olympic gold medal. I didn't know there was an Olympic basketball. I'm guessing Britain doesn't even attempt to have a team, so that's the reason why I've never heard of it. Is because Britain will only report on what Britain does, because Britain only seems to care about Britain. Andy Murray is the big tennis player, so you hear all about tennis nowadays. And David Beckham used to be the big football man, so you used to hear all about football. But they're both... Well, no, Andy Murray is not packed in his clogs yet, but he's getting on. You can't have too much more innings in him, or whatever tennis words. You can't have too much more loves in him. You can't have too many more increasing the score by 15 points, and then by 15 points again, and then by 10 points in him. What on earth is up with that, tennis? Holder of the league's best scoring average. Carried NBA Finals MVP. Hot. I'm talking about how in tennis, you start with 0 points each, and then if you win the match or the round or whatever it is, they've got 10 different words for winning different things. If you win the game or match or set or round or serve, then you get 15 points. And then if you win it again, you get 30 points. And then, no, you get 15 points for winning it once. And then if you win the serve again, you get another 15 points to take it to 30. And then if you win again, you get another 10 points to take it to 40. And then if you win it again after that, then you win that round of the game and you start with 0 points again. If you get enough like rounds and sets and matches and games, then you win the game. It's all very strange. He carried NBA Finals MVP honours in each of the Bulls championship seasons in those years, and named to the NBA All-Defensive Team 7 times, voted 1988 NBA Defensive Player of the Year, selected for the All-NBA First Team 8 times, named NBA All-Star Game MVP in 1988, 1986, and scored NBA Player of Record at 65 points in Boston in 1986. Jordan retired from professional basketball shortly after his father's death. Shortly after his multiple fathers' deaths, he seems to have more than one father, and father capitalised as well. Is that supposed to mean what I think it's supposed to be in the Michael Jordan page? Dear me. What are they getting themselves into? In 1993, to concentrate on a career in professional baseball, after playing one season with the Chicago White Sox, Sox spelled with an X, AA affiliate, the Birmingham Barons. Birmingham? Is there a place in America called Birmingham? Because there's a place in Britain called Birmingham as well. But I would have expected it to be called New Birmingham, because much like New York in America, which was named after a town called York in Britain, which is nothing whatsoever like New York. It's kind of funny to me, and I imagine it's funny to a lot of British people, how New York is the big hip, left-wing, cool cats, wozo, wee Leplic city with all the cool stuff and hip and stuff and all that, And meanwhile in Britain, York is like there's a few farmers and a field and maybe some sheep somewhere. I think. I'm probably getting that wrong, but I think that's roughly the stereotype. It's a bunch of, get off me land, you scurvy dogs, or else kill all you. Yeah. Jordan rejoined the Chicago Bulls and in the 1995-96 season led his team to another NBA championship, won the lead scoring title and was again named Most Valuable Player. I thought that was what MVP meant, but I've never in my life actually seen that spelled out until right now. Most Valuable Player of the Year under the NBA All-Star Game. Bugs Bunny as himself. Oh gee, I thought that it was Bugs Bunny as the Addams Family, as I said earlier, 4 hours ago. Received an Academy Award for his work in the 1958 theatrical short Nighty Night Bugs, and has been nominated for Oscars 3 more times. He is the star of more than... Wait, are they serious? Bugs Bunny was nominated for Oscars? How did he collect his reward? Because they got to stand up in front of the stage with those stupid-looking golden man thing. No, I said stupid-looking. I was actually thinking for a minute of the European Football World Cup, the Soccer World Cup, which really does look blooming stupid. He is the star of more than 173 animated shorts, has starred in 4 full-length... 173? That doesn't feel like very many to me, actually. I discovered some years ago, I realised when I started looking back on my childhood, and I imagine this is a lot of people find this, is that they feel that stuff like cartoons and TV shows they grew up with, they felt like there was a lot more episodes of them than there actually were. Like Tom and Jerry, I thought there was like thousands of episodes of Tom and Jerry, well maybe not that much, but I thought there was like uncountable amount. And if I've not seen a count of Tom and Jerry episodes that they made over the 50s and 60s and however long it lasted, but I'll bet you anything that it'll be like 300 or something. Something like, I mean it's a lot, but it's not as much as I imagined. And same with Bugs here. Has starred in 4 full-length television specials and 14 CBS primetime specials. As an American icon, Bugs Bunny says, is a constant reminder that to survive in today's world, one has to be shrewd and cool when under stress. In short, Bugs is the superstar of the Looney Tunes family, an appropriate match with the superstar co-star Michael Jordan. Wayne Knight, Stan Polada... Oh, I better turn Cam Studio back on again. Wayne Knight, Sam Podlock is probably best known for his role in the blockbuster Jurassic Park, which, well, I didn't know that. I've not seen that movie. As well as, I've not even known who... I don't think I've heard of Wayne Knight until this website, as well as for his recurring part as Newman in Jerry Seinfeld's postal career, Carrie Napier in the hits the NBC series Seinfeld. However, his career encompasses a long list of films, television, and stage appearances. Knight made his motion picture debut in Dirty Dancing, and has since appeared in such films as Betrayed, Everyone's All-American. I'm not All-American, but what does All-American even mean, by the way? What does it actually mean? Does it mean that your parents were both born in America? Is there some sinister racist origin to this term that we just don't know about anymore? Because what on earth does it mean, all American? Not partly American. Born on the 4th of July, dead again, JFK,
VL Warshawski, Basic Instinct and To Die For. He's appears off-Broadway in Shakespeare's Measure for Measure and Broadway productions of Gemini and Masquerade. In addition to his role in Seinfeld, Knight also appeared in the pilot of Middleman for NBC, whatever an Earth Middleman is. Teresa Randall. Jurita. His list of credits spans feature films, televisions, and the live stage. Her film debut in Made to Order was followed by such features as The Guardian, The King of New York, The 5 Heartbeats, CB4, Sugar Hill, Beverly Hills Cop 3, Bad Boys, and 3 films for director Spike Lee, Jungle Fever, Malcolm X, and Girl 6. Television credits include appearances on A Different World and the Seinfeld Chronicles, both for NBC. That sounds like the sort of show where they probably just had a talking head just talking about Seinfeld, saying, oh yeah, Seinfeld was something that existed. Randall has appeared on stage in productions of In Command of the Children for the Grand Theatre, Sonata at the Theatre of Arts, 6 pieces of musical Broadway at the Dorothy Chandler, and Fight the Good Fight on the LA Cultural Centre. Danny DeVito, with the E in DeVito lowercase, voice of Swackhammer, is one of the most diversely successful talents in Hollywood. An award-winning film, stage and television director, he is a writer, producer, and director who is unpopular and critical acclaim. DeVito possesses a career as busy as it is varied. In addition to his voice work in Space Jam, will soon be seen in Hercules, Mars Attacks, and LA Confidential. He is currently in production for Francis Ford Coppola and Rainmaker. DeVito increased his repertoire and visibility for starring roles along with the TV series Taxi, and also starred in the series All the Glitters. However, the achievements have been in the world of movies. One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. In terms of endearment, Romancing Stone, the telefilm The Ratings Game, which marked his directing debut, The Jewel of the Nile, Ruthless People, Tin Men, Full Mama from the Train, which he also directed. That's a nice name for a full movie. Twins for Ivan Reitman, The War of the Roses, which he also directed. Other People's Money, Batman Returns, Hoffa, which he also produced and directed. Jack the Bear, Renaissance Band, Junior, again for Ivan Reitman. Get Shorty, which he also produced. Matilda, which he also produced and directed, and the upcoming Hercules, Mars Attacks, and LA Competition. DeVito is a main part of the Jersey films, has produced reality rights, second Pulp Fiction, which received the Palm D' or at the 1994 Cannes Film Festival and 7 Academy Award nominations. Sunset Park in Feeling, Minnesota, as the films noted earlier. Just the very end of the page, but I'll scroll it down anyway. A native of New Jersey, DeVito attended the American Academy of Dramatic Arts and began his career on stage in The Man with the Flower in His Mouth, which is full of plays including The Drinking Pride and One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. He was later asked by producer Michael Douglas to recreate his success role in the film of the same name, which brought DeVito his first national recognition. That was really boring. Looney Tunes bio. No, there was one other thing. That's it. The nerd lucks. Here we are. The bad guys. From wimpy nothings to terrifying monsters in one fell swoop, these guys are not the types you want to meet in the court, or anywhere for that matter. Nerd lucks. Click on any nerd. Yeah, they wouldn't want to meet nerds in the flesh. That's for sure. I was reading something just recently. I decided to go back to TV tropes after about 6 years of not touching it at all, and have a quick look at what was happening. And I happened to read through the article about the 2010s. What's happening in the 2010s. I thought, let's try and at least pretend that I care about anything anymore. Let's find out what the current culture is. I started reading what was happening there, and it was interesting. It's talking about how, do I even remember anything other than the thing that I was going to say? Well, I don't remember right now, but the thing that I was going to say is that it mentioned how the classical image of nerds as being people to mock and make fun of and deride of the 90s, which I was talking about earlier in this Space Jam fiasco, about how back then nerds were uncool and hip, and nerds were frowned on and laughed at by society, and jocks, as they're called, men, square-jawed, all-American G.I. Joe men that play football were the ultimate thing to be. They're the good thing. They're right and they're correct. Well, it seems, according to the TV Tropes page, that's changed now. It's become, the nerds are now cool. The quiet, reserved and intelligent people are now the respected thing, I guess because of smartphones. And now the jocks are the thing that are frowned on and looked at down on. And at TV Tropes, TV Tropes has obviously got a vested interest in that being the case for obvious reasons. But I read that and felt the same way I've always felt about stuff like this. I felt that you're not solving the problem there, society. You're just switching the roles. The jocks now, it sounds like, are just what the nerds once were, and the nerds now are what the jocks once were. So I'm guessing that now the
I'm guessing now that the jocks we'll be seeing in TV is getting depicted as brain-dead meat, muscle, like, bad people now. And the nerds are not. So, as far as I'm concerned, we've not fixed anything. It's my hardline stance on matters like that. You've not solved anything unless it's equal. Nerd Lux. Click on any Nerd Luck to see a large-size version of the image along with the animator's character descriptions taken from the production sketches. There's Null, nervous concern. Zilch, hunched over, chest in. Wait, I mean, like the top bit of his chest is in, the rest of his stomach is bulging out. Void, gangly, stupid posture. So he's like just like my posture right now. I'm hunched over this microphone. Nada, bright and eager. He looks nice. Or she, don't know what if they got genders. I'm going to guess they're all male. Is that sexist? Probably. Uncontrollably giggly for Bupkus, quick, jerky movements. And that's it for them. What was in the bottom? Oh, it's them in their evil form. Monstars. Click on any monster to see a large-size version of the image. It's the same images. It was the same ones that were in that little game that I played. He's got something freakish going on with his above his head there. There's Null. Zilch. No descriptions for these guys. Void. Nada. And Bupkus. The bad guy's title is just... They've messed up the HTML, I think, and it meant to be at the top here, but they've accidentally caused it to be beside him. Okay, and with that, I think we actually have completed the Space Jam website. I thought there was a place on this website where there was like a full textual description of these basketballers, but no, I don't think it is. I think that if it was anywhere, it would have been here. But why don't we do one last check around this stuff? I've already looked there. Let's do one last check around this site, just in case there's something I missed. We've seen all of that. Site map, behind the jam. Behind the jam? No. Store, the jump station, the Lunar Tunes, Planet B-Ball maybe? Player bios? Is it this? No, that was the one I looked at earlier. How about the NBA? No. Jam Central's the last one I'm going to check. No, we've done it. I'm satisfied. We've now covered the whole Space Jam website. There's nothing that I've missed. No stone unturned anymore. Except for the links that just don't work anymore. So finally, I can at last call it quits. It's all over after, I'm not even going to try and count how many hours it is. I think it's 8 or something. After way too much time on something that nobody's going to watch or care about, I have fully catalogued what remains of the Space Jam website. A Scottish man has done it. Thanks for sticking around with me, folks, all this time. I hope you've enjoyed that 10-ton bag of popcorn that you've hopefully had with you this whole time. Hope you've not starved to death, because I don't want any lawyers coming after me over this. Wait, you have? Oh dear, I better get out sharpish.